What's up, guys? Welcome to the Lack of Thought podcast. I'm JD.
I'm Dan.
I'm Adam.
Stefan.
As always, I'm Nate.
And I'm Conrad.
Yes.
This is where the fun begins.
Yeah.
All right.
So I need to start off by saying the last time me and this little shithead here had some words, and I promised myself we'll have a cordial conversation, but I do reserve the right to fuck you up at any time.
I mean, this is
Don't-
America. You definitely do reserve that right.
Manifest destiny.
Amen.
Oh man.
Amen.
So
All
I'm
right.
going to try and keep it,
PC?
no, non-violent until I have to be.
Let's keep it non-violent. Let's go there.
Let's not.
Let's just.
All right. All right, JD. Yeah. I'm Mike. I'm in the. I don't have a camera on me today, but I'm here pushing buttons, so you'll hear me chime in every once in a while. So where are we getting started at?
So, yeah. So how's in elections? I guess Kerry Lake is set to actually win Arizona, take this thing. But it'll still be 59-59 because apparently they won Nevada.
59. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's 59-58 currently from last time I checked.
49-48.
Can
Oh,
we
yeah,
just
I'm sorry, 49-48.
Can
So
we
it'd be
please
49-49.
just question the sanity of putting that Fetterman guy back in there? Like,
Yeah.
No doubt.
I think that's more or less to wake people up because that shouldn't have happened.
come on, man.
Well, they were talking about, 2024 race with Fetterman and Biden.
Oh. What?
Oh, yeah.
retard versus retard.
So, I mean, the guy had a stroke. That's sad, but I mean, he's not very bright.
He's not,
He's
not
not with
politically
it.
apt at all.
No.
So it's sad to watch. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's like
That's your
it's the same
boy.
thing as Joe Biden. It's
not
just
nice.
Far
it's
left
point,
idiot.
I mean, that's like putting someone who has disabilities who's a Walmart door greeter on fucking national television to tell you what the weather's going to be like.
Right.
It's going to take forever, and it's going to be really disappointing. And yeah, a lot of people are going to cheer him on for his disability, but then again, you also want someone to be able to speak clear and to be able to understand, not to feel like this is one of those Make-A-Wish commercials or something. you
We
know?
also cheer Conrad here for his disability.
Aw, you guys.
I think Conrad is very hospitable when he wants to be, and he definitely adds a little bit to the conversation as far as the negatives. Because, I mean, think about it. If we were all in the same room together and we all agreed on every point, there'd be no learning or no progression because we don't have anybody challenging our opinions.
You're so PC.
correct. No. Yeah.
Yes and no.
It's true though.
I
It's
could be
true,
not
though.
BC. That's for sure. So, how's everybody doing? Hey, Steven, you want to tell us about a little
Steven.
bit about yourself? Stefan. Sorry. I always say Steven.
Yeah. I'm a 36-year-old. I'm a man. I
You
just
like-
want to get that out there.
Walks on the beach.
You married? Single?
Well, I'm
Wait.
married. I'm married. I have a wife.
Sorry, ladies.
Been married for 16 years. I have two girls. I have a 13-year-old, a 14-year-old, and an 8-year-old.
All right.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
pretty much it.
How many of us have kids here? Okay, so that's Mike,
Yeah, most
Nate,
of us.
Stefan, myself,
Conrad
Dan.
has cats for the time being.
And they're lovely.
Yeah, so Conrad has cats and Adam has dogs.
I have a dog.
A dog. Yes.
It's okay.
I'll say that one fast. A dog.
Hey,
A dog Himmler.
Jeez.
Is that her name? Is that his
what-
name?
Oh yeah, tell us the nickname of your animals.
I only have the one.
Yeah,
but-
your animal.
So I have no fucking idea what breed he is, like at all.
the mutts are the best, man.
He's a mutt
Yeah.
for sure.
We were told he was a, what was it? A pit,
Boxer pit. Yeah.
boxer pit. He is not that whatsoever. But he's basically a mutt at this point. But his full name is Private First Class Potato McSpud Dodge.
Yes.
So Mike brought up an interesting point. Is he going to increase in his officer level or his private level as
Yes,
you increase?
yes. So he is currently a private first class. He has been since I got him, and he was about 5-6 weeks old when I first got him.
Yeah.
I have decided as his superior that he will be making specialist next month on his
Nice.
about his 8th month birthday.
Good on him.
He's working hard.
Good on him.
He's working hard.
So did
So he
seem
is
like
an
more
enlisted man.
Yeah. So does it seem like he's more like Labrador then? Is that what you're thinking?
You know how the thing with Google, you can like take a picture or something. It's like, oh, it's this.
Yeah.
Well, my girlfriend did that, and it said he was a lab.
Retarded.
Well, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I knew that, but it said he was a lab husky.
Okay.
But he also looks more shepherd. but he has a
Interesting.
pit in his face. He's a mutt at the end of the day, but
Huh. Okay.
he's my little buddy at the end of the day.
Is he a good dog?
He's a crackhead.
Has he got the webbing between his toes?
No,
Oh, that sucks.
but he has really big paws. He hasn't
Yeah.
grown into yet, but
Yeah.
he's still a baby.
Oh, maybe he might grow into the webbing. Who knows? But I know that both my dogs have webbing. My so Kita, she's almost 2 years old now, and she's got webbing, but she's a Belgian Malinois. Malinois. So she's commonly used as a police or military dog because she's more responsive than a German Shepherd is. Because German Shepherds, when they get older, they have a lot of hip dysplasia problems. Well, Belgian Malinois do not. They don't have any like crazy breed issues along their genetics. And then my other dog is a Rottweiler Labrador. So he's fucking husky as a motherfucker. I mean, he's 120 pounds now because he shed 15 pounds.
Wiley.
Yeah,
Such a cool dog.
yeah. He shed 15 pounds. He was normally about 135 pounds. He's about 5'3", I would say. if
Yeah,
you
he's
sit
a
up
sausage. You know, he's
Yeah.
still a sausage.
Well, he
It's
eats a
fine.
lot. I
Yeah.
mean, he's just a happy-go-lucky.
Yeah.
He's just one of those type
Rottweiler.
dogs.
Copyright.
Yeah.
Hey, Conrad, what kind of cats do you have?
American short hairs.
Violated ones.
I actually like short hairs.
All of them? All three?
All of them are American.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah,
Not
all,
one.
All three of them are the same, like short hair breed. Yeah.
All right, cool.
Now, do you have any tabbies or anything that's distinctive in color?
I got one that's just all black, and then two. What is it? Tuxedos.
Tuxedos, like
Yeah.
black and white?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Does your house smell like piss?
No, I clean the box pretty often.
Okay.
You have
With his
to.
mouth.
Ah,
Gross.
I actually seen one of those YouTube short videos or whatever of this girl. She's really good at baking, and she made a fucking litter box. What do they call it? Cake. And oh, dude, it was fucking gross. And she made like these little perfect chocolate turds or whatever.
Gross.
And then she covered it with like this breading that looked like cat litter.
fuck
And
wants
she
that?
fucking scoops it out like she's finding a turd. And then she fucking eats it, and her fucking partner just because he wasn't there when she made it. And he's just fucking blowing chunks. Oh, it was hilarious.
Funny enough, I've actually had one of those cakes before.
You've had a cat turd cake?
Yeah, like it's literally like Justin said.
It's almond roca, essentially.
But like when I had it, it wasn't like chocolate. It just was like Tootsie Rolls.
Oh,
They just
yeah.
kind of like rolled them up.
I
or some
fucking
shit.
love almond roca.
No, almond rokas are yummy.
Hell yeah, Northwest Company, based out of Tacoma, Washington.
Oh, really?
Represent. yeah,
that's
the
right.
almond roca factory.
They're right by the Surplus Ammo and Arms gun shop.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, that's right. I
So get
remember
your
seeing
almond
that.
roca and your rifles and handguns.
And throw them in kitty litter.
What's funny is when I was in
God.
Germany, almond rokas are really popular there. Really popular. I mean, people are grabbing them by the handful. So when I was over there
To be
in
honest, I hate them.
when I was over there in 2009, yeah, because we can eat them all day. But when I was over there in 2009, I was at this liquor store, right? Or I guess this corner store. And this corner store is like a little bit of food, a little bit of candy, right? And just fucking everything is filled with different kinds of beers around the world. And Heineken's, mind you, are way different in Germany than they are in America because they use different ingredients.
They're still gross.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. Well, in Germany, they're actually pretty good. So, and from what I was understanding too, they recycle per color of glass because it does something different to the beer depending on what glass you put it in.
Gotta love them socialist countries.
Yep. So, like, they're really dark.
Do you
rich
have
beers.
anything to say there, Conrad?
I believe they're
But they have
capitalists in
healthcare.
Germany.
Well, they're also fundamentalist too because when you put like your
Historically,
dark
dictatorship.
beers in your brown bottles, your somewhat medium blonde in your clear bottles, and your white beer is what they call Weiss beer in your clear bottles, kind of like Corona. That would be considered a Weiss beer or white beer
I remember they had a
because it's
they
more
had a
blonde.
party once in Germany. It was called the Nazi party.
I don't.
You
Well,
can't say that word. We're gonna get kicked off.
Oh, oops.
what was that? What was
Fuck
that
off,
guy?
YouTube.
The
Hey,
punch
what
guy?
was that thing you called me last night?
A nice guy.
No,
You're a very
that
nice
wasn't
guy.
even close.
I believe they
I remember
Trifling
it different.
what?
I'm the new guy.
Trifling
And speak
what?
the truth.
Trifling, a guy who likes to go fishing. That's what I said. Your
Well,
hobby.
I believe.
Remember our talk about
Am I
backpedaling?
allowed to say these
Such
things?
a long
on
time
here?
ago.
We don't really care. I mean,
Well,
this is what
We
it
have
is.
like 2 viewers. Who cares?
Yeah.
it was the fag word that Nate was offended by it, and then the fact that he was offended by it, Conrad called him a pussy. which I mean, from where I'm from,
Means we're
where
gonna
I'm
fucking
from,
fight,
unless
bitch.
we're like really good friends, and you call me either of those things, I'm gonna be pretty upset. Not saying I'm gonna what Nate's saying to you, but
yeah.
I'd have some choice words back,
And that's a reasonable one.
That's the joke, though. It's like,
Oh, funny, haha.
my friends and I, we talk that way to each other all the time. Like, we just call each other
So
the worst
the-
possible things we can.
But you're also a line left, right?
I do, yes.
So you believe that using those words
I
with your
don't.
friends is like good, or
You know, that's a great question, and we should probably reflect on that. That's what we should do.
Fuck that.
well, no, I just I mean, it's just funny.
Hey, if you're in the chat, say hello. Well, we lost a viewer, it looks like, but whatever. We're gonna keep on trucking. So if you're in the chat, give us a hello.
That was
Let
probably
us know you're
crap,
here.
and I apologize.
I believe his exact words
Please don't.
were trifling Nazi bitch.
You know what I mean? Not sure if they're
Dandy
in that
notebook here.
order. Let's not bring the chat up. Can we not do that?
Okay.
Let's move
Oh,
on.
that was
All right.
amongst friends then, huh?
Yeah.
Real friendly.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the chat was in. I mean, I'm not sure if the stream was involved in our special chat conversation.
No.
We're all
Oh,
girlfriends.
fuck
Remember
you,
the
Kenny.
chat?
I mean, I agree.
Whoa, buddy.
I'm grabbing your leg. I'm also. I didn't say I wasn't about it.
This better not go back to the mill.
I put
No,
this
I
up
mean
with
it's
this shit.
2022.
You
It's
have
an equal opportunity employer. I mean, hey,
the
no
gay and
questions
dick and
asked,
butt jokes at work will fucking knock you on your ass.
You can be
I
gay.
actually did some humping of another man today,
He did.
so it's actually pretty gay.
That's
2 other men.
that's very progressive of you.
You can
I've
be
been about
gay
it my whole life, man.
and still identify as straight. So I think we're okay here.
I identify as a Apache attack helicopter.
See there?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
All I'm saying is there's nothing gay about cuddling with another man for warmth. I've done that many times.
Oh no.
That's like without a paddle.
You're
you know?
intriguing Conrad here. Look at it.
Slept next
He
to
is
another man.
extremely intrigued. Look at his face.
The best part though is like having kind of like an Oreo sandwich of like people laying in like a cave, right?
Are you bringing race into this? Justin?
No, I'm bringing like
because it
without
kinda
a
sounds
paddle
like it.
into the
Are you
conversation.
bringing? Is that
Where
with
has to
cream in the middle?
No. I mean, yes and no. So you'll be in the back, right? And then you'll be like, you guys are all 3 best friends, and then you bring up this like hot chick back in high school, like specifically to the guy in the middle, so he pops a boner and irritates the person in front of him. It's pretty fucking funny.
It's just a.
You and I have totally different friends in high school.
No, I said this is from the movie Without a Paddle. By the way, disclaimer.
Yeah. Yeah.
That actually happened on the movie.
It's a true story.
True story.
It was a documentary.
About
So was
3 dudes.
Deliverance.
Yeah. What's that guy with the fucking punch? The cult leader with the punch. Here, drink this.
Thinking of Jones.
Yeah, Dr. Jones.
That would have been dope.
No,
Jim Jones.
Jim
Jim
Jones.
Jones. Yeah, Jim Jones. Would you equate Jim Jones to Adolf Hitler?
He ain't got the body count.
Juice, dude.
I think more people were excited to drink the juice than they were to go into the gas or take a shower.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
not like the people going into gas had a choice.
No.
I mean, they kind of did.
Did your people have
what?
a choice, Conrad?
We had no choice
He's
on
definitely well. You're definitely not Jewish though. I'm sure the Polish people had a choice.
that. My neighbors, yeah, a lot of Polish Jews were basically rounded up into camps too. So yeah, there was no choice on that.
Oh, I'm sure.
Well,
that
I'm sure
other
there was
people
still
got
a
killed
choice.
other than Jews, for sure.
So my
Either
comment.
way, they
What's
ended
the
up.
choice? Let's go ahead. Let's get it out.
Okay,
What's the
so
choice?
one-
People that
the
aligned
first
with
choice
the
is-
Jews got.
Well, the first choice is firing line. The second choice is showers.
So you're
So there's a
saying that the
choice.
comment I made on the chat last
Hey,
night
what's
about
up,
you
dude?
being a collaborator.
Sympathizer.
Sympathizer.
What?
No, last night I said that he was probably the one that was narking out his neighbors.
Oh. Don't do that.
Brian.
I don't respond good to that either.
What's up, man?
My neighbors are bitching about my trailer,
Oh.
my boat.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
I saw it.
The HOA saga, dude.
Really? Okay, tell us about this. What's going on?
Well, I'm a fishing guide. 4 days a week, I fish as part of my income, and so I keep my boat in my driveway. Well, I live pretty close to everybody else, and I guess I signed this contract. I don't remember signing it, but I signed it.
Oh,
And,
when you bought your house, essentially, yeah.
Yeah, for the HOA, and basically it says I can't have my boat or trailer or anything like that there, which makes my job extremely difficult.
Yeah.
Not having my boat at my house. So we've been fighting back and forth trying to get like an exemption, but
So dude can park his big ass trailer out on the street, right?
I think that's why they started.
Oh,
Yeah, I think they noticed his big 35-foot.
It's a nice trailer.
It's very big and nice, but it's also blocking his neighbor's driveway. So
From what I understood too, is during COVID, there was a specific HOA company that was involved, like especially where I live in the northern part of Puyallup area, and I guess they were very lax during COVID times. Oh yeah, no problem, whatever. They didn't come around and do inspections and shit like that. And then what happened was a lot of those companies got bought out by another HOA. So I'm guessing there's a new HOA in town, and they're cracking down because
that's possible.
from what I'm understanding too, is that there is more people that were putting like planters and shit like that in their driveways and trying to make it look nice with like bushes and shit like that. Well, everybody's got to look pretty much the same.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Cookie cutter houses.
yeah, and if you're getting your
Exact
fucking lawn
verbiage.
cut, everybody else is getting their lawn cut type situation. Like they have, landscaping company that comes out, HOA pays for it, whatever. But that's a part of your HOA dues when you pay for that, right? So when you pay for shit like that, then you have like plants or something like that, or something different in your driveway that somebody else doesn't, then they get really pissed about it.
hello, Carolyn, on the chat.
Hey, what's going on, Carolyn? Hey, I see a Lewis in your name. Is there any relation? I don't know. That's why I asked.
I'm just guessing Conrad is very pro HOA. Loves socialists, communists,
Dude.
Nazis.
Dude,
And
Very
HOA. Oh,
pro
you're
HOA.
dude.
God, you
Just
just
guessing.
keep digging yourself deeper there. Jesus.
I mean, I believe in having a clean house. My house is very clean. My lawn's in order. Everything's good to go.
Yeah.
We follow everything, but I need my boat there.
You can't even paint your house
yeah.
unless you ask them permission.
Yeah,
right?
it's got to be. They give you a color scheme, literally like what you get when you go to Sherwin-Williams or Home Depot. They give you-
Oh, she says no.
Okay. Just making sure.
So we just got some rando in there. That's great.
That's awesome.
I love
welcome,
that.
welcome to the
Welcome.
chat.
Yeah.
She's
Hey,
a friend of mine from high school. I know who that is.
Oh, okay.
You
Hey,
just
Carolyn,
ruined
if
it.
you have a specific question you want to ask or a funny story or something like that that you'd like us to talk about, go ahead and drop it in the chat there.
Or you want me to beat down Conrad?
I mean, I guess there's always that option too.
We're gonna
But
see what
it's
makes
on
you
the
more
table.
violent:
Yep.
Corona or pub beer.
But
I'm guessing
oh,
Corona.
Jesus.
I think Glass will win.
Well, I can definitely tell you that Corona shares went up in 2019, 2020. That's for sure.
Nice.
Oh, you're also pro coronavirus too, huh?
I was,
You
it was a
fucking
joke. It was
little
a funny
fuck.
joke. I said nice and Jesus. Is literally any words coming out of my mouth are just gonna get like attacked. now.
Every one of
Did
them.
you attack others about the vaccine? Are you
No.
one of those people?
No, I'm not. I
You
actually,
have guilt in your eyes.
Surprisingly.
I actually got stopped in a Fred Meyer by somebody who was accosting me for wearing a mask. It's like this crazy dude running around like, y'all freedoms, that kind. Well, one of those guys. One of you guys. It was one of you guys. But like, dude, this guy was
you go.
crazy.
I like the
do give a
violent
funny
option.
look if you're
I
still
like
there,
Carolyn
but,
even
I mean-
more now.
No, this was back at the height of the pandemic.
Oh, okay.
Hide the
I would,
pandemic,
dude.
and-
Nobody. I mean, we all we're guessing that. It
Oh,
wasn't nothing
Jesus.
When it
Well,
first started, but
The only difference between right now and the height of the pandemic is news coverage.
that's right.
That's
No,
yeah, that is
no,
true.
you're exactly right. That's
Yeah.
why, like now, everything was a conspiracy theory. The right's conspiracy theories. Every single thing that we thought was wrong about COVID, we were right. I mean,
Absolutely.
every single thing. There's not one thing that we were wrong about. And I just wish that we would have had the freedom to just make choices as adults. They should have just left it up to a person, and that's really where they went wrong. And I think that stretch of power is gonna.
Well, it's just like many of us business owners and many of us that have jobs and shit like that and had to work during the coronavirus. I mean, we didn't give a fuck if someone was going to stop us during the coronavirus,
Right.
being on the freeway and shit like that.
I was an essential worker during the whole damn thing.
It was a great fucking time, dude. I tell you that much, because even Mike and I will agree that there was no fucking traffic. I mean, there was maybe 15 cars in a patch in front of you, and that was it.
My
And they were all
commute-
going 70, 80 miles
See,
an
if
hour.
coronavirus did
So-
what they thought it was going to, that's the way our commute would be now. So
Right.
I mean,
I'm
that
a
would-
little
Right.
upset that it didn't do what they thought.
You know, I agree with you 100% on
only
that
what I
part. Yeah.
My commute went from being an hour and 20 in the morning to being 45 minutes.
So I want to respond to that last comment that came up. So the death toll for COVID, and I'm not trying to be rude or anything like that, but who really knows? I mean, seriously, we had numbers coming from everything. I mean, the flu disappeared for 2 years. Are you kidding me? Come on. I mean, we had no flu deaths for 2 years while COVID was going around.
People stopped having heart attacks, dude.
That's right. I mean, there's a lot of funny stuff. It's just something that at this point, everybody, it doesn't matter what side you're on, you should look at it and say that we were had in some degree.
Coffee stand girls were essential workers too.
Would you consider the fact
Not
that
gonna lie.
all that locking down, all the distancing, and all that stuff may have helped kind of mitigate flu?
I think I know
No,
who.
no, that it didn't. There was plenty of states that didn't lock down.
I think I know who WF
and they
is.
had the same
so,
death tolls, or they had
Thanks-
better numbers. That's because of herd immunity. What we've been using.
so
Is
WF is good to have you.
Is WF a paid shill for Conrad?
No.
Did you pay somebody to
What are they
back
saying?
you?
No, but
Well, the flu down right now.
No, if it was one of Conrad's crew, it'd be MF. man fucker.
It'd be,
So,
no,
so,
it'd be-
yeah, okay, so then how was COVID being spread, but the flu was not? And that, right? And then people are going in sick and they're getting tested and no flu. No
yeah.
flu.
Caroline's right on the,
Yeah,
right on the
Carolyn.
dot.
Yep, they did.
Well, so and even then, so personal family experience. My grandmother died from COVID. When they did a surgery on her, she had diabetes. It didn't fucking heal, and the infection spread all throughout and killed her. That was COVID.
Sorry, buddy.
And they went, well, since the COVID was a factor and she tested positive, it is a COVID death.
Right.
Yep.
So that
Right.
that's half the issue, and CDC has actually admitted that there was, you get in a car wreck and you're brain dead, and they go, well, pull the plug. You tested positive for COVID, it's COVID death,
That's right.
because they don't know if it was a mitigating factor.
That's
was
so
there.
buggy.
And I'm sure
Comorbidity.
it was. Like, I'm sure people were on chemotherapy and they you know, like,
It could
and
have
that-
been.
Dude, I am not saying that the people that died is not sad. It's horribly sad. There's people that died. We had family members die. I had friends, family members die. It killed people. It was real.
Yes, MF, it is possible. Is it probable?
That's a good question. I mean, think about this
So,
too.
Yeah, I mean, where's COVID at though? I mean, these tests and stuff like that.
Well,
I don't know.
think about this too, because we brought this up. I think it was like the 5th episode or something like that about Chinese companies. They were like satellite testing facilities or whatever, in the middle of parking lots or whatever, that they were harvesting your data. And apparently, from what I understand, was that whenever you go in there and get a flu shot, and they say, "Okay, we'll give you a call," those places are the ones who are sending them back to China, and China was getting your DNA. And what they're doing is they're essentially scripting for what kind of diseases that you have, what you're susceptible based on your DNA. So that way, either A, they can structure something a little bit stronger, or B, come out with medication that'll help your specific genetic strain or something like that. And from my understanding, it was the latter. You know, it was more of an attack type situation, because they know that, you know, I know this came out on several different movies where you can actually wipe out an entire strain based on your DNA code. And if they can track down a specific DNA and know exactly how you're susceptible to something, they can alter something directly towards that DNA and just bam,
Targeted
your entire
virus.
your
Just-
family,
just
friends,
spitballing
whatever.
here. They're trying to up or down the average size of a penis.
Yeah.
what they're doing is a bad job.
The tank.
I
So
mean,
really quick, another question. So I don't think, to be completely honest with you, that we've had enough time to go by to make any type of for sure guesses on, like, are people going to die from the flu now more, or any of that stuff. I think we have to let a block of time go by before we start to say that. My point to we were right about COVID was that the states that didn't lock down had the same death toll or lower than the states that did, and took precaution. Now, yeah, they're spread apart. A lot of those states are rural areas. I agree with that. but they were still getting together and stuff like that because they weren't locked down. Idaho kept going. I went to Idaho multiple times. Montana, these places, they had the same rate. So that leads me to believe that I need to sit back and wait and see how this plays out. Like, are people going to die from the flu more? Are people going to die from COVID more? Who knows?
Well, and that
No
also
one
leads
knows.
into the herd immunity too, though, doesn't it? Because
Absolutely.
those who got vaccinated versus those who didn't, right? So we started seeing a new strain of virus come out when majority of people were vaccinated based on COVID, and that was the first Delta strain that we seen. The second strain that we seen was after the boosters, which was called Omicron, and then it transitioned into something else after that, which I forgot what it was called. It was some kind of number or something like that. But I remember that as more people got vaccinated, the way that I understand how this works is that when you get vaccinated, right, and it doesn't kill off the virus will mutate into something else in order to survive. And from what I understand is that the original virus, the COVID virus, depending on who you got it from, and I'm not going to mention companies here, but that it attacks your system essentially and makes your immune system weak because your body can't fight against it. And when you get a vaccine, doesn't matter if it's from the flu or if it's from COVID or if it's from fucking anything else, right? Because we all get tetanus shots and shit like that. Some of us don't, some of us do. I don't get flu shots at all because I know every time I get a flu shot, it makes me fucking sick because they give you a protein that's based on what the flu was last year previous so that your body can be immune to it. Well, if you just use natural herd immunity, for me, in my case anyway, I'll get like a little cough or something like that, and then my fucking immune system's fine, and I can continue on with my day.
I can attest to this because when I got the shot, not by choice, my dad was sick and I had to take care of him. They would not let me take care of him unless I got the shot.
Yep.
I got the shot, and Stephen can tell you he was there. I got sick as fuck.
To the point where I was telling him to go to the hospital. He was deathly ill for between 15 and 20 days after getting
And
the
then when I got the second booster, sick again.
for about the same time frame and
Lost like 20, 30
worse.
pounds.
It's
Hi,
worse the
Barbara.
second time.
Like, I got really, really, really sick from right after getting the shot both times.
Now, didn't one of you guys say between Nate, Brian, and Mike there that half your body went numb, your leg went numb, or something like that from the virus,
No,
or that from the vaccine, or something like that?
I don't know if it was the
forgot about the
vaccine that made me sick, but I'm telling you, it was a hell of a coincidence that twice I got the shot and twice I got as sick as I've ever been in my entire life.
I can kind of hammer some of these questions out really quick. So I think our kids took the brunt end of this thing. To
Yep.
be honest with you,
Yep.
what I saw with my daughters was very sad. It was very sad.
My kids got hit way more.
And I just think
Oh, is that all we're talking about?
I think they got affected. That's yet to be seen. The outfall of that. We'll see how that goes on in the future. And then there was one other one I wanted to say something about. Okay, so I had COVID 3 times. First time,
I got it once and I gave it to those two.
Yeah.
nice. It's better to share with.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Well,
That's what friends
what
are
was
for.
funny is it was when we were over picking up the truck.
The van, yeah.
The truck.
Oh, was it?
Your truck, yeah.
Oh.
That's when you gave it to me because that's when I fucking
Nice.
was around you when you had it.
Nice.
That's why you guys shouldn't
You
be blowing
probably
each
got
other
it
down
from
the
me.
road.
Fucking A.
So the first time I got sick, I was in Bush, Alaska. So I was nowhere close to a hospital or getting there. They wouldn't fly me out because the natives that live there, they were worried about the population there. They're susceptible, as we know, to deadly diseases like that, perishing from them and not being able to fight them. So they kept me there. I was sick. I had a fever of 105, maybe 100, 105 for 7 days.
Yeah.
I was sick, dude. I thought I was gonna die. So when I'm sitting here talking about this, just know that like I had an experience to where I came back and I was like, dude, I am getting vaccinated.
Yeah.
You can ask him.
Oh, we had doctors
I-
on the boat, and they were like, "Yeah, it's a no-brainer. Get vaccinated."
Yes, 100%. And then all of a sudden, like everything started changing. The news that was coming, kids are getting myocarditis. Like kids, man, like
Yep.
children, like 8 to 12 years old are getting enlarged hearts. Like, is it fair to say that they ran a clinical study on the U.S. population with this thing? I mean, it seems that way because it was not tested.
Yep.
And they were and now you're saying like vaccinate kids and stuff. Like, no, man.
Well,
They
you
need
saw-
to be outside playing in the dirt. They need to get the flu. Like, where's the chicken pox at? It's gone, dude. You want to know why? Because of herd immunity. Because our parents were smart enough to know that, dude.
Well, and here's the fair thing. When you say vaccinate your kids, and this has been my argument since the beginning, we're all vaccinated against smallpox here, right? How many of you guys have had smallpox? Not one. How many of you guys have had COVID?
But how many?
Everybody fucking here has probably had COVID, and again, most of us are vaccinated. I got it after I was vaccinated for it.
How long did they test
Smallpox.
the
Yeah.
smallpox
They did.
vaccine?
The
So in
Nobel
that,
prize-winning smallpox.
they actually didn't test it that long. It came out within a year and a half or so, but they had used technology that they had known. That being said,
There's
Right.
a vaccine.
Oh, yeah.
for
Kind of
Right,
chickenpox,
right.
yeah.
But
that's
it's
what's
also,
going on in New York
my
with all
kids
the
aren't
people
vaccinated
getting
for
their.
chickenpox.
Yeah, I don't know if you would vaccinate for chickenpox. You want them to get it early because if they get it later on in life, it's
They get
actually
shingles.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
and it could be deadly.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
Doesn't care.
yeah, so that's my whole thing. And with New York, this came out. It wasn't a fucking vaccine. It was. They say it lessened the what happens to you when you get sick. It makes it less deadly. Which again, we don't know about the numbers because the way that they were looking at them. Which sure they could say that's science, whatever. Who cares?
Yeah.
However, it's not a vaccine.
Can I just point out we have 8 people in the chat, and that's the most we've ever had.
What's going on?
Talk about the worst 2.5 years of our lives to get this.
Thank you to everybody in the chat. Please say something.
You
Bring
can
it
get
up.
shingles, yeah, for sure you can. Yeah, no, it's. I want to say too, like nothing's perfect, dude. We're humans. Like we don't know. None of us do. We're just figuring out in
Yeah.
the last like 200 years that when you are crazy, that you don't take a spike and hit somebody in the head with it. Like we're 100 years or less from that. So we're getting there.
Hey, cheers to you too, WF.
Cheers.
Is this
It's Wells Fargo.
WF as in wet fartosis? Because this is a friend of mine, and if it is, what up, bro? Thanks for watching. Oh, goddamn camera going in and out.
Chuck it in the fuck it bucket. I agree, Carolyn. Yep.
Yeah, they did, and I think that power grab will move on in the future. I just think that was like a test. You know, what can we get away with? What will they take? You know,
Absolutely.
What you know, and they saw a pushback, but honestly, for freedom-loving Americans, not enough.
Do as
You
we
know,
say,
Well,
Chief.
actually, I
People.
would say on the secondary there is that the people in New York, mind you, is the most radical state that I would possibly say, right? So there was a topic that came up, which was COVID vaccine. If it wasn't for the people in New York, we'd probably have a COVID vaccine because they all fought against that. Because they all got vaccinated, majority of them anyway, in New York, right? And then there was word of that this airport in Florida was talking about how they had special machines, and you had to fucking tap your Vax card to it in order to get through the fucking airlines, right? And the people in New York are like, "What the fuck is this? We don't want that shit. Give us fucking freedom."
So, Adam, you're
And they were going nuts.
And you know how New York is with airplanes.
Oh,
Adam,
absolutely.
Adam. You are
Gunshots.
I still think it's too early.
Adam. Adam here
It might
works
be.
for the U.S. government in a certain capacity. Did they make you get it?
So before it became mandated, in my line of work, I was in training at the time, and they had asked us every Wednesday in the morning, "Hey, who wants to get the vaccine? If you do, come with us. We'll take you down to the med check, and we'll get you signed up for it and shit." And before it was ever mandated, they're like, "You have to have it, or you're gonna get punishment for it." I was just like, "Fuck it." Before they mandated it, I might as well.
So, did you get sick after it?
No, actually, no.
Yeah, some people did, some people didn't, and
I got the double.
So, which
double
one
shot.
did you get?
Pfizer.
I got the Moderna.
Or no, I got the Johnson and Johnson. Sorry,
That's what I got.
I got the
Yeah,
Moderna.
I'm J&J.
mine was the double 2-in-1, so I had fun with that.
Yeah.
so.
What about you, you communist? What did you get?
I got the I probably Pfizer, but like just like you guys, I got super sick from the second jab. Like,
Don't
the first
jump
one was
on my
fine.
bandwagon.
But I wasn't.
Hey man, that's what I said. There's a commonality between all of us somewhere.
I wasn't that laid out though, like
I
you guys
never
were
got sick
describing.
off
It was
it.
just like one day of like just the worst, like just body chills and fevers. And
So,
I
Carolyn,
couldn't
they
move.
did not give you an option. It was vaccine or get out. What line of work are you in?
She is also in the same line of
Oh, so
But
you
she's
also work for the certain part of the U.S.
She
government.
is a different flavor of work than I am, though.
Oh,
So yeah, from my understanding too, my aunt that works at NASA was an optional choice. So she got lucky and she says no, but she does all the federal background checks. So she's the top head
as an
honcho.
actual worker for the government or as a contractor? For the
they
She's an
did. They
actual
lost so
worker.
many
She's got
people.
top security clearance
Yeah.
because she works with top secret documents for NASA.
See, they couldn't afford to lose those people.
now I was kicking all them nurses out of the
Yeah.
hospitals working
Let's
for
talk
us.
about the workforce for a second. I think that
Well, yeah, and
I mean, what? I mean, seriously, what were they thinking? I mean, seriously, what were they thinking?
Stop the
I mean-
economy?
I know that, but you're gonna drive out all your medical staff
well,
at the height of it.
where do we
wait a
get
minute.
most of our medical
People that have
supplies?
the
Work
herd
from
immunity,
home?
like they're exposed to it every day. What do you? If they're still walking and talking, let them work. I mean,
So MF says work from home, but we're not all Conrad and can sit there
no,
in our
some of us actually
PJs
work for a
and
living.
yeah.
Well, and to your point there too, Stephen, was that Stefan? I'm sorry.
All right,
Was
dude.
that think about this too, right? They stopped the entire economy of the United States, and then we found out that most of our pharmaceuticals come from China. Because when Trump was president at the time, he asked for 3M masks so that everybody can be in what do they call it, a qualification or something like that for safety standards, right? And then China, because the whole Trump bout between him and China declined. So we had to start making our own shit here for the first time in I don't know how many years in the United States. I mean, that's when NASA, all the like Ford Motors, Chrysler, Chevy, fucking even Tesla created what's called the ventilator systems. And then they also came out with their own masks so that way people here can have them in order to meet the requirements for some of these states. And to be honest and to be fair here is that most of the blue states, to be fair, all right, so most of these blue states here are the ones with the requirements for the lockdowns, right? Most of the red states actually did not lock down. And if they did it for like, I don't know, maybe a month or two or something like that. And they're like, wait a second, herd immunity is probably a better situation here. So let's try this out and see how it works, right? But most of the other states, like specifically Washington State, was mask only. And then you started seeing something really fucking weird happen, right, along this country that hasn't happened since, I don't know, slavery days, which is called segregation. Because people who are vaccinated, right, can enjoy the same.
Well, Barbara Berry is currently in the hospital.
That's
so,
your mom, right?
Yeah, she's,
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Thank you, nurses. We love
Yes,
you.
we love
Give
you
her more
guys.
gelatin.
Yeah.
And yes, we know you were overworked 1,000,000%, and we apologize for that.
We appreciate
It's not
it.
our fault. We appreciate what you guys do, and
Oh, absolutely.
The shitty-
I don't think that's what drove you guys out, because you guys are warriors, and I know that about you because I have you in my family.
Yep.
I'm sure it drove some of you guys out that you were burnt out, but saving lives is what you guys do, and I think that the people that left because of the vaccination, and
Well,
not
it's-
because they're against them, because it just wasn't tested.
Well, and I
This
feel
is
that-
the shitty part is we have people based in science that work in the medical field that left their job because they were forced to do something and then labeled as non-science or science deniers and not believing in medical testing
yeah.
as reasons why they left. It's like, no, you have somebody who's trained. They're saying, I don't need it. I've worked through this whole fucking thing for 1.5 years. I've either had it or haven't had
Good
it.
one. There's base there.
And I don't need that.
Can I
Yeah.
just say one thing? I
Yeah,
want to
the
make a
PCR test
request
was very flawed.
that Conrad
Point
needs to
that
wear a
out.
mask, not because he might get me sick, just because I don't want to look at his face.
Oh, okay.
Jesus.
We can arrange
You're
that.
having a good conversation, and then it had to go to that.
It had to go sideways.
Yeah.
You could
No.
always just leave and have the same effect.
Well, and
It's
that's
actually- We're
damn.
actually having a conversation
shade.
about COVID, and people aren't screaming at each other, so it's nice. I mean, it's you could be on whatever side of the aisle you want on it, but I mean, really, you don't know. Nobody does, and I'll be the first one to admit that. I feel like I have a better immunity now that I've had it 3 times. I feel like I have a better immunity now that I work at a mill and I'm around 30 to 40 people.
Probably don't wash their hands after they scratch their ass.
Yeah, I watch these guys take a pee and walk out of the bathroom all the time without washing their hands. My wife would kill me, dude. She's always
Nobody
Fine.
washes their hands after they piss in the milk.
Or
Or
number
take a
two-
shit.
Or
No.
number 2, ladies, I'm telling you right now, I do. 100% Scouts honor.
No, I've seen you walk out of there.
That's not true. We don't go to the bathroom together.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Okay, I might have. No.
Maybe a few
They
times.
literally lock the truck stop bathroom so we all have to shit in the same bathroom now.
Well, I know where the key's at. I
Why didn't you share that with me, you fuck?
I just found out 5 minutes before we clocked out.
You're,
Swear to God.
that's
I
fake
bet-
news.
Mikey, no. Mikey took me to the truck shop. He said, "You want to know where the key's at? Walk me to the truck shop and show me where the key was at." And I went, "Dude, unlock it for the weekend." Okay.
Okay.
It's warm in there.
I bet he had the most peaceful shit of his last 5 minutes.
Dude.
I didn't use it. It was
Some of
actually
the-
just finding the legend.
Of the key.
Oh, man.
Dude,
And then
so-
yeah.
Some of the guys at the mill are rotten on the inside. Let me just say oh God.
That's from swallowing on the chew spit, right?
No.
Do we have to go there,
I'm gonna
JB?
be honest with you. One of my best friends at work, Alberto. You
He
know,
crop dusted me this morning.
This guy, Alberto, Mexican man. You know, great dude. He's awesome. He's the best dude ever. I love him. That man is the stinkiest guy ever. And if you ask him why, he says it's all the beans.
Dude, did you?
He'll tell you that.
You were in the millwright
and
room
you'll just
this
start
morning.
laughing, and then he's like, "Well, that's pretty racist," and then he gets you again.
What happened this morning when he came in? You were in there.
He crop dusted.
Dude, he walked right past me, kind of like rubbed up against me, smiled,
He sent it.
and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh God,
After COVID, I'm just gonna point this out, and this is gonna sound weird, and maybe other people
Shout
in
out
here
Alberto.
that have had COVID. Farts and poop smell really weird. They did not smell good before, but now they just smell like Simple Green with bleach in it, or something,
dude.
mixed with the poop. I don't know. Anybody else?
Can we talk about Sandman?
Did
No.
anybody?
No, that's chemical
I got
grade.
PTSD.
That's chemical warfare grade fucking gas.
That strips.
Did anybody take Trump's recommendations of drinking Clorox bleach at all by chance?
Oh, you know they did.
Why are you looking at me?
Donald Trump said,
Yeah,
do
we
it.
We're dead.
You know,
He said, do
You're the
it.
only one dumb enough
Do
at
it
this
now.
table to do that.
That's
Why would I listen
exactly
to
what he said,
anything?
too. I remember watching the press conference, and he's like, "Everybody should drink bleach." No, that's not what he said. At all.
No, he said
No,
something
it's not.
about.
But,
Said.
you know, hey, if
he
people-
mixed it. Yeah.
He said something about like alluding. He was just spitballing, but it was still really irresponsible to say that out loud.
They
like,
should have never let him talk and just
Yeah,
let
pretty
him
much.
president.
There-
He would have
yeah.
done way better.
Possibly.
100%.
Well, and there was no pause between his sentences, so it just kind of seemed like it was a run-on sentence almost.
Hold
so
on,
when he
did you
said
just-
They were
drink
huge.
bleach,
Did you just twist that in a way so it looks like Conrad kind of agreed that if we didn't let Trump talk and just president, that he would have been better? And Conrad's like,
Yeah,
I
I'm getting-
completely
I'm
missed
working
that.
on it.
I can't
That's
believe
why
I
you-
missed that.
It's a possibility,
I'm
but
the
we'd
voice
never
of peace,
see
man.
that because Trump just loves talking all the time.
I don't think
All the
he
time.
likes talking. I think he just likes getting people pissed. He
loves that
He's
shit.
okay.
This is
so
gonna be great.
Hey, well,
He's
yeah.
like
this-
this
The
band.
greatest thing ever.
it's
This
the
is-
only thing that gives him a
What do
boner
you think?
anymore.
What's your verdict on Trump? Let's just hear it.
What about Trump?
What about him? What do you think?
I think he's the best president we've had in my lifetime.
I agree.
You lived through Reagan.
On paper,
Well,
he's the best. But when he opened his mouth, I thought he got himself
That was
into trouble.
I agree is his downfall.
Yeah. I just wish that
Grab
some of
him
the
by the
times I'm
pussy.
watching
You
him
gotta
and I'm
realize-
just like, he's like, they're sending their worst people. And I'm like, whoa, man. Whoa. Like,
But he is from New
have
York.
you went out and had authentic Mexican food, Donald Trump? I think you need to go try it.
Well,
Because, you know, they're not sending their worst. You
no,
know?
okay. So just to elaborate on that, I actually seen an article that was published. Was it 2 days ago? That there's a farmer along the San Antonio farmland border area, right? And I guess he said in this article specifically that MS-13, the gang, had crossed the border. And they fucking held him up by guns. And I mean, this guy owns a farm where he's growing produce and shit like that to send around America. And to Trump's credit, yeah, I mean they're sending a bunch of what he calls coyotes, you know, not fucking animals, people who transport other people and drugs is what a coyote is slang term for in the FBI dialogue book, just for anybody who's uneducated.
Does that count as human trafficking?
Yes,
Yeah.
it does
Weird.
actually.
Oh, yeah. That's what it is.
Hey, You know, speaking of this, I actually have a weird question. What happened to the fucking kids in the cages? We have not heard about that the entire Biden term.
Yeah, we got a Democrat president again. Don't bring it up.
Oh,
Because, I mean, we
shit.
did it through, like,
I see
have a
nothing.
president,
I see
Bush,
nothing.
Obama.
All right.
Then
We have a
Trump.
guy to watch and be sad about.
These aren't the
we don't
droids
have a
you're looking
president.
for.
And the media, if you're on the left and you're watching this and you think that the media is absolved of everything that they did during COVID, these presidencies, Trump, all this stuff, building all the hatred, they're the reason why these cities burnt. Do not kid yourself. 100% media driven. Like right now, it's quiet and chill. You want to know why? Because they're not going after Joe Biden like they went after Trump.
No.
Because if they were, it would be just as hate fueled, right?
But the right wing media has just as strong of an influence. Like they've
No,
got
they
the
don't.
Fox News.
No, they do not.
They do, but they do,
No,
but
they
they
do
do,
not.
but they do.
Well, how do
They-
you guys vote? Electoral college. What are the biggest cities? Who has the most influence, bro? Come on.
I thought you were talking about media.
I am. The media has the most influence, and so do the voters.
Well, the media has the biggest backers.
But there's plenty of right wing media. So there's Fox News. There's
So
plenty
there's
of right
Fox
wing
News.
social
You can
media.
name
Yeah,
one.
let's
No,
name
no.
all this
Well,
news.
MSNBC.
Fox News.
And then
We've
there's
got
and then there's
Elaine
people
Wood,
on the
if you don't
internet that are
watch
telling the truth.
CNBC.
There's people on the internet that are telling the truth. And you have Alex Jones.
There's plenty of social media out there. Like there's like
gay.
what was that like Truth and what was the other one like Parade? What the
Yeah,
hell was
but
that
so-
called?
Yeah, so
Okay,
like
so-
try like Daily Caller. Try like places that actually I'm just telling you because they have more followers than CNN. They're in the tank.
Twitter was so blue they would not let any
So
right wing people on there. They just kick them off.
There's plenty of right wing people on Twitter, and
Well,
on
now.
Reddit and all those other places. Like
no,
Reddit
I'm
has
not trying to get into
tons.
that argument. I mean, you just say the wrong thing though, and you're off.
Hey, just an FYI, I actually got kicked off of a QAnon thread on Reddit.
Are you too QAnon? for
I was
QAnon?
way too QAnon for dude. Like,
Yeah, Daily Caller.
I think
is
these
on-
were.
I follow it on Instagram.
I think these were fucking. What do they call those people? Patsies or whatever you want to call them. They say that they're QAnon, but they're not really QAnon, just to kind of lead people on so they join. And they're
You
kinda-
talked about
bunch of that.
fucking QAnon on the news.
Oh fuck yeah,
You
I did.
did.
You
You
saw
talked
how I
about-
snuck that shit
Yeah,
in, didn't you?
did. They cut it out though.
Wait, what happened?
Damn it, motherfuckers! So I talked about QAnon when we were talking about vape rights and shit like that. I was on the news a couple times because I was working in a different industry, and I was like, it's not some kind of conspiracy about this fucking vape industry. Kind of like QAnon, how this is, some kind of conspiracy about the way to take the presidency and all this kind of other stuff. And I guess they cut it out. But yeah, I fucking talked about QAnon on the internet. On the news, my dude. Yeah, it was King 5. I was on Como 4, and I was on something else. Was it Cairo?
I don't know.
So none of those
I was
three
on
are
the major-
completely left, are they,
No,
Conrad?
they're all left wing.
Oh, yeah.
They're all left wing.
What I'm
Left-wing.
saying is that there's just as much of right wing in because you guys keep saying that the media is all left wing. That's
No,
mostly.
No,
Really
no,
true.
no, no.
80%.
That's not what I'm saying.
So here's
just
the
one more
deal.
thing. Just one more thing. Have you guys seen that thing? I forgot what news channel it is, but they basically pre-script news segments
Oh,
for
yeah.
them to read on air, and they
CNN.
do
Yeah.
this
Well, that's my
compilation.
point, dude. They
Yeah.
have.
That's all right wing. That's all right wing.
No.
The
What?
that, the
Are
one
you
I'm describing.
fucking
The one I'm
kidding me?
describing.
So you know that Fox is actually owned
Boy, you
by
sound kind of
Democrats,
dumb.
right?
It's owned by Rupert Murdoch.
Dude.
Yeah.
Every single Fox news station is in a liberal city, democratic city.
But
Right.
what do they spout on air though?
Bullshit,
Okay, I agree with
Yeah.
that. We're
Yeah,
on we're on
it's
the,
all
we're on the page on that.
bullshit, man.
Yeah.
So-
And I can tell you're a smart person, so that's when I get.
Don't
like,
give him
I-
that kind of credit.
No,
No, he's yeah. Conrad is very
my
smart.
point is, dude, you have to, and this is the same conversation I have with my mom. At some point, dude, the tribe has wronged you, man. Start looking at the fucking truth, bro. Just fucking
Well, it's-
look.
it's
man.
not even necess-
Don't even look at the right shit. Just look at what you can see, touch, and feel, man. They fucked you with COVID. Maybe you worked at home, but people you know were fucked. And if you don't care about that, well, then fuck, man. I don't know what to tell you if you don't have a heart for that. If you made it through that and you just walked right through it and your attitude is fuck everybody else, it doesn't matter if that's how you feel inside.
That's not how I feel inside.
Okay, well, a lot of us were fucked, dude. They
yeah.
told me I couldn't go fishing.
To be fair,
That
if there
was
was
my-
a
they did.
UBI,
To be
I
fair.
couldn't go fishing, dude. They didn't want us out on a boat. We could go out on a boat, but we couldn't fish.
that makes no sense.
Yeah, that's
and
Fish and Wildlife.
And then all the boat ramps were closed. So if you somehow had your boat in a slip by your home or in a marina, you could go out for a pleasure cruise. But for 6 months, dude, I didn't have an
And you had to
income.
go by yourself.
Yeah.
So
it-
let me get this
it's
straight. If
main
you had the
income.
money to own a boat and also keep it in a marina, then you were okay. Like the celebrities
Absolutely.
that did the "We're in this together" on their yacht.
There was no heart for people like me,
But-
dude, through the whole thing.
but, yeah,
You know,
somebody
I didn't
who-
get a loan. I didn't get a bailout. I didn't get unemployment. I am a business owner. I am the person who was affected. So excuse me if I'm bitter, but I'm pissed off about it. They absolutely fucked people like me, 100%. And
No,
if you
that-
don't
that's legit.
see that, then that's irritating. You know, not you, but like the Democratic Party. It's just like, well, you should just deal with it. Well, fuck, man.
I
You know,
had
I've
to-
got kids that I can't just look at and, well, I'm dealing with it. Well, I did. I went and got a job. I had to go find work.
Yeah, I had to close my business and find work elsewhere.
I did get a stimulus, and we're gonna fucking pay for that for the next 40 years or 50 years, and our kids are gonna pay for that shit too. And I was against it when it happened. I had money saved up. We're not irresponsible. That stimulus shit is gonna put our kids into debt. We are fucked. Our kids are fucked. If people don't see that after this, literally was 2.5 years, and we're fucked.
How much did the
Well,
debt
We are fucked.
climb during
that
COVID?
stimulus, and Conrad, you might be able to talk to wealth transfers and the 1%. That stimulus we gave to people who could barely afford to live, and then they went to big corporations and handed the money a government gave them,
Because
correct?
we're printing money
Yeah.
and deciding
So,
what
I
it's
mean,
worth.
Most of that stimulus
Seriously?
became a
We are in debt.
huge wealth transfer.
I do agree with that. It did go to a lot of incredibly wealthy people, and I heard a lot of those were like forgiven for them, so they don't even have to pay it back.
No, it's just like
There
it's
was a
just,
lot of that.
Yeah, their business
they're
loans,
printing
and then they
money. It's a
also
bailout.
got people's stimulus money went straight to these big businesses. I mean, people went and they're like, "Fuck, I can finally afford this. I'm gonna go buy it. I can buy this. I can buy that." Like
It was
that
a
money
bailout.
money didn't help those people out, other than in the very short term.
Exactly.
yeah. And let me
It was a little taste of socialism, and the Republicans, the hardcore right guys, sucked it right up and cashed those checks with everybody else.
Yeah, let me bring up another point too. So not only did the money go to big corporations like Fred Meyer's, Walmart, and all that kind of stuff that are owned by corporations, right? But also when you look at like the stimulus itself, right? How did it actually help? Because if you look at all the people that were supposed to be guaranteed unemployment, most of those people still haven't even gotten their unemployment for the time that they were unemployed until, like, for example, these people here that just got their jobs back in New York, right? And then what did the federal judge say about the school payoff program? They said that it was unconstitutional, right? And then they also said that they couldn't afford to pay off all the school student loans. So, I mean, think about that, right? They can send billions of dollars to another country.
Stool loan sounds about right.
Stool loans, yeah. So stool loans.
Yeah, gender studies.
I almost thought about going
in
to school.
Afghanistan. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
Something
well,
like that,
no,
though, for
he's
sure.
not kidding, because that actually
Yeah.
did happen. And one
for
point,
some reason,
a
in
gender study
Afghanistan,
to
they were
find
like,
out
"We
if you're
don't
a
wanna
man or a
study
woman."
Gender. We're gonna fucking kill those people. It was weird.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, no shit. Like, don't they throw that community off roofs there? Like, I
Yeah,
read that.
so
and I went, we don't do that here in
I
America.
caught,
we
I
love all
caught
our
a
communities.
30-day ban for this off of the old Facebook, but I had this beautiful picture that it said
It's meta.
it said Muslims for Muslim, or gays for Muslims, which was a bunch of people marching with like, "We support our Muslim brothers," with rainbows and everything like that.
That's where you were.
Yeah, and then there was another one that it says Muslims for gays, and it was that huge news story of them. They piled up like 100 people and just threw them from the top of the highest buildings that they could over in the Middle East.
Yep.
Like,
yeah,
was
so
like the
they
whole
held the
religion
first sign up, which was Muslim or gays for Muslims, right, or something like that.
Yeah.
Just to get them all rounded up in the same area, and then once people started to parade about it, they're like, "Get them!" And then they fucking threw them off the top of the roof. But they also sent $1.3 billion to Asia too in that stimulus package. They also funded the what's that fucking Smithsonian. They funded a couple different art institutions which were supposed to be closed during COVID. So all the museums that were in DC got funded, by the way, because they were closed during COVID.
Didn't they
but
build
got
that
funded.
library or something like that?
Yeah, National Archive also got funded.
you got to understand that art is really important to President Biden. You have seen the work his son does, right?
Oh yeah, by the
I mean,
way.
from energy
crack pipe
expert
art?
to millions of dollars for artwork.
So
What
you
about that computer, bro?
well, you,
I would give my testicles to see that computer.
hey, so they're releasing it. So Matt Gates actually got a copy
heard
of that.
that.
Yeah. So and he actually what do they call it?
The
Gave that to
big guy.
Congress, and they're currently investigating that, and that's why he was concerned about the red wave, so-called, was that because if we have a majority in the House and Senate, then we're going to investigate his son, and there's nothing he can veto about because it's in-house, right? And from my understanding, too, was that the White House is selling his current artwork right now through the White House, but the only disclaimer is that Hunter Biden doesn't get to know who bought his paintings. And it's something that you and I can do, right? We can make our own artwork, whatever. But if we were backed by the White House and lined up buyers for that artwork to be able to make sure that Joe Biden has some money, the only thing is that Hunter doesn't get to know who's buying his money or buying his artwork, but he gets all the money. And that's through the White House.
That'll buy a lot of crack.
There's a couple different articles based on that, and that's real shit.
I mean, have you tried it? It's pretty good.
No, I'm not gonna buy any crack. No, thanks. I got enough ass.
So I just real quick again, and this I really don't want to keep going back and forth, but the stimulus is going to hurt our children because we printed money. So basically, what the Federal Reserve does is they evaluate or decide what the price of $1 is. Okay?
We call that inflation.
And they print money on what they decide, okay? And so when they flood the market with a bunch of paper that doesn't have backing, our dollar becomes worth less. So when they did that, as you know, and you already knew the answer to the question when you asked it,
No, I'm kidding, man. Thank you.
that's the answer. And it will hurt our children moving into the future for sure. That's just
So I was
period.
just,
and,
I
and
was,
all the inflation and everything like that could be helped right now. We just need to use our own fuel with a number of other things, but we're just going to keep killing ourselves and killing the people that vote your way, which is the Democratic way, which live in your city, that have the least money, that hurt and could really use somebody to come in and save them right now, but that's not going to happen. So we're going to keep going down, down, and down. And at the end of it, when you guys look back and you say, man, we just followed the tribe, it's going to suck because
Well,
it's going to be
Can,
too late.
can I speak onto that a little bit? So thank you, Brian. The problem is our GDP also has not recovered from the stimulus. So all the trillions of dollars that we've printed so far, you're really helping out with that microphone. All the trillions of dollars that we've printed so far, I mean, we don't have a GDP at this point because there's nobody working. I mean, I'm having a hell of a time just trying to hire, a journeyman in my profession because they either left or
they don't wanna work.
or they don't want to work. I mean,
Period.
I've had 3 resumes come across my desk, and I've called each of them. I call them and say, hey, you get a van, you get a blah blah blah. I'm going to do all this stuff, and
We're not better.
Sorry, I'm not looking at the chat right now. I got too many things going on. So we haven't recovered yet at all workforce wise to be able to pay off the debt that the trillions of dollars, that was printed can, we don't have a way to pay it off. I mean,
never will.
we have to look at our future generations and hopefully the expansion of people having children to be able to even start to pay that off.
But people
I
are
mean,
having less children.
That's right. There's a lot of stuff that's going against us, and it probably seems like I'm super far right when I talk, but I'm really not. And if you knew me, you know that I'm really middle ground on a lot of stuff. I just seen the light here in the last 2.5 years, and I'm just, I'm speaking my mind. So don't anybody take offense to how I'm talking, and I hope that I'm not coming across. I'm not coming across mean. I'm not trying to. I love everybody. I really do. I wish everybody could get along. Really, it gets tiring all this shit for so
Well,
many years.
Some of us can get along.
I don't
Sound a lot more
necessarily
reasonable than that guy.
I don't necessarily disagree with that sentiment. I think people in America work extremely hard. We're probably one of the hardest working non-communist countries in the world. We don't take a bunch of days off. We're not like the UK. We're not like some of the European countries that have a day off every fucking week.
Hey, what time did we start work this morning?
I started work at 4 a.m.
What time did we get off?
At 4:30 p.m.
Yep.
Oh, supply chain issues are huge, and I agree with that
yeah.
because supply chain not only from Russia, Ukraine, it's definitely China and Taiwan that are
It's all adding up,
that are
right?
hurting us most because in my industry and WF, you know what industry I'm in. Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying the communists don't work hard.
No, they
Oh, they
do.
work really hard.
They work really hard, but
He's saying
But they have to
we're
give
the
half-
ones that aren't getting whipped.
Yeah.
Life
Yeah,
depends
we do
on it.
willingly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no suicide nets around the mill.
no.
No, it used to be there.
what was
And
that
it's a
that
good
company
union
said?
company.
Yeah.
And unions
Yes.
were formed by Democrats, which I appreciate. And I'm a union worker, and I love it. So
Yep.
thank you guys for that. And vote for unions, but don't vote Democrat.
But I mean,
Don't be mad that we cut down trees either.
Oh, I don't want to hear about that.
No, I think that so in my industry alone, and WF and I are really close. What's happening now, and it's actually really scary for my industry, is as the supply chain has not caught up, and it's terrifying because what we did in my industry is start going to different vendors to try to get the same solutions or
Right.
close to.
Right.
They're sold out now too. And right now the outlook is fucking terrible. Like we have products that aren't available until 2024. You know, we've got Yamaha and Crestron are two companies that I deal with quite a bit. And these two companies, their outlooks at this point for getting certain products are 2024. And it's like,
Dude.
we can't sell jobs.
It's
We
like
can't do it.
No, and it's like in hindsight, you're looking at it and you're just going, man, why? You know, like I know certain people aren't going to see it, but we see it with parts and stuff like that. We're not getting parts. I mean, you know, obviously it's a money making business. I get it. You know, who cares? But
Do you guys think bringing manufacturing back to the United States would help with that?
Oh, absolutely.
In some areas.
I was actually going to bring up that same point.
That's weird.
There's certain areas in the American economy that you could still make money at doing manufacturing. There are some areas that you just can't compete with some of these other countries that don't have like a minimum wage or unions or
Child labor laws.
child labor laws, tax structures.
well, and that also comes back to
China.
people not wanting to work too. Like if you want,
I didn't want to come out and say it, Dan, but I mean,
WF, you bring up another really good point. It's not only the supply chain that's the problem, it's our looming diesel shortage that's also a problem. Our entire country is run off of diesel, period. I don't care what anyone says. I mean, our trains run off of diesel, our trucks run off of diesel. We use oil fuel for our shipping, and we've talked about this in length. I mean, oil, it takes over 1 million gallons of oil fuel to get from China to the US. It's a massive amount of energy that's used to bring these ships back and forth. And now when we look at, there's no crabbing in the Bering Sea because the crabs have disappeared.
No, they're far.
Yeah, they're far.
They're far, and they
And
can't
they're-
go looking for
and they
them.
can't go looking
That's
for
right.
them, and it's too expensive to go look for them.
Well, and they're there. The ocean's doing good. I can attest to that as a fishing guide. The ocean is doing good, people.
That's
Whether
good
or
to hear
not
because
people think-
all somebody like me has heard is that,
Yeah.
oh my God, the crabs are disappearing. And it's like,
Right.
dude, that's scary to hear.
No, so
That's
they're a
not-
biomass. So they're going to move, right? They're going to move where the food's at. And depending on the tides in the year, we have lunar cycles and stuff like that change the flows and it changes where the food comes in. So those crabs move and they're going to go find that food, right? And that the range of your boat versus how much you're going to make, right? You're doing the math. And these guys also don't just crab. They're fishing for all year long for bottom fish and stuff like that. So they'd rather go chase bottom fish than go chase something that's a ghost to them. And that's the other thing too. When the state goes out and they do a creel sample, they'll go out and test fish. They have observers on these boats from the state. And if they're getting blank pot, which is an empty pot, after X amount of time, the state deems that they need to close it because they're not on the grounds that they want to fish. Now they might know about these other grounds, but they're a nursery, right? It's where they're spawning. So they're not going to allow traps to go there. They only allow you to fish in the feeding grounds. It kind of evens it up. So just so people understand,
That's
it's
awesome.
not the ocean. I have seen in the last 5 years, the salmon runs come back. I mean, in 2015, it was dire. There was barely any salmon in our streams. And I mean, from Puget Sound to the coast, it was a down year for silvers. And ever since that year, we've seen it build up. And I mean,
this year was awesome.
this last week, I mean, we hooked 200 fish in
At
4
least.
days, guys.
Yeah, we killed them.
200 salmon.
We didn't kill 200 salmon,
No.
but we
had that many bites on our rods, and we let go a lot of fish, and we took one fish that we all are going to eat and use before it even hits the freezer. So I just want people to know that, like, our ocean's good. we just need to take care of it and manage around that.
No, because this is so. Fishing is an awesome subject because I was like growing up, we would trout fish, like stare at a bobber for fucking hours, and I hated it with a passion. And for some reason, this last like year and a half, I've actually gotten into fishing and gotten to like I was at the Carbon River and hooked into my first coho, like pulled it up, fucking
Oh,
got
yeah.
to take it home, and like one of the coolest experiences.
Just a
And,
blessing.
yeah,
You know?
and it's it's this weird thing of like there's also this conscious behind it of like we got to talk to a lot of old dudes at the river, which is another cool part about fishing. You get to talk to these guys that have been doing it for 30, 40, 50, 60 years plus, and you know, and one of them's like, "Yeah, I remember you used to be able to almost just go out here and you'd fucking snag no matter what you did. You were into something."
Yeah.
And it's just not like that anymore.
Well,
And there's weird things too, because this was talking to a couple other fishers of, well, they protect main runs. So when
Right.
you have huge runs, they don't want you fishing that. They'll let you beginning or tail. Some will let you go into full runs, but you know, there's a lot of
so
I
would
think a lot of, as a new fisher, it was weird to find out how much we do protect the salmon and how much you don't hear about unless you're actually trying to target salmon specifically.
Absolutely. One of the rivers the only river that we manage, what I would say is called in season real time, is the Columbia River, where we have dams where we can count the fish and tell how the run looks. But everything else, I mean, it's all over the place. They're wild rivers or wild animals. When people are commercial fishing out there, they can literally set their net on the ocean and net up a good part of one river's run, because these fish are born together, stay together, eat together, come back together, and spawn together. That's 100%. They stray away from each other, but they stay in a pack. That's
You
how
mean like
salmon
a school of fish, right?
work. Absolutely. Yep. I call them a family.
Yeah, that's
Waiting
right.
on another family to come through. So, yeah, we did destroy the ecosystems, and I think what you're pointing at is not the crab traps that go down there and sit on the bottom and wait for a crab to crawl into them. I think what you're talking about is the trawling that's happening in Alaska right now,
Oh yeah.
and the deep water trawling where they're literally
Ripping up
catching
the
all
bottom.
the salmon. They're ripping up the bottom. They're catching orcas in their nets, baby orcas. There's tons of footage. If anybody, y'all should go to NFS Trawlers on Facebook and join that. It's an advocate group to get that shut down. You're 100% right. That's why there are sanctioned areas. We need to get that shut down. They're killing. Not only are they killing all of our salmon, they're killing all the native salmon in Alaska. which
This
they
this brings
depend
up
on.
another point when we talk about bipartisanship. There, a lot of times we're lumped into categories of being either red or blue. You know, either being hardcore right or hardcore left. And a lot of times you're going to see that even in this roundtable conversation, we're talking about saving our ecosystems
Absolutely.
for fish and to be able to sustain life for a long period of time. And so it's not just a red or blue issue. It comes down to like people, you know, it's a human issue. We all care about it. And, you know, the people that don't, you know, fuck them. Who cares?
Yeah,
You know?
exactly.
Can I-
So those are the same people that are going to your national parks and your river, leaving their beer cans, guys. I mean,
Yeah.
those people don't care, and they
Yeah.
never will.
Can I
You
just
know,
point
they're
out
here for now.
another milestone?
Yeah.
We have now hit 9 in the chat, and that is our biggest number today.
Hell yeah.
Hey!
Cheers.
Thank you, everybody in the chat. Thank you all.
media does
please,
separate us,
please,
WF.
please.
We can agree
Comment.
on that.
Good
And
point,
I hope
WF.
you know that, like, I definitely liked your questions.
Thank you, WF,
Yes,
for
thank
your
you,
comments.
WF. We appreciate the interaction.
100%.
Also, Caroline, Ken, everybody else, Barbara, boys,
All of y'all.
Barry's boys.
Say something. Say hi.
Hey, so
Say
I also
hi.
want to bring up another point too. So let's just say this, right?
Kenny's still
So
there.
on a political spectrum, what if we
Yes,
all fucking
we
get
all
together?
hate the fucks who litter in the parks. We
Wait
hate
a
them
second.
all.
Wait a second. Here, I got a point. So
we pick up our shells when we go shooting.
if we all get together and we
At
go
least our
fishing and then we go shooting together, right? Besides political parties, political rivals, doesn't matter. Let's just say, hey, grab your fellow Democrat, grab your fellow Republican,
Yeah.
go
We can
down
love
to
each other.
your nearest lake or your fucking shooting range and go and join some of the American sports that we all indulge in. And then you'll find out exactly why some of the people who are in the middle and some people on the right, why we enjoy the freedoms that we have.
Yeah.
Because these are some of the passionate issues that we all have the luxuries of doing, not just Republicans, not just independents, right? And yeah, we are Second Amendment because we don't want someone breaking Seven Amendment. Because we don't want someone breaking into our house, disturbing our kids, and then ruining, our livelihoods or our futures, right? So we want the ability to protect ourselves, the ability to provide for our families, which in this case is Stefan's, right? Or he's always on the open water. And in this kind of case, like there's not just, fishing and, going to a shooting range. There's also hunting too, right? But you only shoot to eat, not shoot to kill.
Real quick to
We
interrupt.
release fish because we love catching them.
In federally controlled waters, you're not allowed to carry a gun. Just
Oh,
so
no,
you know.
that's fine. Yeah, you got to keep that separate.
Oops.
But
Dang old America, man.
So that's that weird
Love you,
thing.
Kenny.
When you talk about wanting to catch fish, and I know Conrad absolutely loves.
do you like sushi, Conrad?
Yeah,
I do. I love sushi.
Okay.
bet you do.
Would you be so indulged into going fishing to learn how to make your own sushi?
Yeah, come out on the boat in
You're
the
gonna have
middle
to
of the
work out.
wilderness.
Let me say we had a podcast live 30 miles out in the water into fucking what's
Dude,
that
some,
fucking
some
place?
fresh fucking salmon on like nice sticky rice,
Or like
oh.
fucking bass or like even tuna.
Yeah, so whitefish, you don't want to eat that raw; it'll fuck you up. But anything that's red,
Tuna.
Please
Let's
come
go
out.
catch- let's go catch that.
Holy shit.
Please come out into the middle of nowhere
what I
with
do.
us, where you may not return
Yeah.
from.
Hey, Stefan, what's that?
So this is the weird part where I was going with that. Most people that are outdoorsmen and fishermen and hunters and that stuff are really into conservation.
Absolutely.
really
They're
want-
better
Yeah.
alive than they
Yes.
are dead,
I-
100%.
yeah.
I
I
was
do not
talking-
like killing salmon, dude. I'm
If
serious.
I kill
dude.
it, I want to eat it. It's because I want to eat. I don't want to fill my freezer and give it out to a bunch of different people. Like you can throw those fish back. Like I've done a lot of bass fishing over the last
Just
year. and a
means
half.
something,
How many
dude.
did
You're
we throw
taking a
back
life,
this
right?
week?
You're
How many?
taking a life.
How many did we release this week?
Oh, I don't know.
well, and this
Gosh,
also
I don't want
goes.
to talk about that. Fishing game might be listening. If you're listening, we caught 5 fish all week. No, I'm
That's
just
all
kidding.
we got.
It was amazing. Keep it open, please, God.
Real quick, this also goes to say too, back in the early days of the United States, we used to barter. We never used to like buy and sell things, right? We used to trade. So why don't you approach your local fisherman or something like that and trade for something that you can do, like
That
a
is-
craftsmanship or something like
That
that?
is how I buy all of my tuna. I mean, it's not.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
I don't barter, but I do buy locally because first of all, tuna fresh off the boat is the best tuna. I don't care if it's
Yes, Kenny.
albacore or
Yes.
not, because I've been out. I've been out
right.
40 miles to
Good
go
old Teddy, Uncle Ted, dude.
albacore fishing. It was fantastic. It was a fucking blast. First of all, it was expensive, but that is the best tasting fish. You go home, you can it yourself. It's just like we were discussing on the last podcast, like sustainable living. America has gotten really far away from sustaining itself. Like people don't know how to sustain themselves. For example, I mean, I have 17 chickens. Okay, and I get a dozen eggs every 2 days, at
baby.
least. And so you guys that are fishermen, I don't go out and fish. I don't have the patience for it. I go out every once in a while, but it's not. I just don't have the patience
To
for
be
it.
fair, we took Mike out.
To be
fishing,
fair.
and we
Mike.
fished all fucking day.
Yeah,
in
we
the
fished
rain.
for 10 hours in the rain,
You gotta come with the. You gotta come with me.
and I got one bass, and I took that bass home, and I ate that bitch. But
So glad I didn't go that day.
it's trading commodities like that. So for example, I mean, you guys fish. If you want to trade, fillets for
Dude,
a
if you
dozen
want-
farm
I got
I'm
some fish
trading
for
it,
you.
buddy.
Don't
I'll
worry
bless
about.
you.
I'll just give you some.
Absolutely, but
Well,
I'd
it's-
love some eggs too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're far fresh eggs from my chickens.
Absolutely.
I know what they're eating. They're they do really well. They have an entire 1 acre to do their chicken thing, and so they
All over.
they do really well.
You can
Okay,
feed them salmon
so-
carcasses too.
Yeah.
So guys, I hate to do this, but we gotta get up at 2:00 in the morning and go
Yeah.
to work.
Yeah.
We gotta call this for me and Stephen here. This has been great. Thank you guys. Love you all except for this fucking.
Yeah.
fucker
Thanks
right
for having
here.
me, guys. Thanks for having me.
We will be back. We will do this again. It may be a couple weeks before we do this again because Mike has, he's got a business to run and
Who knows, man? Me and Brian might try to fucking solo this bitch and invite you guys back over
Yeah, if
while
you
Mike's
guys
gone.
want to, I'd love to.
Please
I would
do.
be.
I
I
know
would be
Mike-
very happy if you guys.
Yeah,
could
and
do
I know
that.
Mike wants to be a part of it, so we'll probably call him and so he can.
And I literally cannot leave without threatening this little communist fuck one more time.
Hey, I gotta say though, man, his support is pretty valuable
on
to our
video
our
right now.
You won't buy
entourage.
it,
You know,
Barbara.
before the
We will
threat.
we will gift it to you. We'd love to do that. A lot of times we go out and we're catching and releasing. And
Yes.
so if you want to fish, we can take one for you and we can fillet it and vacuum pack it for you.
Yeah, absolutely, that'd be awesome. Yeah, my parents too, by the way. Yeah, we got
who
we got
who
fresh
let us do
Ukrainian
this
food
out
for
here, and I appreciate them very much. I give Justin's parents eggs
absolutely.
as often as possible. 'cause
So-
they let us sit out here and do this. so.
Thank you all.
Yeah.
Good night. And let me just warn you one more time. You sit in my chair, I will choke you.
Oh man.
you. All right, so
Yeah, man.
give it about
He's gonna go Bear Falls and
give about a 15-minute lead or something like that. Hey, man, it's good having you.
It was good to meet you, Stefan.
So, by the way, chat, we're not done. So we're just
We're just getting started.
just getting started.
Just getting started.
So
All right, go ahead and scoot your ass over there, Stinky Pete. I'm just kidding, man.
I got my own camera.
Thanks for having me. Hopefully you come back again.
hell yeah, come back out.
I can just scoot over.
You can steal that mic too.
Get your own little heater
Hey,
kit.
have a safe trip.
Yeah,
Let me get this
yeah.
heater.
You want to get it back?
I can have 2
Brian can
microphones.
sit there.
No.
No, that's you got to put your feet up. You got to put your feet up. That's
Come
what it
on,
is.
Brian.
You can sit in my chair.
Come on, Brian.
All right, boys. God bless America.
All right, guys. Have a
Hey,
good
later, guys.
Oh man, fantastic conversation so far tonight, guys.
That was incredibly reasonable the whole time. Like,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're not
can hear.
not reasonable, I would say. But no, like I said, I mean, I think everybody on the political spectrum, and I don't know if this has to be one of those things where you don't say, "Hey, what my political beliefs are," or whatever, you know what I mean, in order to get the other person to hang out with you.
Yeah.
But I think that everybody needs to at least experience, going out and hunting and going out and fishing and going out and shooting at least, a couple times in their life. And I want to contribute this whole topic essentially to Rachel's parents. I used to date her back in high school, and she's one of my closest friends still. But her parents, Ann and Mike Wood, who are no longer around, they were very, very recreational. And Mike used to take me fishing all the time. He taught me how to work on vehicles. Her mom, Ann, she taught me how to plant vegetables, taught me how to can. She taught me how to make what's called palachintas, which is more like a crepe almost. And I learned how to cook. I learned how to make fucking coffee. And a lot of this comes from, kind of learning how to provide for yourself. And if you're just going to like 7-Eleven all the time in order to make a quick meal and shit like that, you're never really going to grow your abilities or your skill levels to be able to be, contributing in, today's society, because we're always advancing, right? And so like if we're always cooking stuff for ourselves, we're always going hunting for ourselves, we're always going, fishing for ourselves, whatever, eventually we're going to end up having someone who's in need of food, who's in need of some kind of skill set so you can fix their house or whatever, that you can loan them an extra hand. Doesn't matter if they're a Democrat, Republican, or independent or whatever. You just say, hey, man, I don't give a fuck what you believe in, but I'm going to help you out because I want society to grow equally. And that's kind of where we need to be. And the biggest thing, the reason why I raise this issue is because the thing that kind of speaks to me the most is that we seem to have a government or a media system or something that's more in the political era of topics, right? Where they seem to not want us to be together, whether it's our color,
Well,
our race, our political beliefs, our religious beliefs,
We got to
whatever.
start taking care of our neighbors.
Yeah,
our neighbors, our
absolutely.
friends, our family. If there were more people doing that and taking care of those who need some help. I mean, I do this quite often. Every once in a while, my mom needs a hand with something. Her roommate needs a hand with something. I don't have a problem helping out. I don't always have time. And I'm a busy person, and I guess maybe that's not the best excuse in the world.
That's right,
but
WF.
Well, you just have to tell Brianna to do a better job, right?
Speaking of the
Hey,
devil,
Mom, I hear you. I'm going to tell Brianna to stop fucking around. Everyone intently staring at the chat to see what she's got to say.
Well, and
Yeah.
that's and
Still here?
WF, you're right. I mean, we're all Americans at the end of the day, and not only that, we're all humans on the same fucking rock at the end of the day. And though we do have, differences in cultures and points of view and stuff like that, we. Say what?
Oh no, I'm just grabbing apples.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, we have different views on things, but at the same time, I mean, we have to come together at some point, because if not, it's all for nothing. And, I guess it is real talk, but at the same time, there's nobody in this podcast, there's nobody in this chat who doesn't, have some sort of family member or, have idealistic, or ideology that says otherwise. I mean, unless you're just a complete fucking tool and don't deserve to be on this planet in the first place.
That's kind of the weird part with the whole thing of like, again, we love making fun of communists, but no, that's part of it. And quite literally, if everyone contributed, if it was a perfect society, there's no argument. That is the best way, because everybody contributes. Everybody has everything they need.
But it comes down
But
to
the sad part is you don't need a fucking iPhone. I want an iPhone, so I work really hard and buy an iPhone.
yeah, I agree with that.
And at that point, that breaks down the wants and the needs.
But I would say, too,
But it stems, just real quick. It just this is where I was going with that. Is it stems into the same thing of that everybody takes care of we all take care of each other as a single race. And religion was supposed to be that way. Politics were supposed to be that way, but
If we got invaded by aliens, maybe it would be that way.
maybe.
For a little while, and then we'd probably be at each other's throats again.
Dude, honestly, the speech from like Independence Day with the president, like we're all fighting together.
Yeah.
like Bill
that's-
Pullman, yeah.
Yeah. That's what it would be. But that's where everyone's like, oh fuck, we all die together unless we decide to get over this. Like,
Yep,
let's do it.
Everything else seems kind of petty if something faces something like that.
Well, you would think that would have happened during the coronavirus, but it was such an eye-opening experience for, the world at that point. And then, obviously there's conspiracy on where that originally came from. But I think what we need to stop
That was
doing.
juicy.
Is burping into the microphone.
No. that has to keep going. What we have to stop doing is looking at everything from such a large magnitude. We have the federal government, and I am very anti-federal government. I've made that very clear many times, and that may not be everybody's cup of tea. I think that everything should be more local. You have to take care of your local populations. The city is not the same as rural. This whole blanket laws
Prove it.
passing.
Prove it. Prove that they're not the exact same.
Okay. Conrad, how many people live around you?
Like 5. No, a bunch. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you live in a more urban area than I do.
Much more densely populated for sure.
You're cherry picking your data.
By counting the people that live around me.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. I mean, there still has to be a system. But to have things being controlled, say, I'm very anti-ATF, 100%. I hate the ATF. I'm a federal firearms license holder. I cannot stand the ATF. I cannot stand that they just arbitrarily change things in the guise of safety, and I'm saying that in air quotes because I'm not on camera. It's not. When you disarm the American population, the responsible gun owners, it does not change anything in the realm of criminals, period. I agree with that. I don't think the federal government does. But when they pass kind of these blanket laws that when there's certain things passed that go over an entire...
Proper branding.
Oh, right. You
Like
gotta
1,000% tax.
Yeah, when they...
So, and this is one of those weird things. This is one of the dudes who, he's probably one of the most like libertarian, fuck everybody, like you need to be able to take care of yourself type people. As he went, with education, with all these different things, that should be taken care of at a community level. Everyone should be involved. So your kids aren't getting the education that they need. That's not going to the federal government going, we need better standards. We need to raise all of this up. That's the parent body going to the school and going, this is unfucking acceptable. Our kids will be taught better than this.
But see, when
And we want that gone, because then there's no control. If you want something better, you move into a better area, and it has nothing to do with how much you make or how much the school has coming in. There's this accountability and responsibility. As soon as you can get rid of that, you say, well, there's a federal standard and all the money comes through them. So if you want to argue this, we're just going to pull the funding. And they make this
and they dangle
community.
it. Yeah, it's just dangling a carrot.
This community feels like
Yeah.
they can't do anything.
Exactly. And that comes down to even the school districts. I mean, the school districts are the same thing. And to speak to your last point about criminals getting guns from law-abiding citizens, if they steal them, obviously that's a criminal act, to steal guns from somebody. If law-abiding gun owners are selling guns to criminals, that makes them therefore a criminal. I would not just sell a gun to just some random just because I want to or I need the money or whatever. That's not the way that works. We have federal background checks. We have steps that you have to go through in order to even own a firearm in the first place, unless it's before 2017 in Washington State, where you don't have, where there were still personal sales. But for the most part, I mean,
But most people I knew back then with those, you didn't make personal sales to somebody you didn't know. Like, that was
I
super
wouldn't
rare.
just sell it to somebody random.
Because
No.
when you didn't have that background check, let's say it was used, every gun that I have that I've bought, both new and used, because they've come in their boxes, have like a little casing that the ATF used to fire that projectile, and the actual rifling and the barrel, everything that works together is almost like a fingerprint where they can tell exactly what gun that is, so they can ballistically tie that to you.
And yes, they do that.
Yes. Oh, yeah. No,
Do.
that's been a thing for 40, 50 years now, for testing ballistics. So
Sorry,
if
I keep moving the wrong camera.
let's say I was to sell that gun to, Joe, and then Joe goes out and murders somebody with it, and they go, well, ballistically, that's this. Here's the last person that owned it. Whether I want to or not, I'm now fucking involved in a murder investigation. And until I can prove who I did or did not sell it to, I can be tied to that. So
Yeah, exactly. So you have to have, I guess,
Not be a
you would have,
fucking retard.
yeah, you'd have to have discrimination in just that instance where you're like, hey, I don't know you. Like, I'm not just gonna sell you a random gun just to do it. I'm sure there are people who do that, and I would frown upon that, because at that point you are, implicated to being part of a crime. I having something stolen, you file a police report, you say, hey, this happened, whatever. But when it comes to just selling to some random Joe Blow off the street, there's no fucking way I would do that.
yeah. Yeah, and most people are that same way. I know I am. Like, I don't sell shit anyways. So
Yeah,
selling a gun was
100%.
kinda
Either
sad.
way, making the gun owning population all criminals will just increase crime rate to unreal levels with almost no benefit. I 100% agree. I mean, because you're just taking. First of all, it's the Second Amendment. It's not, and I know we'll have an argument about this, Conrad, but it is the Second Amendment is not a limitation on the people. It is a limitation on the government.
Absolutely.
So
4D chess. Talking Jamaican.
But I just want to make a point, like, from the left-hand side here, like, I'm not a gun owner, but I don't have anything against guns, like, and you guys are the most reasonable people I've met that discuss them and have a hobby with them and everything, so I learned a lot from you guys. And I think that's part of the disconnect in a lot of the like the media circles, like we were talking about earlier. Most of the left doesn't really know jack shit about, like, what the actual gun laws out there already are. Like, most of the stuff they're already asking for is already in place. So and then every time a new law passes, then gun owners get up in arms. So it just becomes this back and forth, infinite, like, piranha loop. So
Well, and the bad part is this happens on both sides. Is all of a sudden children get killed, which is arguably on any fucking side, it's the worst thing that can happen. It is innocent lives lost, and not only that, it is children's innocence life lost. So what they do is go, well, let's not blame this criminal. Let's blame these there's more guns in the United States than there are people. Like, I think the statistic right now is that each person could have 2 guns.
And that's registered.
Yeah,
that's not
that's
unregistered
That's
firearms.
not unregistered. But we want to blame that on a whole population that's not doing anything, rather than like saying we should probably have conversations around mental health. I mean, they talk about that kid who did the
Uvalde.
not Uvalde, the one
Parkland.
in Florida.
Sandy
Parkland.
Sandy Hook. Oh,
No, Parkland. The kid was fucking bullied. He was bullied a bunch. They treated him like shit, and he was already like mentally deficient. And then he goes off and kills a bunch of people. Like, the fuck did you expect? You guys made fun of him because he was weird, and then he killed a bunch of you. So, not justifying it. It's never okay. That's not what I'm doing. But I'm saying that there's a reason that we could have seen. We could have went, this kid's being bullied. This kid's got mental deficiency. This kid's got emotional issues. This is a risk. And there's been enough data to go, this is a risk. We need to pay attention to it and scientifically look at what are the causes of this. But instead, it becomes a political issue where it's like, no, either take their guns or, they're taking our guns.
Automatically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, let's look at it. And red flag laws don't stop much.
So when you're saying if the manufacturers were held responsible, we might get a safer product, what are you referring to? Because obviously when firearms are sold, manufactured and sold, they're sold to federal firearm licensed dealers. They can't be just sold to the Joe Blow, public unless you hold a federal firearms license. And I won't say it's terribly difficult, but there is a very long paper trail to become a federal firearms license holder, at least for modern firearms. In the realm that I have, Curios and Relics, it's not as in-depth, but you're also dealing with firearms that are over 50 years old, and most of mine are over 100 years old. So that I've
Stop humoring mental illness.
I actually saw a thing the other day. I don't remember the exact details, but they made some kind of a study that most of the school shooters in the last couple decades, what have you, actually weren't mentally ill. So the whole mental health thing goes into question too.
As soon as you're willing to lift up a gun and kill multiple people, you're probably mentally.
I mean,
I'm
okay,
just saying that
fair
there's
enough.
a good chance
That's
that
rude.
you're not
Fair enough.
mentally all fucking there.
I just meant
That's rude.
Again, I forgot the details, but because obviously mental health and social health, which is make sure communities don't bully other people and create these types of monsters, or don't give these monsters the opportunity to do that stuff. But it was just weird what they said with the studies. It's because the left is, or the right, I forgot who, but is basically saying it's all mental health needs to be looked into. But that seems to be not a deciding factor.
So
Can I care?
before we get too far away from this, because I want to address the manufacturers thing. Let's say I get out of here and get in a car accident and I've had beer. When I wreck my car or I get pulled over and go to jail, should I be able to go, hey, easy out? It's the manufacturer of the beer.
Rainier's
They
fault.
they knew when they sold this to me that it was a dangerous substance and that I have keys. So since they sold me a dangerous substance and gave this whole thing where I could become a criminal and harm somebody, it's their fault, not mine. Don't blame me. Drunk driving is 100% based on the manufacturer of the alcohol, not the person irresponsibly consuming it.
And it's definitely a slippery slope on that for sure. I mean, I don't know how you would get away from that, and how many avenues would that open up in the judicial system at that point for people to be sued?
I tell you what, you can prove that you ate McDonald's and now you're overweight. Fucking sue McDonald's.
I've been
because-
overweight for a while.
Yeah,
I mean, that is an interesting thing though, because again, I'm all for as much reasonable gun control as possible. That's just who I am. But how does blaming the manufacturers for it help anything at all? I don't
So-
get that.
I don't
So
know
and
that it
here's
does.
the difference. If a manufacturer specifically makes the gun and goes, dude, this thing will kill so many fucking kids. Dude, hold them responsible for it killing kids. They built it and designed it to kill kids. If somebody designs a beer and it's specifically made dude, someone's going to drink that and they're going to think they're okay to drive. Yeah, hold them
It
responsible.
just doesn't make sense.
Well, that's-
just like cars.
But-
Car manufacturers are responsible for car deaths now too. I don't get that.
Well, and that's a great point that you made too, because someone goes to a bar, drinks a shit ton of alcohol, gets fucking wasted, right, and then they get in an accident, kill someone, then they're gonna blame the car manufacturer.
So-
They don't even blame the fact that they were at a bar, the fact that the
Putting it
bar
in those
overserved them.
terms, putting it in those terms makes it really fucking funny because in a very, very, very red state known as Texas, you may have heard of it.
Texas.
If you're a bartender and you overserve somebody, they wreck and kill somebody, you as the bartender are going to be tried for murder. That is your fucking
That's
fault.
also
Yep.
a law in Alaska.
Alaska's the same way. Wow.
Yep.
I know. So I only know this because my cousin had to go to trial because he was a server, and like they're very, very careful to not overserve people down there, which is it's a good fucking thing. It's had a good outcome. But these people were going and drinking out of their fucking trunk, and then they wrecked their car, and he had to go to trial and go, no, here's the whole process. Here's what we do to make sure. And then it came up, hey, no, they had open bottles in the car, so they were serving themselves.
I would like to bring up one more point. So what we've done in the school system and as parents is we've vilified any sort of retribution for bullying. We've said, well, hey, you need to use your words. Go find an adult. Not back when we were kids. When we were kids, we solved it with violence.
Go find the bully.
Yeah. Punch him right in the fucking face.
So my brother was bullied a lot. You know what I would do?
Huh.
Those kids would end up trying it with me, and I'd beat the fuck out of them, and then they'd try it with my brother again, and I'd beat the fuck out of them again. So bullying stopped.
Yeah.
But that comes from people who aren't bullies being willing to stop bullying.
Yeah.
Like it's got to stop.
And a lot
That's
of
the only way to do it.
a lot of bullies come from broken homes where they get basically hit by their parents.
Yeah.
So they're taking it out on the next weaker person they can find.
And even if not hit by their parents, in circumstances that are extremely hard to cope with, you know, be it that, you know, they're not abusive, but they're neglectful.
Yeah, neglectful, sometimes possibly have some kind of like an addiction, whatever, or just like, neglect.
Were you even in a situation where they got like a stepdad or something like that, and the stepdad just, you know, is very
Split firewood.
doesn't
I
even
told you to split more firewood.
doesn't give a fuck about the original kids, right? Because he already had a kid with the current mother that he's with, right? And that mother happens to have 2 other kids with someone else. But he's a piece of shit to those 2 other kids. But to his kid, you know, his kid's a golden child, and his personal kid could be the instigator, but it doesn't fucking matter, right? The other 2 stepkids are the ones who bear the brunt of all the beatings and all the fucking whip downs or whatever you want to call them.
So protecting the nuclear family would help with that.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I mean, when you're talking about splitting an atom and then destroying an entire country with thousands of people, yeah,
That's how they made the bombs.
yeah, that's right.
Ask
Splitting up
Hiroshima.
families. Called Adam.
Yeah, I would say it is a societal issue. It's not. It doesn't. It's a cultural thing. It's the fact that, you know, for example, divorce is so easy to do. You know, I'm not opposed to divorce. I mean, I've just about been divorced. I'm not saying that that's not a thing, but we don't.
That's not always an application, though, by the way, WF, because imagine the therapist giving that kid medication, which then creates a chemical imbalance, and then that kid starts having somewhat of a schizophrenia or like even like depression or something like that, because it brings down his immune system or even his thought process, right? And then he can start thinking even more highly negative. It's like going from a constant smoker of like 15 years, not to cut you off, Mike, sorry, I just seen his point. But going from 15 years of a smoker to going to Chantix, which is a antidepressant drug, but they use it for quit smoking type situations, right?
Doesn't Chantix have a high suicide rate too?
Absolutely. Yeah. So Red Wing Casino, to put you guys on blast there, they actually, with the type of medical insurance that they have, they give you 1 Chantix a year. But those who are trying to quit smoking, it's very effective, but it's also very affecting in losing your life. And that's the biggest problem is with
it creates, so smoking creates dopamine, and if I remember right from this, I'm no scientist. It artificially creates the dopamine that smoking would in the same levels, but it does that through different chemical means, meaning that you don't feel like you need to smoke anymore.
yeah.
But it's literally like, I mean, giving up one habit to have another, because there's people that chew bubble gum to quit smoking. They're like, I want a cigarette, I'm gonna have gum. So you get this physical habit, and it helps the mental habit, but it also creates dopamine resistance. I
Well,
think is
what
it is.
happens essentially is that originally people who start smoking is 1, because other people are hanging
Oh,
outside,
that's me.
right?
Wrong person.
Especially when you're at work, right? And there's a smoke shack out there, and majority of the people who go outside or happen to be smoking, so you start smoking, which is socialization, right? So now you start smoking because of social aptitude, where whether you're at a bar or whether you're at work, you're smoking now. And then there also becomes a habit too, where now if you're depressed or you have a fight with your girlfriend or a boyfriend or whatever, or you happen to, just get in an argument with someone at work or something like that, whenever you get upset, then you start smoking because then it, trades triggers. Instead of now being outside with your coworkers or at a bar and socializing, now you're smoking because you're triggered. And then what happens is when you take Chantix, right? So, of course, yeah, you're going to stop smoking, but those problems get magnified by like 10 to 20 times from my understanding.
Well, you're actually right next to somebody who did get off of smoking
Chantix?
from using Chantix.
Yes,
Yeah.
they did.
So how did that work? How did that affect you?
They warned me about crazy dreams, which never has bothered me.
Yeah.
Other than that, it was just
It's wait, hold on. Let's address. They've never bothered you, as in you have them a lot,
Right?
You have
Yeah,
no
I do,
problem with them,
actually.
or that they didn't happen.
That's a good point.
It's very vivid or lucid.
No, that's a real
I
question.
do have quite a few of those.
Okay.
Hey, we got a new chatter in here. Amber Bobidley Bamber.
Hey, what's going
Amber
on, Amber?
Bamber, what up?
Bobidley Bamber. So there's a lot of words to say there.
Say that 5 times fast.
But it worked, and I didn't have any ill effects from it.
Yeah, and like I was saying with the whole COVID vaccine thing is that I think it depends on your makeup, if that makes any sense, your DNA makeup, because some people are susceptible to it and some people are just, they can handle it. Like, for example, how many vaccines can the military go through before they're just stonewalled, meaning that nothing else will affect them? They get shot and they're still fucking plunging through the battle line. You know what I mean? There's some people who are just fucking built to fight, and there's some people who are just fucking built to not fight, in easy words to put it. You know what I mean? Because some people will fucking run into battlefields with hatchets versus actually using their standard issue M4 or AR-15, because people are just fucking crazy. And it just depends on your makeup, what your childhood was like, what your developmental structure is as far as being able to think clearly, logically, and adjust to situations.
Can I circle back to the original thought about school shootings?
Yes, you may, Jan Stockey.
Honestly, no.
Okay. Hey, so it's definitely a societal issue. It's a cultural issue. Gun owners across America are aware that there is an issue. It's not that we don't want to take care of the issue. We definitely do. I mean, I don't want any kid to ever have to worry about being shot in school. 100%. I mean,
With small kids, that shit's frightening.
I own many firearms, and yeah, it's a terrifying thought. At the same time, you can't get rid of them. They're here. There's no way to get rid of them. There's no way to disarm this entire population. So we have to find a different way, and that's the end of it for me.
Well, yeah, and just to speak on that point too, it's that. So there's always been this theory, right? So what happens if you get a government so tyrannical that even the military turns on their fellow American? Well, how would you support yourself? And my thought was that, one, so many military people are just like us, meaning that they have families or friends or whatever that they would go and support. So let's say, for example, Adam, I'll pick you out of for some reason.
Out of everybody in here,
Yeah, targeted for sure.
So let's just say that you had to go to a specific block, and if someone were to escape their house for any reason, let's just say that COVID lockdown became way more magnified. And if someone left their house, without being on COVID hours to be, active, so to speak, that it would be a shoot to kill situation, and you happen to be on your specific family's block, would you shoot to kill your family members?
Fuck no.
So that goes to saying that a lot of these military officials,
What if you got
especially-
to pick the family member?
Oh, jeez. That's fucked up.
Mike, I know where you live.
We do not condone violence, by the way, just to put that out there.
well,
for
Nate
anybody.
does, but he's gone now.
Yeah, he's
You can breathe easy now, Conrad. He's gone. The bad man has left.
But that just goes to say that, National Guard, military, whatever, they were deployed on your grounds, whatever. You shouldn't have to worry about having to fight against your own army, so to speak, But there has been a choice where some people are just willing to fight and do what they are told, no matter what the circumstances are, and are willing to take that shot. And that's when the Second Amendment comes in. And the specific reason is to overthrow the government in case of a tyrannical government, and to be able to elect a new public official for the commune of the people of the
So-
United States.
What was that presidential quote? I mean, come on. We've got AR-15s and we've got jets and tanks.
And nukes. He said nukes
and,
too.
and
Yeah,
nukes
and
too.
nukes.
Yeah. Official U.S. president's comment on the Second Amendment.
I mean,
we've got fucking tanks. Fuck you.
I'm not gonna lie though, that was always the thing that made me kind of giggle when it's like, the guns are there for the tyrannical government. I'm like, what is your 22 gonna do against a tank? Like,
Yeah,
I just
we
don't-
should be allowed to own tanks.
Yeah, it's equal.
Oh, we are.
Equal force.
I mean, you can.
Oh, you are. Yeah, you can legally
Yeah.
own tanks.
So
Well,
it's
equal
like
force.
that. The dude with the bulldozer, the killdozer guy. Oh, I fucking love that
Beautiful
guy.
story.
So yeah,
California?
again being shit on by his local government. You know what he does? He goes, "Fuck you." And I don't think he didn't kill anybody.
No, he didn't kill anyone.
But
He
himself.
welded
millions
himself.
and millions of dollars of fucking damage on government buildings, and
Property
banks.
damage, and he welded himself into the tank. He knew this was going to be his final flight.
Yeah.
They had to cut him out, but like he shot himself inside the tank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the sad truth about a lot of these issues too. Is like I said, I don't ever feel like I'm gonna have to see something like that in the future where we have to fight against our own military or against our own government. But that's what the Second Amendment was written, because at the
Killdozer
time
is
they
a
had
hero.
to
Yes, he
overthrow their
is.
government and reelect a new government for their people in order for it to make sense. And a lot of people debate the Second Amendment, for the right to protect your family, for the right to go hunt and shoot, and saying that, well, deer don't wear a bulletproof vest. I'm like, no, they fucking don't. But it doesn't mean that we have to choose a fucking lever action rifle to go hunting. We can use whatever the fuck we want because it's America.
Look, we pay a lot of money for those deer crossing signs, and the fuckers don't even do that. So
Yeah.
of course they don't wear bulletproof vests.
No, they do that. That's exactly what they do. They fucking cross at the signs. And that's the sad truth, is that nobody's paying attention to those signs. They hit a fucking deer. And, we have a chat about this stuff in our own, our group or whatever. And Nate had brought up a good point, was that you can get a reclaim tab or a reclaim tag for any deer that you hit, and you're able to collect that deer. Okay. And you're able to recollect that deer, and in order to process that deer for meat and stuff like that, so you don't actually need a hunting license. So if you
Are
accidentally
you talking about the roadkill tag?
yeah, the roadkill
Yeah.
tags, you're actually able to reclaim the roadkill that you hit, and I would hope that you're only claiming the deer.
honestly, if anybody hits it, if
Yeah.
you find roadkill, you can have your little roadkill tag and fucking take it.
Yeah, first come, first serve. I mean, if you got a tag, put it in the fucking back of your truck. And if you don't have a tag, do not even touch the fucking deer. Think about it, because they will repossess your house, your car, everything. So be smart.
Wait, if you don't have a tag and you do it, they can.
They will take everything.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, there's no joke. Like, so again, back to like the whole fishing thing. This has been the weird part about salmon fishing. I can't tell you how absolutely fucking frightened I was the first time going out, because there's a lot of rules. And if you do something wrong, it's 5 years of loss of your fishing license. Like, you can't fish 5 years. That's a pretty big one. And then it's anywhere from, a couple thousand to several $100,000 worth of fines, depending on what you did. And then all of these other rules. So like,
Repossession of your
yeah.
boat and your vehicle.
oh yeah. No, that's just it. If you're out on a boat and you do that, they can fucking take everything from you.
Yep.
So it's this horrible thing. Of course, they're not going to tell you what the rules are. You're going to be able to read them, try to understand them as best as possible, and then try to follow them.
Yep.
Like,
Yeah,
That's
because
weird.
you don't apply for a fishing license. You pay for a fishing license. You go to your local, Walmart or whatever, and you pay $25 or whatever the fucking inflated price is now.
40.
Yeah, and then you go buy
yeah,
your license.
It's,
They don't
it's
give
like
you.
30 for only fresh water. If
Yeah.
you want
It used-
fresh and salt and all the other stuff.
It
it's like
used to be
60.
25 combined for saltwater and freshwater. Just keep that in mind before inflation. But they don't give you a printout of what the laws are according to Fish and Wildlife. They give you a
catch
license, a catch card, and then they give you on the back a small print sorry if you fuck up.
So in
pretty much.
like March is the beginning of the season, and that's when you can get your next year's license. Usually they're good from like March to March. Those books usually aren't out until like June, July.
Yeah.
That's when they finally have the new reg book out. So you had to go to specific things or look and hope that no big regulations had changed year to year.
Yep.
Because that reg book wasn't out yet.
Yeah, because you have to go to their digital download section of the website in order to see if anything changed before the book actually comes out in print.
Yeah.
And if you're doing something within those 2 or 3 months span of time, then you can have your whole thing fucking taken, and you had no idea, and they'll blame it on you because you were what do they call that? Just
Poaching. That's
not
that's
poaching,
is what
not
it is.
smart enough to
Yeah, it's
actually look at the
ignorance
regulations.
to the
ignorance there
ignorance
you
to
go.
the laws.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what they'll claim.
So that, speaking of ignorance to law and being a funny thing where they can take a lot from you, I know you were with me, Mike. Who else was up there with us shooting at, was it Scott Turner?
My mom was actually with me for that.
Yeah.
So my mom was there. It was you and your wife, and I think your wife's brother.
So laws changed. And we were up shooting up off Scott Turner in Eatonville. Used to be an okay place to shoot. Like, we'd been out there shooting a bunch of times.
For years.
Yeah, years.
Is that the
since
gravel
high
pit?
school.
No.
A mud pit.
No, this is before. So this connects into LB Hills, but it's before that. We're up there and we're shooting and shooting and shooting, and we see a car pull up, and we're pretty much done. So we decide to put everything down, start cleaning up our trash. And it was a park ranger comes up and he goes, "You guys up here shooting?" It's like, "Yes, sir. Yes, we are. We're cleaning up now." He's like, "Oh, you understand you're discharging from a public roadway, correct?"
Oh.
Yeah. So no, we were told this is all okay to shoot on. Well, the laws actually changed a few months ago. So we got really fucking lucky because he, again, super happy that we were cleaning up all of our mess and all of our shit, because that's what caused a lot of change more than likely. But at that point in time, if he wanted to push it, he could have went, all the guns are now confiscated. All of your vehicles are now confiscated. Everything's going in, and we will sort this. It may take us a couple days. It may take us a couple months. You will pay an impound fee for everything. If you can't pay it, you get none of it back.
Yep.
Or he could
wow.
disappear.
I mean, that is super harsh, but I think that's kind of, I mean, the idea is to try to scare people to not fuck up like that. I mean, is that the idea? Or do you
Well,
guys
Yeah,
have
but
it?
the weird part is that those laws were created for, like, if you're driving down the road and you're firing indiscriminately into the air, we're at a spot with a safe break, with targets set up, not doing anything stupid, and we were going to be held to the extent of the same laws that the people are when they're driving down just shooting.
Yeah, this
indiscriminately,
was a
like,
gravel.
whatever into
This is a gravel road that's used for logging out into the foothills of Mount Rainier. This isn't like just off of some random road. This is 5, 6, 7 miles out.
Yeah, the
So
only
it's
reason
not
why
like-
we couldn't go up higher is because of the snowpack and ice.
Yeah.
Like, we couldn't get any higher. We couldn't get any up into deeper into the pit, but we were still in part.
So it's a
like,
matter
this-
of regulations changed, but it's not like regulations are sent out to anyone. It's like you have to check daily for these regulation changes, and it you know, what can you do? So was that
Yeah,
where?
I
no,
think-
that was not the same spot.
Oh, was it not?
No,
I don't think I ever went shooting with Cody.
no, she's talking about the Black Hills. You did once, and that was at your wife's mom's place
Cody
for
came out there.
my bachelor party.
Nice.
So, but no, that's what it comes down to is regulations change, just like the ATF does. Luckily, we have a lot of lawyers and stuff that pay attention to what the ATF is doing, because the ATF can change regulation without passing a law. So, for example, pistol braces supposedly, as of December, become illegal. If you're not paying attention to that, the ATF doesn't send you an email and go, hey, you're about to be a fucking criminal. They don't send anything, and you just hope to God that you're always within compliance.
But the ATF has been hit with a bunch of a bunch of slaps by the Supreme Court.
Well, there's
where they're not supposed to be able to define a law.
Hey,
Yeah.
I have to speak to what WF just said. So, yes, anyone could be on that road, but this is a logging road in the foothills. We were firing into a berm to make sure that we don't have any rounds that get sent, across a berm or anything like that. This is not a traveled area. It's not a residential area.
As far as gun safety went, there is nothing we could have done more safe. We're into a safe back. We're out in the middle of nowhere. We're not shooting indiscriminately. We have targets. The back, probably about 120, 130 yards behind where we're shooting it at like 70 to 80 yards, is almost a sheer cliff up into actual soil. So it's dead stop where it is, very, very little chance of any ricochet. So it's about as safe as
I mean,
it
we
can
did
get.
we did as much as we could to make sure that we're not, Scott Turner Road is an area that's known because it's on state land. It's not like it's just a random road with a population. It's extremely rural. It's on state land. There's a sign as soon as you drive up through there that says you are now on state land. State land you're allowed to shoot on. They had just changed logging regulation for where you could be on that road. And that's what we weren't aware of. Yes, the park ranger was really cool. He just...
Yeah, we got lucky. He
Yeah,
was
we ran our
awesome.
licenses. Everything was good. He just let us go. It wasn't a big deal. But it could always be a big deal depending on who it is.
So I don't think you remember. He didn't even ask us for CPLs. I had my concealed. You had your concealed at that time.
Yeah.
And we had guns on us that were concealed. Didn't even ask for those because he goes, "Hey, you guys are actually on public property. On it's you don't have to have anything. This is federal property."
And
so CPLs weren't required, and he didn't run those. He just wanted to make sure we didn't have warrants or anything that restricted us from having weapons.
And to speak what Brianna's saying, yeah, we do everything we can humanly possible to make sure that we're within the confines of the law when we go shooting, period. I mean, we don't just go to some random neighborhood and set up targets and say, well, fucking, there's no one here, so let's go ahead and fire some shots off.
Yeah,
I mean,
if you don't
we
want to be part of this.
yeah.
duck.
Yeah. So, I mean, we always go to state land. We always go to places where it's known to have people shooting because that's, well, someone didn't make it a problem. It's just a problem that log zoning had changed.
Well, and the people who would have made it a problem were the same ones that Stefan was talking about, where they don't clean up after themselves. You go to somewhere and like they don't give two fucks. They leave their rounds, they leave their garbage, they leave their beer cans, and they go fuck this, and they ruin it for everybody. And
And they do. They
yeah.
constantly ruin it. I mean, I don't
It's a
go to
beautiful
a gun
area.
shooting spot and don't collect other people's trash. I always do. I mean, it doesn't matter where I'm at, whether it's Cat's Creek where we normally go shooting now. We go down there. I mean, I don't go crazy with picking up brass. I will pick up brass for rounds that I'm going to reload. But when it comes to targets, trash, the boxes that the rounds come in, and even other people's trash that they leave there, I'll pick that shit up because I'd rather leave it better than when I got there.
Yeah, fill the bag.
And I think you guys answered it partially, at least from the point of view that I'm hearing, but I think WF is asking what could have caused that law to change. Is it basically what you're saying, people littering and being irresponsible?
No, it's just a zoning change.
It's that, and also logging, whereas they go, well, since we're logging part of this, we're going to create this different level of enforcement and these different levels of regulations to protect loggers, which I, again, could kind of understand, but at that point there should be something up. We don't really know. My best guess is that it had something to do with people destroying the area.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, we were shooting in an area that you couldn't go any further. It wasn't just the snow and the ice, but there was an actual logging gate that had the area closed off, so we couldn't go any further.
You remember we tried and we
So-
had to back the fucking Explorer
That
down
was a
that-
different time. But
Was that
yes,
a different
that
time?
was a different time.
Fucking frightening.
But yeah,
It was horrible.
this was set up differently. They had put in new gates and stuff, so we didn't go past the gates because obviously we knew that if you go past the gates, you're going to be in more trouble. I mean, you're obviously going into an area you're not supposed to be. We were outside that gated area, but we were unaware that there was regulation changes of that zoning. So, and the guy was cool. It wasn't a huge deal. I mean, but
it's just a showing of how quick that can go. Back to like what originally started that. It's like fishing. So you pull a salmon and you're like, oh well, this was legal last year, dude. That could have just cost you a lot. You grab a dead deer out of a ditch, could have just fucked you. Weird.
Well,
Weird to think about.
and the other thing is too that I wanted to say was that apparently Arizona just took the lead as far as Democrat right now. So we're looking at 50-48 currently. Democrats are in the lead. And it's in the lead temporarily. It doesn't say it's full submitted yet in Arizona. And Nevada seems to be flipped red as a Republican.
Can we talk about how exactly fucking funny this is? That all these people left California because it's a shithole,
Mhm.
and they went to Arizona
Or Texas.
They went to Austin.
Or Washington,
and fucking
Yeah, or
voted.
Washington.
Hey, what do you have
No.
against people moving from California to Washington? Like, what's
because they
Well-
bring their shitty politics with them.
Well, yeah,
I sure did.
that's half the issue is that they go, I'm leaving here. I can't afford to fucking live here. This is bullshit. Then they go somewhere else and go, all these motherfuckers here are crazy. Don't they know how good they've got it? Let's vote in some of this social fucking reform and start fucking it up. Like, I love Arizona. I've always wanted to live there, but now it's turned into a thing of like, I couldn't afford to live there because a fucking mobile home in the middle of nowhere with no AC, fucking thing's gonna run you like $400,000 because people from California are selling their houses for crazy fucking amounts of money and moving.
Hey Dan, you've been pretty quiet during this. You got anything you want to chat about?
Yeah, we lost another B-17 bomber.
I saw that.
That sucked.
That was intense.
Yeah.
That was way intense.
Like they're saying that the smaller plane probably just lost track of the B-17 and just
How in the fuck do you lose track of a B-17? That is
Because
a
he was coming
big
up
motherfucker.
from high and from
yeah,
behind.
the little plane was coming from below and it was like this. I saw two different angles of it. Like
Yeah.
it
Dude,
just
I-
knocked the tail off.
I haven't
Yeah, it was
seen any
real
of this
quick.
shit.
Oh,
That's
dude.
fucking wild.
Oh, I'll send it to you, dude. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's-
please do.
Yeah.
Holy shit. I got
Yeah.
to see one of the B-17s taking off from Boeing Field on my way into work. Dude,
Oh.
fucking wild.
My
That thing
favorite
is,
plane.
They're
My favorite bomber.
They're gigantic. That is such a huge fucking
But they're not. If you go into the museum flight,
Yeah.
check it out. There's one there.
yeah. They're decently sized, but I tell you what, when you're like looking at that thing taking off at Boeing Field,
Yeah.
over the freeway, I couldn't imagine being in somewhere where like you're war torn, and there's 100 of those flying in after your ass.
Oh, yeah.
Like, oh, that's gonna.
To be
fucking-
fair, though,
that's
it's in the
wild.
same place where the Concorde and the first F-47 is, so it looks smaller. Than,
Yeah. Well,
Seems
and
small.
there's now like the Dreamliners in there and in that same little area.
yeah. That's right.
Dude, yeah, we went there not too. I love the museum.
That place
It's
is
like
great. I love that place.
so cool.
Another thing is the Marine Corps is 147 years old as of the 10th.
Happy birthday on the 10th for the Marine.
Happy birthday to the Marine Corps. Here, here.
Thank you for your service.
Crayon eaters.
Never thought the name Chesty could be cool.
Semper Fi.
What else you got, Adam? You got anything brewing? I know we talked about Sam Squanches last time you were here.
Sam Squanch.
Sam Squanches.
Well, I mean, I think I got my. Oh, well, that was all of my personal stories from last time. But
I know
have-
that Conrad is 100% interested in your endeavors of tracking the Sam Squanches.
Oh no, I have plenty.
No, the
Got
stories are
plenty of
badass. Like
Oh, yeah.
that's not sarcasm. Like it's really
Yeah,
interesting.
I have some from my my dad and my sister have gone out a lot more than I have since I've been back home. But I got stories from them. I mean, you got a question?
I mean, you live in Sam Squanch fucking
I
territory.
know, and it's beautiful, and I love it.
Yeah. Washington's a beautiful place.
So where you're from, do they call them skunk apes?
So where I'm from, we don't really have any Sasquatch because I'm from Indiana. We don't really have a lot of forestry.
You'd see them out on the plains, yeah. Like, honestly.
But we don't really have a lot of forestry and like woods out there. Like we do.
Yeah, because I
but,
guess
like,
you got to get into like the Appalachians. That's the swamp ape area.
Yeah.
Appalachians.
But we personally don't really have any back home. Like that's really about like if you go to like southern Indiana, closer down to like Tennessee, then you're getting a little bit closer to like
So,
the Smokies, Appalachians.
real quick to interrupt, according to Kenny, Ording, which is just a stone throws away from here, is the heaviest Sam Squanch sighting area, and that's probably what, half-hour drive. So that could be exciting.
That's interesting.
You guys want to take the podcast mobile? Hunt us
Well,
down some Sam Squanch?
Montesano.
Why not?
Let's have an expedition.
When I was out camping in Montesano with Rachel's parents, I guess that's prime territory for Sasquatchians. There's a whole fucking research community that was out there when I happened to be there, and I mean they had fucking all these high tech gadgets and shit like that making fucking clicks on the trees, and none of that shit made any sense till the story that you made in episode 7 or something like that, where you click on the tree.
Yeah.
Episode 10, actually.
Yeah,
Was it
that's-
episode
that was the
10?
Last
no,
one.
two episodes ago.
2 episodes ago, yeah.
Last Saturday.
Yeah, that's so the tapping on the trees. It's tree knocking.
Yeah.
That's how that's one of their many different ways to communicate. different amount of taps can mean different things.
Yeah.
And when I said the story last time, I was telling about another Bigfoot expeditionist that goes out more. He was out with like a Girl Scout group somewhere in the same area I was before that happened to me. And something that they do as like a very, very drastic last minute oh shit kind of thing, just to get a response if they know there's something there but they haven't gotten activity, is they'll just get like a stick or like these little bats that like even like Louisville Slugger makes.
Like the tire. What are they?
So the
tire beaters or whatever?
Sasquatches have access to Louisville Sluggers. This is
not that
right.
I know of.
They have a hell of a swing, dude.
But what you do sometimes is either you have a bat or you can simply just find like a nice little log or something that's got some thunk to it, you know?
Yeah.
You go up to a tree and you just...
Oh, I know who Amber is now.
They chunk rocks at you too. though.
just now figured that out?
It took me a while.
So convinced there was someone. We went camping near Enumclaw.
Hey, so real quick, not to be too hyper polarizing, but hey, Justin, are you currently armed?
No.
Okay. So I know we have at least 3 firearms in here. They're all mine, but and they have not shot anybody. I'm just saying. Back to you guys.
That you know.
Well, mine's in my Jeep, and there's no bullet holes in my Jeep at all. So
Yeah.
As the only non-gun owner here, I now feel strangely.
safe, safe,
Fucking
safe.
communist.
Safe's the word, right? Safe, safe. Gaslight, safe.
Yes, sir. Yes, whatever you say, sir.
Fucking- oh man, Sasquatches.
I
So-
would not go looking for Sam Squanches
Yeah.
if I did not have a firearm. Period.
The thing with Sam Squanches is that though they are still considered a cryptid, they are also considered a protected species. That's another conspiracy.
I don't give a fuck.
Into.
I mean, if one's attacking me,
Guess what?
I mean, if one's attacking
if
you,
one's
you're
attacking me,
fucked.
it's gonna. I'm gonna do what I can.
I mean, you could probably pop some shots into it, but so like a juvenile Sam Squanch is like my size.
No,
they're
that's-
about 6-7 foot.
I'm not saying that I stand a chance in hell.
I would have thought they
I-
would have had bigger muscles.
I'm saying I
It
would.
depends on how big they are.
I'm saying I would feel better
No, I mean the juvenile ones that you said are about your size. I
just
figured
having
out
a
more
firearm
than
with
that.
me. I mean, it's irrelevant if I die or not. I mean, that part's
Just like a
irrelevant.
safety precaution.
But just to,
yeah,
I would feel a little better sleeping in my little tent.
Let that motherfucker know who shot him.
Exactly.
but so when some people go out on expeditions, especially more well known, like where's some, I don't know. Anyway, but like a couple people I know who are more well known, sometimes if they go out on their own or just 2-3 people, usually one or all of them have at least like a pistol, just like as an oh shit handle kind of thing. But like 9 times out of 10, if they go out with a weapon, it's not because I'm gonna use this. It's a
500 Smith and Wesson. I'm gonna buy one for that.
50 BMG.
Yeah.
Desert Eagle.
No.
That's honest. So I've got that 10 millimeter now, and I told Sarah like
Yeah,
that was
that's a good way to go.
It was half my justification for buying it. Like they're bear killers.
Yeah, they are.
So if you go out and you just happen to be approached by a bear that's not overly friendly, it'll do the job. It'll keep you from dying.
Just bring a
Hopefully.
judge. A whole judge. You'll
Has
be
anybody
fine.
ever had bear meat?
I have.
Yes.
And
I
it's
have not.
fantastic.
I have not.
It is fantastic. You have to cut it with fat. So the problem with gamey meats is you have to, if you're gonna either turn it into burger or something like that, cut it with pig fat or something, and that'll take away some of the gaminess. But I've had black bear in it. It's phenomenal.
What do you mean cut it? Like you cut it into it, or you cook it with it?
No,
cook it with
you when I say cut it, I mean when you
It's like cutting your
process the meat.
cocaine.
No, when you
Yeah. So when this is a weird thing to think about, like if you haven't experienced it, when you make burger, you take hunks of meat and hunks of fat and you grind them together.
got it.
So that's how you get like your 80.
so when I say
20s. You
cut it,
take,
that's what I mean.
you know,
Okay, so you grind it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gosh,
a
there ought to be
pound of
band.
a pound of
Someone's
meat
never had
with,
Coke.
You know,
Just because I don't eat bear meat.
We're not talking about bears here, Conrad.
cocaine.
No, go ahead. What were you saying, Brent?
no, just like if you use 1 part of meat and then 2/10 of that would then be the fat, and that would be like an 80-20.
Okay.
So when I had bear meat, it was in fucking chili. It wasn't cut with anything. It was like a roast that had been cooked.
That sounds good.
And it was fucking great. It was so good. But it's not. It didn't taste gamey. It didn't taste like bear. It fell apart. Like
Because there
it
was other
like,
stuff added to
Yeah.
it.
Oh, it was like this amazing, super dense steak almost.
Deer
It also
meat chili.
very much depends
Yeah,
on what the
deer
bear's
meat
been
chili.
eating.
Yeah, normally
Oh, for
they're
sure.
herbivores,
Yeah.
but you can
No.
find some that do eat meat like carnivores.
Well, and garbage. You
Yeah,
know,
garbage.
they'll eat
Yeah,
garbage.
Garbage.
Garbivores.
This bear meat tastes like plastic bag.
Number 2, recycled.
This bear tastes like picnic basket.
All right, back to Sam Squanches, man. I'm
Squanch.
I can't say that I'm totally interested in because I don't believe in them, but you know, hearing the stories about it, I am intrigued by the Sam Squanch talk.
Ken just said he's seen a couple.
Yeah,
Done seen them.
Yeah. So, Ken, were you under the influence? It's just scary.
Was this between 12 a.m. and 12 or 11:59 p.m.?
Maybe.
we're not saying that you've done things, but we
Yeah,
are saying
look.
that we know you've done things.
Here's the thing. I'm not saying that you didn't see one. I'm just saying there may have been reasons you saw one.
In his what he posted was that he saw he startled one and there was a bunch of salmon carcasses. Like that's in one of his posts earlier.
That's fucking wild.
Wow.
I saw a moose once, just once, only one time. They're really big.
That's all it takes.
They're very
That
Dude,
one.
scary.
they're fucking huge.
Moose?
Moose are
scary.
big. I've seen them in Alaska. They're not small.
Mine was a
And they're
juvenile,
fucking-
and it was
They're
frightening.
fucking stupid.
Especially when you hear them whistle in the middle of the night. It's kind of fucking scary.
It's
Not
super
gonna lie.
high pitched, right? Is that
Yeah.
the okay? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's nuts.
I don't even know where the moose has heard this song before.
Yeah, right?
I've seen a ton of tracks at the Carbon River, but I've never seen anything there.
Yeah, I've seen tracks in Aberdeen.
For moose or for
No, for
Sasquatch?
Sam
Same
Squatches.
Squatch.
For sandwiches.
Sam Squatch.
Squatch.
So I'm gonna back up to what Ken said a minute ago about he said I startled the words.
Screams of the Sworns.
I startled it on a completely fog-ridden morning on the Carbon at about 3:40 a.m. or so. It was eating the salmon carcass I had left the night before. If you startled a Bigfoot, that must have been a fucking baby.
Have you seen Ken?
Yeah, Ken's not a small man. Yeah.
I'm not saying he is, but like I don't know.
It's just possible they're reclusive. I mean, clearly they're reclusive. If they do exist, they're not very social.
they're very hidden. They don't like to be seen very much. But with Bigfoot, as with some cryptids, it's like they'll let you know that they are there if they want you to, and it usually if they reveal themselves.
He said it was 11 feet tall when it stood up.
Oh, he saw it stand up.
That'd be nuts.
That'd be scary.
But that's almost like what we were talking about a couple episodes ago as well. Ancient civilizations. I mean, amongst Sam Squatches and all the other things that live on this planet, lizard people and all that kind of shit, right?
That's the elite you're referring to.
Yeah, and I'm sure that we have a
Perplexed.
giant
That's a
fucking
big word.
different style of people here besides just humans in in the world, so to speak. People have just been living amongst us for years that we had no idea.
So I left and we were talking about Sasquatch.
We're
Now
still
talking.
we're still talking
Oh, I
about.
thought we were talking about Nancy Pelosi.
Oh, he's
Have you ever seen the Socialty Pro ads or whatever that are on YouTube or on fucking Instagram or whatever? Here's five different websites that should be illegal. You ever seen that? So it pops up on mine sometimes or whatever. Well, anyways, he was showing them, right? And there was a fucking tab that was open. It says Nancy Pelosi's nude, and it was cut off.
oh,
And I was like, am I the only one who fucking caught that? What is going on?
where was this? Where did you who's?
So Socialty
He
Pro.
wants to look it up.
Oh, it was one of the sites.
No. This is Instagram. Socialty
okay,
Pro is like, here's 5 easy ways you can, five different websites or whatever. So like that cool video editor thing that I showed you, you're like, oh yeah, that's a cool website. I got it from that. And this guy fucking, he was showing all these cool different websites, and there was a tab that was open. It says Nancy Pelosi's nudes, and I was like, dude, what the fuck is this, right? Can we just stop talking about the fucking websites for a minute and talk about the elephant in the room?
I'd click on it.
What did she look like?
Oh, I wouldn't.
Everybody's seen her in her bikini.
Aw.
I have not seen her in a bikini. That
Oh
would.
God.
Oh, it was all over the fucking news.
I don't watch the fucking.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I read articles.
Well, I mean, that's exactly what I'm talking about, because I normally do my research like after the fact, like during work or after work or whatever.
It's hard to do your research before the fact.
Yeah, and I seen fucking what do you call it? I seen one of the videos pop up from what is it, Vanity Magazine or something like that, or something Fair.
Vanity Fair.
Yeah, I think it's Vanity Fair.
Yeah.
But her fucking picture of her wearing a bikini at the beach showed up when I was looking at one of the articles. I was
Was
like,
it
what
nice?
the fuck?
Was it nice?
She's got giant boobs, dude.
What the fuck are you doing with the microphone?
Getting it so that it can aim at my mouth hole without
Jesus.
like.
There's literally
It's a Sam Squatch.
Yeah, it's a fan
You can hear
square.
it.
Sam's Quaint.
You see, this is now better. Like I don't sound all fucking hollow, and it's not sitting right in front of my face.
It's supposed to be in front of your face.
Yeah, but
the
I'm
point of
talking
a
about like I see
microphone.
myself in there, and it's like in my face.
Oh, like mine. It'd be like in my face, like this.
Precisely. These things are made adjustable like this for a reason, and like you can adjust them without telling the person who could probably take your mic down real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, how do you adjust? Yeah.
The important part of the process is not letting the guy who can mute your mic know.
Yeah, exactly.
This has turned into an ASMR.
Oh, let's not do this.
Yeah.
Let's not.
You got you got to check the mic to make sure the levels are good.
All right. So another question. You said
Was that Tourette's?
so. Cryptid and all cryptozoology, fucking cool. Like whether you believe in it or not, half of it I think is bullshit. Half of it is weird because it turns into these weird things where like we don't really know everything here. We know more about outer space than we do our own oceans. What? That being said, you're from Indiana, right? That's what you said?
Yeah.
What's the cryptid from Indiana? Like you guys don't have Sasquatches, you said.
They have Erie.
Yeah. What's the New Jersey one? The Jersey Devil?
Yeah,
Is
New
that
Jersey
what it is?
I thought that was a hockey team.
It is. But
We actually have like our own Loch Ness up here. I forgot what it was called. Like our own Loch Ness monster.
Nessie.
Isn't it a big octopus or something?
I don't know, but we have.
well, that was
Either
one of
the
them.
Tacoma Bridge, I think it
The
is.
gigantic octopuses, and they're here. That's real. So
What?
it was kind of a cryptozoology thing. Of course, they're not taking down full ships. but
Wait,
they're fucking
octopuses
huge.
or squid? Giant squid, right?
I think it's squids.
I think
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, I think it's giant
If it's-
squid.
No, it was an octopus for sure. I remember that.
Yeah,
You remember it.
I thought it was an octopus.
Yeah, it was-
Are you being serious though? Like
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
okay. Okay, I didn't know.
That's
I
what
didn't
I was told. It was a giant octopus underneath Narrows, and then Nessie was in Crater Lake in Oregon.
Huh.
That's the other one that I was told about.
I've never heard that one.
There was either one. I don't know if it's Crater Lake. Like that's definitely possible, but like it was either somewhere in northwestern Washington or up in the Canada side of the border. I don't remember.
Who
What,
cares
Nessie?
about fucking Canada? Canadians aren't real anyway.
Oh,
I got
Just a
one.
conspiracy.
Actually, I only looked this something up because we don't really have a lot that
They
I
have
know
corn.
of.
yeah.
That's not a cryptid. It's everywhere.
Pornhub.com. Check it out. It's real.
But this something I just looked up. It has different cryptids from the state of Indiana, and one of them is wild men, which is just like a lesser Bigfoot, I guess. Another one that I didn't know about, fucking mud mermaids.
Oh, yeah.
That just sounds
Dude,
wrong.
not yeah. That sounds. Let's not go down.
Let's
this
not.
road.
Let's
That
not.
sounds like a Pornhub category.
Jesus, dude. Isn't that like the chicks that get their fucking mermaid suits on Wish and just film their Instagram or TikTok videos?
It's that girl in the bathtub, like.
Oh God, tub girl.
Yeah.
No.
But she's in like a mermaid tail.
No. No.
This is a YouTube video you just posted, Ken.
So Kenny's saying he'll admit he didn't see it clear as day, but he startled it. It screamed at him, and it sounded like a chord, not just a singular like how our voices are, but as if there's like what 2 or 3 voices all together to make a chord. So I mean that's interesting for sure.
I just pulled up the video. If you would.
Yeah, go ahead and play it on your microphone there.
He said
It
it's the
says it's
last
from Puyallup.
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 Gallop.
Toilet.
That's a directional mic, just FYI.
Oh, I think they'll get the point.
15
They'll be
seconds
able
in,
to
there's
pull it
fucking
off,
nothing
honestly.
coming out.
So
Do you
it's
have your
Pug
volume
Wedgie.
down?
sound like nothing.
29, 30 seconds in.
I'd fucking run.
Yeah, it's
So
definitely
be-
something to cause you anxiety for
So,
sure.
I'm pretty sure I'd be touching cloth at that point.
So as
Touch a cloth.
So, as someone who has been on several Bigfoot expeditions, and done his own research and heard certain things and whatever the fuck else, that doesn't really sound like much of what I have personally heard. Bigfoot are more of like a howl, like whoops, and just
Yeah, that's
Like
I've always heard
growls.
it as like a whoop or a woon or
Yeah.
like a whoop,
Yeah.
like something
That's-
along
so-
those.
Oh, so you're
It's-
saying it was the skinwalker? Is that what you're saying? Because
Oh, yeah.
skinwalkers make that noise.
Oh, maybe it's a different strain of the
Wendigo.
Wendango.
of the Sam Squanch. Maybe it's a different. Maybe they're a diverse group. There's
People
some
walkers.
more.
Puck Wudgies. Who said what now?
Wenjango.
Skinwalker.
Oh,
yeah.
so
See, Skinwalker.
Webster, that's another one. Webster Brianna just said that's something that we actually do have back home. So we have a little small state park not far from.
What up, 42 Studios?
What's up, dude?
But there's a little state park not far from where I'm from. It's called Mountain State Park.
Yeah.
And Indiana used to be a massive, massive Delaware Indian country. Like the whole state was just that was a whole country of Indians.
So when you say mounds, is it so? Have you been to Mima
Big
here in
giant
Washington?
tits.
No, I have not. But
Okay, because we have what we call the mounds here, which are laid out in almost a pattern, and they're just like small little mounds that are from the Native Americans. And
Yeah.
we don't know what they're from.
So the ones back home that we have, it's really only in like one main area instead of like everywhere else. It's like one main area, and then it's literally just in a big circle. Like you can walk up into this area, and there's just like a ditch, and then like a little middle area, and then all around this circle is just big fucking like mounds. And that's supposed to be. It was like.
They're
how-
coming for us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
It was how the Native Americans would like pay homage to their ancestors or talk to their gods, whatever it may be, or just have rituals or gatherings, whatever it may have been, and that's what they did. But also in this same area, there's a entity called a Pukwudgie, and it's like a Native American juju kind of thing, but
Or like a legend or a myth.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Chupacabra.
But it just so if you look it up, it depends.
That's Mima. That's
Kinda.
Mima. That's
It's-
just out of Bakota.
So it's like those, but it's just one big circle instead of just like
that's fucking.
just
That's
little hills.
weird.
Yeah. But anyway, and a Pukwudgie you'll read different things depending on where you see it from or where you read it at, whatever it may be. But
Pukwudgie.
it's a fun word.
It's a
very
cool
fun word.
name.
Yeah.
Pukwudgie.
But the thing with the Pukwudgie is it's like it has two different forms or 2 to 3 different forms. One of them is like in a hiding state, like it doesn't want you to know it's there, whatever it may be. And there's another one where it's in a more friendly entity shape. And I've seen them personally. I didn't know what the hell I was looking at first until I looked it up. But usually if they're in a more friendly state, they're green. They have like a greenish color to them.
So how big are we talking?
So ones
Because when I hear Pukwudgie, I think of like it's a small thing.
they're
Like I don't know.
Beat
why.
him after
they're like
midnight.
they're little like no motherfuckers. Like I haven't seen a full body one, but I've seen maybe chest up, waist up, whatever. But they're probably only maybe 2-3 foot tall, if that. But they just have like a really basic cloth on them. And what I've noticed is and I've also talked to other people who've looked for these things and just reading stories, if they're usually wearing like green clothing or whatever, they're just trying to blend in with their surroundings. But
They're like a nymph, gnome,
Yeah,
fairy.
kinda.
They're kind of in that same
yeah,
grouping.
but they're like if they're more like greenish color, they're like
You're a
okay.
fairy.
Yeah, fairies wear boots. I wear boots.
Oh yeah. But usually green ones are like more friendly. They're like they want you to know they're there, but
That's
they
awesome.
don't want you to.
So they're trying to blend in, but if you notice them,
Yeah,
they're not.
It's kind of like a if you notice something, if you have a good enough eye. And the other form that I've noticed and I've heard, and the color differentiates. I've heard red, purple. I've personally seen blue, but usually if it's not green or whatever other fucking color it may be, if it's a more darker color, that's when they're angry. Like, hey, you're getting close to somewhere you shouldn't be. I don't want you here. Fucking whatever it may be. And like, they're just more aggressive.
That's wild. That's
There's
awesome.
been stories, and I've seen videos even on YouTube of people getting possessed by these things. And if I saw videos when I was young,
Hey, Kenny, were there any psychedelics involved when you saw weird shit fishing? Just asking for a friend.
Nope.
Amber, you cannot have a puckwudgie. No.
No, puckwudgie. That's when you get it all stuck together, make it perfect.
Oh yeah, or if you look in
Yeah, no. So that's totally like a gnome. So it's one of those weird things.
Holy shit.
So the Germans do a bunch of stuff on like
crazy.
like the garden gnomes and that sort of stuff. It's like a big German
leprechaun.
thing. And you'll see full books on like the gnomes. Like
Bat Squatch.
it's weird. Going down to like Japanese mythology where everything has a real big story behind it. Garden gnomes, like depending on how they're dressed, what tools they are, this, that, they're actually named and have a bunch of different things, and it's like rooted in deep mythology.
Yeah.
Weird.
I mean, it's kind of like not exactly the same thing, but if you look at like Krampus, like the German Santa Claus, like that's just a whole thing.
Well, they say that's the real version of Santa Claus, and like the actual version of Santa Claus that we have is actually the fucking disciple of Satan, essentially.
So the one that we have was sold by Coca-Cola. That's why he wears red and white. Like, that's not even a joke.
That's true. Yeah.
Original Santa Claus, I
Yeah.
think, was either green or
Yeah, it's
blue.
green. Yeah.
Yeah.
Saint
And that,
Nicholas.
yeah, that's Saint Nicholas, and that's based on an Irish folklore because he was the one bringing the presents to the kids and the
And he was
So
jolly
less-
because he was drunk.
yeah, less fortunate.
Hey, chat, what do you guys got? You got anything good?
Bat Squatch, apparently.
Bat Squatch.
That's
Bat
a thing going on
Squatch.
right now.
Part
Bat Squatch. So speaking of Bat Squatch, isn't that like the Jersey Devil? Wasn't that the Jersey Devil thing?
So-
of like, it like showed up in roadways and was like tearing
So-
people's cars apart and shit.
I don't know a lot about the Jersey Devil. I know very little, but it was supposedly like this woman was having a really rough pregnancy in New Jersey, and she had like terrible pain, and she had nightmares and all this other shit. And once it was born, and you hear so many different stories.
So
of what
I
it
think
was.
I'm not thinking of the Jersey Devil. I'm thinking of the Mothman.
Mothman,
Which Mothman was that? Where was the Mothman?
I think that was in a city
like West
somewhere.
Virginia.
West Virginia.
Yeah, down in West Virginia, it appeared on a bridge, and then like 2 days later, the bridge collapsed.
Yeah.
I think killed like 10 people or something like that.
Yeah, Harbinger of Doom or something
Mm-hmm.
like that. Yeah.
Harbinger of sorrow.
She cursed the child. Sounds cool when I say it like that. She cursed the child. Do they scream? Only when you cook them.
Good Lord.
Cook them alive.
No, so another weird question. So you've actually done Sasquatch hunts here in like not hunts. You're not out like trying to hunt one, but I didn't know this before. So,
So-
you've went out and tried to observe.
I have not up here, but on the last time I was on last Saturday, the 10th episode. Go watch it if you haven't. The last one I was telling a couple stories that I have personally experienced down in Kentucky. Conrad was getting a kick out of it.
It was cool, man. Yeah, you should check out that.
Yeah, no, I'll
episode.
have to rewatch that. That's fucking sweet.
Long,
Yeah, it's towards
but
the end.
like long story short, me and my dad went out right before I left for the army, and it was just me and him, broad daylight. I got growled at, literally middle of the day, and later on we thought we were getting surrounded by multiple Bigfoot. We decided, yeah, we shouldn't be here anymore, and hightailed out of there.
So, have you heard the story about the hunters that I don't know where they were. It wasn't Washington or Oregon, but it was the Northwest, so Idaho or Montana, those sorts of things. And they happened to be in a hunting cabin. And I'll have to find the story and send it to you, because next thing they know, they heard like a knock at the door, and they go and they look and see what it is, because they're in the middle of a hunting cabin and it's dark. And there's a rock.
Yeah,
So they're trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then rocks start pelting into them, so they close it. And it's a little cabin. There's no windows, anything like that. It's more or less a hut to sleep in that you can keep a fire and it'll keep warm.
Yeah.
And they're hearing these noises and the whoops and everything, as well as the rocks and being surrounded. And allegedly they had like a board ripped off where one of them, I think all of them, not just one, had visually seen something that they described kind of as a Sasquatch. And this
Yeah.
was
So to add on to that with the little hunting shed, my uncle, I believe he knows a friend. I don't remember what state it is in. It's somewhere out closer to home, but he has a little hunting shed like that. Like it's a little like log cabin, not so much just one little room, but it's got like bathroom, little kitchen area and stuff like that. But my uncle's friend has said that multiple times when he's out there, he will hear screams in the middle of the night, like not just like a normal person, like it's a guttural, loud howl scream. And sometimes even during middle of the day, he'll hear rocks just getting pelted on the side of his house,
So-
on the side of this cabin. And he'll go out later afterwards that like to see like, okay, where the fuck is there any damage, whatever. And he'd go to this side of the house, and it's not like pebbles or rocks, like it's damn
stone.
near,
Yeah.
it's damn near
Stone.
boulders. Yeah.
I thought you
And-
said skulls.
scones.
Scones.
No, I think that one that I was talking about, if I remember right, that was one of the first recorded Sasquatches. It was in like the 60s. So it's not a good recording, but it's been a validated recording.
Yeah.
So those guys ended up going out the next year because of course they left and they're scared shitless, because no matter what it was, be it that it's people trying to protect a crop or whatever you want to do, like they're lucky it didn't turn violent. So, and they all felt that. But I think it was like a year later they went out and finally had calmed down enough to try to see what was going on and see if they couldn't record it. And they actually recorded the first noises they believe were Sasquatch noises, if I remember right. And that was their origin story, is that they had experienced that shit in a fucking cabin. Fuck that shit.
It's interesting. My first time, and I didn't say this story last time, but the first time I ever went out, it was me, my dad, and a Bigfoot hunter or expeditionist, and we went out in Kentucky, near Mammoth Cave area, but we were way, way, way out there. The nearest McDonald's had to be at least 20 miles away.
Wow.
So we were pretty far away.
Wow.
But we were out there, and at first we just pulled up. It's just me, my dad, and this other guy, and we're getting out of our cars, pitch black at night, like it's 9-10 o'clock at night, and we're just getting out, getting our bags together, lights, whatever, and we're just sitting there, and you just way out in the distance, just 3 little tree knocks, just like that. No one else heard them. I noticed them. I was like, did you guys just hear tree knocks? And this other guy we're with, he was like, oh yeah, they're just telling other Bigfoot that we're just here, that there's someone here. And I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, that's what Bigfoot do. If there's someone in the area, they'll do a couple knocks and say, hey, someone's here and they shouldn't be. Just like watch them kind of thing. And then we go out there onto this trail. We walk probably 2-3 miles, again, pitch black. Like a trail not even half the size of this table lengthwise. And it's just the 3 of us just walking. We just got red lamps on, and this other guy's telling other stories of expeditions he's been on. And I'm a little bit younger, so I'm scared shitless. It's pitch black at night. I'm just like, because he told us a story. It was like they were out one time with a bigger group.
Do that again.
No. And there was he was out there with like a bigger group, like 10 so people out there. And there's a couple of them, there's 2 or 3 of them like by themselves, and they're going down a trail with more people, but they split off at a fork. And at one point they go down maybe a quarter mile of this trail, and they said, again, pitch black outside at this during the time of this story. And it was a guy, 2 guys and a girl. And they said they were walking down a trail, and they decided to just stop and just sit on the side of the trail and just listened, tried to do some whoops, howls, whatever. And then they said, all right, we're not really getting anything. So then they pack up, get up, and turn back the way they were coming from, that they just broke off from the other group. And they said not even a couple minutes after they had gotten up and left from where they stopped, someone came walking down the trail that had to be 6-7 foot tall. And they said it looked like someone was just wearing a baggy coat. They had a hood over their head. And then when it got closer, and of course they all have red lights and stuff. And then when they got closer to whatever this figure was, they're like, that's not a fucking person. They realized there was a lot more hair. They had dark eyes. And the next thing they know, they're all just frozen because, you know, you're face to face with something that could fuck all three of you up 7 ways from Sunday. And they said next thing they know, this figure just darts off the trail and just disappears. But anyway, me and my dad were in the same area. Me and my dad were in the same area, and again, this is my first time ever going out. And we go down 2-3 miles down this trail. He's telling us stories, and I'm scared shitless. And we get to this one point, and this other guy that we're with, he's like, no, let's just stop for a minute and just turn off our lights. I'm like, no.
After telling you this story, that's awesome.
I was like, fuck no. I was like, I want to go home, dude. Like, I'm tired. I'm scared of fuck right now. And he was like, nah, you'll be all right. You'll be all right. So this guy sits down on the end. I'm in the middle. My dad's off to the left. But it's like the guy next to me, he's like 10, 15, 20 feet away from me. My dad's same distance away.
So when you're talking middle of nowhere at night, like what's the moon like? Is there a moon that night,
No.
or is it like 10 to 15 feet away? Like you can't see the fucking dude.
I could do like this and barely see my own
That's
hand.
fucking
Like
wild.
so there was the trail and then it kind of dipped
So
off.
and you're saying red light too, and like I've walked in some red light, like you can't see. That's not really that far. That's far enough to know it's not a cliff in front of you.
Yeah. That's how it is. But like,
That's wild.
so there's the trail, there's like a little bit, and then it drops off into a little valley. And then off to where we stopped, it was just like a little grass patch. And then there was a little elevation, and then it went up into a hill kind of thing. And we just sit up against this little elevation right there. It's 3-4 foot off the ground. I'm sitting there just like knees to my chest, just like scared shitless because I can't see this guy. I can't see my dad, but they gave me a little FLIR, little thermal imaging camera. And then we just kind of like passed it down the line back and forth. And at one point I didn't have it. And off to the left where we came from, the trail kind of curved back a little bit. This way just kind of went straight and did its own thing. But off this way, and then where it dropped, I'm sitting there and we just did a whoop or something. We're just sitting there waiting to hear anything. I just hear leaves rustle really fucking hard. And then it just sounds like, and then it's just like, I heard a slight, and it just like slowly went away. I'm like, did anyone else hear that? And my dad was like, yeah, that was like 2 feet from me. I'm like, did you see anything? Because he had the camera. He was like, no, I wasn't facing towards it. I was like, cool. And then we sat there for another 5-10 minutes. We get up and start walking back to the cars. And the guy we're with, I told him about it because he didn't hear anything. He was a little bit far down. He didn't hear it. And I was like, so did you hear this happen? He goes, no. He goes, well, explain it. I'm like, okay, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, yeah, it was probably a juvenile. They like to get really close. And they test how close they can get because they're curious. And juveniles, like I said earlier, they're 6-7 foot tall, 300, 400, 500 pounds.
Wow.
Like they're as tall as I am or taller.
That's fucking wild.
And then adults can get 8 to 11, sometimes 12 foot tall, shoulders that are like 4 or 5 foot wide, and they're 800-900 pounds. Like they're big fucking things.
Jesus. Fuck that shit.
This is why I don't go camping.
Dan, you ever see anything in Alaska?
Never seen anything like that. No, but
Yeti.
heard a lot of weird, strange things. Not the tapping, but we've heard some screaming and stuff like that. When my dad says, "Okay, time to get to the car."
So if I remember right, you had spent time in Nome too, right? Nome, Alaska.
For me?
Yeah,
No, I've never been to no.
that's weird. fuck, all of those crazy alien stories come out of Nome.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. A lot of crazy alien shit.
Heard quite a few stories about stuff like that. But hey, I was gonna lead this to a different segue here. So I guess there's an update on the Nord Stream pipelines. Apparently, there's a website or a company that tracks information, and I guess this is from Space Knows. I guess that's kind of what company is. But
K or N?
K, Space Knows.
Okay.
And what they said was that they have a couple satellite images that has seen two vessels about 95 to 130 meters long pass within several miles of the Nord Stream 2 leaks, and their radars were off. And they call them black ships because whenever you're doing something, whether it's clandestine or military-based, what do they call it, missions or something like that, and they don't want to make their presence known, they'll normally go black. But it seems like there was two ships here that were by the Nord Stream pipelines when they blew up. So who knows? Apparently they sent them into
Space Knows.
Well, yeah, and apparently they sent him into NATO, and NATO declined to say any information about it. So it kind of makes me feel that NATO knew
Space
about
and
it.
NATO knows.
Yeah. So it kind of makes me feel that NATO knew about these two ships in the first place, and was hoping that they can just kind of blame whoever. But I'm sure eventually someone's going to figure this out.
So you're saying it's sabotage?
I'm not sure if it's sabotage or if they can actually point to a specific country that did it.
Speculation.
But I'm pretty sure that most of the ships that go dark, I mean, you have modern day slavery that happens amongst the oceans there, like pirates and shit like that, taking control of other boats. You have people that are being, trafficked from one country to another country. And normally when shit like that happens, especially when it comes to drugs as well, you turn your radars off so that nobody can see you unless they're looking for you.
I see. Okay, so you're not saying that, that they were just there for no reason, nobody knows why, and they were super suspicious. That's kind of the
It happened at the exact same time that those pipelines blew up because I guess they went back in time essentially because it constantly takes pictures.
So you're saying
It
a
saves
crime
it.
was committed,
And two ships were found.
and there was a couple ships, and they were what?
And they were dark. Yeah.
It was
No radars.
So that concerns you,
Brian, no, Brian.
and that concerns you. Huh? Just
Hey, Conrad, you're like part Russian, right? Tell us how you feel about what's going on over there.
I'm not part Russian. I'm full-blooded Polish, but I have Ukrainian heritage. I think my great-grandmother was half Ukrainian or some such. But I feel really strongly about it. Like I watch the documentaries, I watch like the video clips that come in on a daily, weekly basis, and I know you guys are against like funding Ukraine, but I'm all like, dude, like give it to them, man. Like to me, I feel Putin is Putin. That damn Putin. I just think
Putin. What's going on?
I just think he's a dangerous person, and I think he's going to
Darn
continue to
Putin.
escalate. And basically, to me, NATO is America. Like if we protect our NATO allies,
I mean, we pay enough.
but that's just. I feel like we're a united front. So that's just my opinion on it. So I say go for it. Let's protect Ukraine as much as we possibly can. Save those people.
Well, this is going to sound very controversial because I happen to be in a relationship with a Ukrainian and am having a child with her as well. And
Congratulations.
so the biggest issue that I see here is that I also agree that, Ukraine should be funded, but what is the agenda of funding with missiles and tanks and ammunitions and all that kind of shit?
Wait, one
right?
more time, because we got to comment. What is the agenda?
Viewer call
what's the
it. Viewer
agenda?
call it.
Viewer Colin.
WF has an opinion on what we're discussing.
Yeah.
Post your opinion, WF. We'll read it.
But continue.
Yeah, sorry.
continue what
Let
we're
him continue. WF,
So-
compile your thoughts.
Yeah, so my biggest opinion here is that Russia, from what she told me, was willing to go into a peace agreement before they even entered Ukraine. But from what I understand, Zelensky said no, and Ukrainians shot at Russians first, and then Russians came over the border. So Ukrainians are the one who started the war first, and then the Russians came over, and all they wanted was access to the Black Sea through Kiev. That's it. They said, we want a peace agreement. We want to make sure that we extend this, and Vladimir wanted to make sure that no NATO agreement was going to happen, that Ukraine didn't become another NATO state or another NATO country. And there was an agreement beyond
Who
the
is
United
munching
States.
right now? Is that you, Dan? Are you chewing
Fucking
something?
knows, man.
Somebody's
not me.
fucking. Dan, it was you.
What are you talking about?
I hear like munching going on in the background. It's so fucking
So
irritating.
you have control of the mics. Just take volumes down until it stops.
Yeah, I don't know which one it is. So
Definitely not me.
Then ask each one of us a question.
Fuck Russia.
So it's definitely not me. But so the whole point here was that we had made an agreement with Russia that no NATO countries or any NATO allies will be made within a certain amount of miles or whatever from Russia in the first place.
So let me
that's our
clarify that
treaty.
for you real quick. So when the Berlin Wall came down, we made an agreement with the USSR at the time, because the Soviet Union was being dissolved, that we would not bring NATO allies or any NATO presence any further east than Germany. And we've gone back on that very hard.
At the same time, though, it's Ukraine should be allowed to join NATO for whatever benefits it gets out of it. It feels like that they're kind of stonewalled by a policy that is not under their
Well,
control.
So it really seems like they should also be able to defend themselves.
And they're
Joining
doing
NATO,
so
you
beautifully.
can't defend yourself. You can't do anything. So what value do you bring? So this is, and again, I'm not just being mean to them. They have really fertile lands. They have all that sort of stuff. But if it wasn't for us sending them money and sending them things so that we can keep our, because we pulled out,
Investments.
and we have to keep our war machine going.
Yep.
Then
Oh
what
no,
is it?
WF, we definitely did. I mean, NATO has 100% moved east of Germany. I mean, you have to look at the other countries that are around Russia that are even more easternly of Russia that are now NATO allies. I mean, NATO has definitely moved over. So
And to bring up another point too, NATO has a tendency to become rogue at its own point in time, and it's done that in the past for several generations.
NATO is currently a worldwide governing body, and that's half the issue with NATO, is that they have their own standing military. Everybody pays into it. And that's all it is a big fucking war machine. That's it.
Yeah, and to your point, WF,
Very frightening fucking thing to think about when
And-
you put it in those terms.
in Germany, there's a name for women in Germany. They were called rubble women, and they were the ones who actually cleaned up the streets in Berlin when the wall fell, and after World War II and stuff like that. And a lot of the working class there is very, very evenly added. So women and men work in Germany, but yeah, so it was interesting because I spent 7 weeks up in Berlin. And I was told this story about how these women, housewives or whatever, because they were normally stayed home at this time. They were the ones who came out, cleaned everything up as far as the rubble. They fucking dusted the streets. They made sure that they swept up all the garbage and all that kind of
If
shit
this
too.
was like this happened in the 80s, you think they would be called the Rebel Alliance?
Well,
That's
I
what
mean,
I
it
would
could have
call
been.
Where's our drum kit?
Yeah.
But WF also brought up a point, which, because I understand, this information is from a native Ukrainian, so I can't trump that in any kind of
Well,
way.
this is direct because Ukrainians understand Russians and they understand Poland, right? So, but Polish do not understand Ukrainians as well as Russians do not understand Ukrainians. So
Yeah.
it's not backwards; it's only forwards. So Ukrainians can speak 3 languages, but Poland and Russia cannot speak Ukrainian, if that makes any sense. And
No,
it's
it does.
weird
It's a
because
it's a
their
slight-
alphabet is very similar, but for some reason doesn't translate well.
There's a lot more Russian in the Ukrainian language that I know of, but
You're also forced to learn Russian
Yeah.
when you were in Ukraine because actually Soviet Union did own Kiev, by the way. That was Russia territory, and then Ukraine, when they split off, they took Kiev.
So, but I just want to go back to what you said about them firing at someone and that Russia is retaliating. For one, WF brought up the good point that Russia invaded Crimea back in 2014, and that was a disaster. And it seems like they just want to take more and more. And just one last thing.
According to the United States government, that wasn't a disaster, and we didn't send them aid. We actually let it happen. Who was the
We
president
did.
at that time?
We all let it happen. Obama was. But seriously, the other point I want to make is we saw Russia staging military equipment near the border for like weeks or months or whatever it is, and people were decrying. It's like, oh, America is just kind of blowing this out of proportion. Like, nothing's happening, and then like 2 weeks later they invade, just like we were saying they were.
Well, and how many times has America postured on other countries?
Listen,
so you thought it was just like a muscle
It's
thing?
a posturing
listen.
thing.
You
Hey,
can't
this goes
be
bad.
pro-Trump and not understand like secure borders. Like that's an act of war.
Jesus.
As soon as they started trying to secure their border.
Yeah, and just your point, WF2, you're also 25, 26 seconds behind because YouTube is very slow for some reason. So
Super
just
slow.
if you decide, if you're getting irritated because it seems like you're behind the conversation a little bit, just know that you're a little bit far behind. And
Yeah, there is
Twitter-
a broadcast delay.
Yeah,
just so you're aware.
Twitter, I think, Twitch is a little bit faster. But no, so from my understanding too, what was directly translated was Putin was asking for peace and asking Zelensky not to join NATO. And from my understanding was the funny yellow-haired fucking guy head of the UK before he stepped down was one of
Boris
the-
Johnson.
Yeah, Boris
Not
Johnson.
the funny yellow-haired guy.
I know. I was like, I was already starting to get triggered by that description.
Yeah. Fucking talking about Trump again, you fucking assholes. Yeah, no. So Boris Johnson went over to Zelensky and told him, you need to join NATO.
Oh.
And from my understanding was that Zelensky was pushed into the NATO agreement versus saying, hey, because for 30 years they were in agreement with Russia saying, hey, we won't be a NATO country ever, blah, blah, blah. And then Zelensky becomes president. And meanwhile, Zelensky is also a TV actor just like Trump was.
Yeah.
So he played president and he got elected as the president, which is very odd, but very funny as well. But yeah, so they were in agreement for 30 years, and then all of a sudden there was a peace agreement that was supposed to happen, and then they said, no, fuck you, we're going to join NATO, and then the war started. And ever since then, it's been nothing but United States sending them money. Well, what is one of the biggest ways to hide money? In our culture, because we obviously don't have millions or billions, right?
Arts.
Mattress.
Yeah, arts. Arts,
Mattress.
absolutely. So you can take a painting, right, and spend maybe $15 in materials and make whatever
God,
something
are we
about a
getting
fucking
back
apple.
on Hunter Biden again?
No,
Sounds like it, but that's let's
sounds like
not.
Hunter.
But no, please
But-
continue.
here's the whole point of this is that you can essentially sell $40,000 of cocaine for a $5 pitcher, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, that's bad.
So you can make $15 or whatever,
Need to step their
and essentially the $15 painting you sell for $40 million, right? And when that person buys it, you give them $40 million of cocaine, right?
Yeah.
So in this case with the war, right, we're giving them billions of dollars. What are we getting in return?
Art.
The
think we're
military industrial complex gets that money. Like so my understanding is like we
No.
pay for that here and they donate it ish.
No.
So our manufacturers aren't benefiting. Well, continue. What were you gonna say?
Someone has to be benefiting directly from the money and the resources that we are sending to Ukraine in order to get something in return, because Joe Biden has a history of having a quid pro quo as for the what was that the
It was a prosecutor that was
investigating his son, right?
well. That's
Squid Pro.
And it might sound like a very touchy subject or a very
no. It's just we have
subject.
two. We have just. I don't. I just want to say one point about this. The prosecutor was well known to be corrupt, and so now they'll. And I don't want to say right-wing media agenda, but that's basically the anti-Biden right-wing thing is making it all about Biden, whereas the entire international community knew there was corruption in Ukraine. That was, I think, possibly the presidency. I'm not sure if when Crimea happened, like they were all basically in bed with Russia. That's kind of what happened there during the election when they all rioted.
Who was?
The Ukrainian entire regime was basically corrupt, and that prosecutor was a known,
So
internationally known
was
corrupt
this when
person.
Hunter was on Burisma also? That was known as corrupt then.
I mean, honestly, that
And
very
also,
likely
we
was.
had a handler here in the United States who handled Ukraine under the previous administration. Was it the vice president?
Yeah,
Okay,
it was vice
who was
president.
also the
kinda think
father
it was.
I get
of
what
the,
you're saying,
the board person.
but this
So
guy, it
with
wasn't
that-
a
with
quid
this-
pro quo.
And this is just it. With this is what I'm saying. With that much corruption in the government already, and you understand, hey, there's a lot of corruption here.
He has premium
had
price Ukraine
a-
as it is.
Vice president of the United States' son on a board, a national board there that was controlled by their government. Don't you think we should look into that and go, let's make sure nothing was going on?
I fully agree. Like that's a little sketchy.
Yeah.
We should definitely check it out. But I'm not just jumping to conclusions on that. Like,
So
go ahead.
the reason why I brought this up was because one, there's a guy. Have you heard of a guy named General Michael Flynn?
Yes.
Okay, so General Michael Flynn was the guy investigating that. You remember what happened to General Michael Flynn at the very beginning of Trump taking office, right?
You got fired?
Yeah, he got fired. Why was he fired? Because he was looking into Hunter Biden and Burisma oil.
When Trump took office?
Yeah, that's the first thing that he was doing.
Wait,
because
Trump
he was,
fired the guy?
No. So they fired Michael Flynn.
Mm-hmm.
Nancy Pelosi and the rest of the House Democrats voted to have him use a FISA Act on him. And he's a general, mind you, so they weren't supposed to use a FISA on him. They illegally used a FISA on General Flynn in the first place. But FISA is the head of counterintelligence into reaching out to other countries and figuring out, strategic positions for the president, right? That's the whole point of his job.
Okay.
He's a general, okay? So he already has top security clearance. He's a trusted individual amongst the military, right? So they used a FISA. They fired him because he was looking into Burisma, specifically into Ukraine. And there was a tape that got leaked from Donald Trump asking Michael Flynn, say, hey, figure out whatever you can on what happened in Ukraine. Because he has the same video clip of saying, hey, if you don't fire this guy, you're not getting your $1 billion. That is quid pro quo. But
But
to
it
the
wasn't.
record.
It wasn't a secret phone call though. Like
no.
it was known
That
that
was
the
national television.
the entire national community wanted that guy out. Like that was on record. So
That's
it's
fine,
not the
but
same
when you-
quid pro quo as Trump.
Well, the reason why I say that is because when you ask something for something, that is quid pro quo. And as a
Is it
vice
kinda like
president,
how
that
we
is
wanted-
immediate expulsion from
Is
our
it kind of
government.
like how we wanted cheaper prices of Saudi oil, and we told them we wouldn't give them?
Absolutely.
Weird.
Yeah, and that was around the time of elections too that he did that.
Yeah,
And
that was like a month ago.
And Saudi called him out on national television for that. So that, as I said, he has a history of quid pro quo. But the reason why I'm saying
Quid
this is
pro,
because it makes me feel like someone in Ukraine, and this is where the conspiracy is going to come into, right?
All
So
this is fake fucking news.
I think WF is on my side. Like I think
He
I've
is.
one other person
It's-
finally.
he is.
it's
yeah.
not wrong, bro. But so here's my thought process is that someone knows what
I
happened.
love that all these anti-Trump people, real quick, I want to address this, use his exact fucking, it's just fake news. Anytime they're, it's just fake news.
You gotta-
like,
you
Trump
gotta-
sucks. It's fake news. Everything you heard was fake news. Anyways, I don't like Trump because he calls stuff fake news. So what you're saying is fake news.
Okay, so
Anyways,
Continue,
back to
JD.
what you were talking about.
So what you got to think about too, and and I also understand who this is too, by the way. But if someone has something on Joe Biden, right, and thinks about, for example, blackmail, right, then it would almost make sense why the United States is spending so much money to Ukraine with goods and services, right? Whether it's military ammunition and stuff like that. And from what we were told was that we have no boots in the ground in Ukraine. And then a Pentagon official said that there are people in Ukraine right now taking inventory of munitions, vehicles, and all that kind of stuff, right? So that means that we do have boots on the ground. They're from a embassy. But if they were shot, that means that Russian soldiers shot a United States representative of the military force, right? So then that would be active war with America and Russia, and not just Ukraine and Russia.
Yeah, that
So
makes
now it'd be 2 against 1. And Poland's already asked United States for us to send them nuclear weapons, right?
I think it was a shield. It was a shield missile defense system that Obama refused to in order to not provoke Putin.
They asked for nukes.
Was it new? Okay.
They straight up asked for nukes. But the reason why I bring this up is because I get it, it's a touchy subject. But the reason why I say this is because, and this is all speculation, by the way. I'm not
He
saying
is
that
really
this is
mad
true.
about the fake
Okay,
news
okay, so-
thing. That's funny.
yeah, he's still on you about that. He's showing you the mirror.
No, don't compare me to Trump.
So you're not saying JD, you're not saying this is straight fact. You're saying like this is what you're surmising.
Yeah, this is something that I'm just putting together from watching everything kind of unfold, and it makes me feel like, you know, someone somewhere has some shit, some dirt on Biden, and our military industrial complex is paying billions of dollars to keep these people quiet, because I'm guessing they have a bigger voice than just the average Joe Schmo that they can fucking delete, like Hillary Clinton, right? Okay. And I mean, like, when we're talking about getting Epstein or getting fucking Clinton, we're talking about disappearing, right? And it makes me feel like either someone would blow the whistle if this money didn't keep coming in, getting payrolled. And I mean, what are we at now? What, $70 billion?
So you're saying we're not here to defend Western civilization. We're here to launder money.
Let's be fair.
I think there's a little bit more to the story than what's involved. And I've talked to, you know, my girlfriend specifically about this, and she says, yeah, something's not right because
Ukraine's not Western civilization.
No, United States, or I should say Washington State, or Washington D.C. would be Western civilization, is what they consider Western civilization, but they don't consider the entire United States for some reason.
By West, I meant the West. You know how Russia and China call us the West, and they include Europe in that. What's happening?
He's mad about Space Force now, I think. I don't know.
Who's mad about Space Force?
He was actually saying...
I'm mad because I can't be part of it. I'm so upset about that.
Oh.
They've got to have cool uniforms. I really hope it's something...
Theirs are actually trash.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
I'm just thinking of space camouflage. There's got to be a lot of black.
They were cool.
It's a
They were
knockoff
cool
of
at
the Air
first.
Force.
Yeah, they were cool at first. They were based on was it Starship?
Starship Troopers.
Star Trek.
Yeah, Star Trek. There you go. They were based on Star Trek when they first released, and they had these cool little Space Force badges, but they were small like Star Trek.
Yeah, those are fucking lame. Like
just look
they're
like the Air
definitely
Forces.
getting shot by aliens.
Yeah, and
just saying.
so what I was saying to my point here is I'm not speculating or saying that this is true. It's just my thought is that Russia is pissed, and the whole agenda for the entire time that Trump was in office was Russia, 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 which means that the Western civilization is against Russia too, right? So what does the Western civilization benefit from feeding Ukraine munitions? Is that they can fight a proxy war through Ukraine over Russia, weaken Russian military forces, while starving the American people for diesel and any other supplements that would be coming over through Russia, right? Because now we are running out of diesel. If we stop producing diesel, we have 25 days left, and that comes from Russia. And
Russia is our only source for diesel.
We just ran out.
That's the only place that we've been getting it.
We just ran out of our strategic reserves, which that's all gone.
Somebody should check that strategy.
Yeah,
It's not a
we
good
had a
one.
president who kind of created a strategy around it, and then we had another one who used that to try to buy elections.
And who sold it to drop the gas prices? But the reason why I bring this up is because what does that happen to the American people
Fake
if we
news.
are now starved on produce, if we are now starved on gas, meaning diesel specifically? They don't even have to touch regular gas, right? We can get to the grocery stores just to see that there's nothing on the shelves. Sorry, and I'm not trying to piss you off there, buddy. But
no, he's blaming Democrats. It's pretty nice. He said Western Democrats are why.
Yeah, and WF, we established like JD isn't saying this is how it is. Like this is his observation.
yeah,
of it.
I'm not saying that this is word for word. You know, this is what I think. I mean, this is my opinion anyway. It's not, you know, a fact or anything, but it just makes me feel like there's a bigger agenda here at play, and I'm not exactly sure what it's going to lead to, but I know that Americans are going to pay for whatever is going on.
Well, so here's half the issue we have in America is we think we are the smartest ones in the room. Oh, we're smart. We're the best armed. We're doing this and that.
When it comes
And
to
there's a
money,
lot-
yes.
Well,
When it comes to
not
money.
just money. A lot of things. So we think, oh, well, he's going to use nukes
Yeah.
because that's his only thing he's got.
He's threatened to.
No, it's not, and that's just it. He might, and that's a deflection. Who
In what
fucking
regards?
knows? So this is my whole thing. You know where Russia wins? They're gonna stop supplying energy to the rest of Europe, and they're gonna fucking freeze all winter. They're gonna die.
Who? Russia?
No,
Europe.
the rest of Europe.
Absolutely.
He's gonna fucking win. They are going to be on their knees begging for it. You ever seen Hateful Eight?
Yeah.
You know when he's talking about killing that one guy's son? And
Yeah.
like the last thing he got to taste?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Russia's going to do to the rest of Europe.
Well, and I've
Because
already talked
they
about this,
supply
too.
they supply most of the fucking energy to Europe. So he doesn't have to drop a nuke to bring them to their fucking knees. He's not stupid.
Well, think about this. What was Nord Stream pipeline? Nord Stream pipeline was basically the same thing as Keystone pipeline. It was inoperative, but it did have some kind of methane in it. So meaning that they were going to use it eventually, but it wasn't complete yet. They said that they still had a few more, a little bit more time or whatever. They already did. There's no.
I need to be watching this on YouTube.
They already
I can
stopped
see
actually.
that
So
video.
just super quick, Russia already stopped supplying gas to most of Europe, and they're
And to the
fighting
United
their own.
States. Yeah.
But Europe is fighting their own, and their reserves are plenty fine.
They're trying to, but eventually it's going to run out because Russia.
But
is,
it's not going to be affordable to their people.
No.
Oh yeah,
That's it. And that's what it is. And it's not this whole thing like you can get your people and go, "Oh no, we'll take care of you," but as soon as they fucking turn on their government, you've won.
but also
Like-
oil prices are artificially inflated by the oil companies.
Well,
so they
it's
could
not.
drop
It's
that.
not oil companies. It's OPEC. OPEC is the treaty that they made back in 1976, which basically says all countries need to trade oil in U.S. currency, and that's to help the U.S. dollar, right?
WF, you fucking warmonger. You.
And that's when fucking everything else, right, went from, the gold standard to the petrodollar, especially when Obama was in office, right? It went to the petrodollar. And the petrodollar is basically saying that depending on how the markets are doing, stability wise for oil, that is how the US dollar will do compared to other countries. And the more oil that we produce, the less countries will have, essentially,
Yeah.
as far as value wise.
That part I understand. So what? So just to summarize, you're saying that oil prices staying high helps the U.S. dollar.
Do what?
No.
No.
So oil prices staying low helps the U.S. dollar because it means we're producing more oil and we can sell quantities higher than our reserves. But if we're selling lower amounts of oil, it means that we're controlling the market, means that prices are going to jump. And that's all in agreement with every other country saying, hey, we're going to produce 200 million barrels this year. You're going to produce 200 million barrels, et cetera, all around the corner. And if one country decides that they want to produce $300 million, our economy will collapse because we can't support that much. So then we stop production and then we start selling our barrels for higher, and then our economy booms. And it's a price racketing type thing based on, how they do with the same thing with stocks, right?
Yeah.
So you have Wall Street that basically controls the entire price of the market, meaning that during the whole fucking Dogecoin, AMC, and fucking GameStop bullshit, they froze accounts from being able to buy stocks. So like Robinhood was one of the prime examples that I was on at the time, and I was getting ready to buy GameStop, and they froze my account from being able to buy any GameStop.
Yeah.
And this is everyone, national. That's price fixing.
I remember that. Yeah.
That's illegal. You can't fucking do that. But just like the oil companies, they do the same fucking thing. You cannot sell for higher or whatever. I mean, look what happened to fucking Iraq, right?
Yeah.
Saddam Hussein. He tried to sell fucking in rubles or something like that, and he got fucking decapitated.
Well, he also invaded Kuwait.
Yeah, but that wasn't.
He also
that
had
wasn't-
weapons of mass destruction, you guys.
But that
Did he,
wasn't what the war was
Yeah.
about. We gave those.
my
weapons
president
to him.
said he had weapons. Michelle Obama's friend said he had
So-
nuclear.
But to speak to what JD's saying, like I heard about like just at the height of COVID, it was like maybe April-ish 2020 or whatever. So my understanding is OPEC is Russia and the eastern countries like Russia, Saudi Arabia, and
Yeah, but
one other
they're
country.
leaving
United States.
OPEC.
They're leaving, and like they
yeah,
basically
so are the Saudis. Saudis are also leaving.
What
OPEC.
is
Saudis,
OPEC? Oil producing some eastern country. Oil producing.
Let me look it
something.
up real quick.
But
'cause
there
I
was-
did a lot of research on this specific topic.
there
And
was
you don't know
basically
from, like just offhand.
there was basically a war that they started, like not an actual like physical conflict, but when nobody was driving during COVID, Russia and Saudis were like getting into a fight about who should produce less oil in order to keep prices high.
Yeah.
So I get what you're saying.
Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. And the member countries are.
Who's this guy saying we should be energy independent?
I don't know. He's probably a jackass.
He's probably
He's probably in this podcast right now. That
Very-
comment came from inside the room.
very,
It was-
very small. Penis.
It was founded by. And granted, it was founded by Iraq, Baghdad, which was the signing of the agreement in September 1960. So when it became effective when we joined, I believe it was around 76. But it says by 5 countries, namely Islamic Republic of Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Venezuela. So Venezuela was energy efficient, and
Was.
then United States put sanctions on Venezuela. And now they are fucking.
That's
struggling.
literally
They are
the meth head
fucked
of
now.
the group right now.
Yeah.
They
I,
used to be
I
one
feel
of the,
bad because Venezuela used to be a beautiful country,
Yeah.
and then it turned into a Fidel Castro type situation.
yeah.
Che Guevara.
Yeah,
It
Che Guevara was even
literally
fucking
his
worse.
family, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Every fucking representative for that country was his family member.
I did not know.
Yeah.
And then the
What?
recent
You're even wearing a Che shirt.
No, I have a Che tattoo.
Yeah, but
well, and even
I don't.
even the recent election, the Venezuelans called him out for cheating because he put in a vote for himself, and it seemed like the other proponent or whatever was fucking winning at the time, and then overnight he fucking became the winner and he stayed in power essentially. And Venezuela's been under the same ruler for I don't know what 8 years or something like that. So
Yeah.
it's been the same struggle. And I knew some people who came over here from Venezuela to America when they were like young kids or something like that. And I guess they lived with their moms, or their mom and dad or whatever, their family members, and then they married into the military. So when I was taking care of my my buddy at the time's kids, I would watch them. His family was Venezuelan, so they would tell me all these stories that their parents were talking about and all that kind of stuff.
ambulance.
Abuelas.
That's not how you spell.
Grandmas.
That's not how you spell ambulance.
Abuelas.
Ambulance.
I'm pretty sure he wants to say abuelas.
Abuelas.
Ambulance.
Ambulance.
Oh, as far as energy efficient, WF?
Independent or efficient?
Yeah, independent or efficient. That would be the two words.
No, I think independence is what we're referring to.
Yeah, independent.
From Obama?
Freedom.
Nah. No. Yeah. Well, just any energy. What's your take on energy independence in the U.S.? Like, how can we pull that off?
He supports Trump. How do you think
Well,
he's-
first we're gonna.
Oh, right. First vote Trump back in. Never mind.
Well, and I wasn't even gonna mention Trump.
who was the guy that filled up our strategic reserves again?
Oh yeah, that was.
Oh
Trump.
yeah, the guy who liked energy independence.
At a good
we
rate.
weren't- Yeah.
He was also the guy that instead of running the Keystone Pipeline through native reservations, he rerouted it so that way, you know, that fucking what was that fucking water thing that they were talking
Flint,
about?
Michigan.
Yeah, Flint, Michigan water. That was from the Keystone Pipeline initially, and he rerouted it. So that way they wouldn't have to suffer through fucking poor water conditions. And then it ran all the way from California down to, it's supposed to go down all the way to Mexico. So that way we can all, you know, all North America could be energy independent equally.
So this is a slight non sequitur, but every time I hear Keystone Pipeline, I think of the stupid Keith Stone commercials. I don't know why.
I just think of
hate
Keystone Light.
it. Yeah, that's just it. And you remember they had the commercials where it's like Keith Stone only drinks Keystone.
Oh, that's
Light.
right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I
It was
don't.
like-
I
yes,
don't. But
Fucking stupid.
we're on the same. We're on the
Yeah,
same.
that's
Yeah.
all I think about.
Yeah,
the
so I
beer
mean, there's
company?
many other ways as far as bringing production back to the United States instead of depending on other countries like we saw with COVID and depending on China for masks and pharmaceuticals and stuff like that. We actually had to go to India for hydroxychloroquine, which was the inventor of hydroxychloroquine at the very beginning anyway. But the whole reason why is to have other options available for everybody. So like, for example, when you don't want to take the flu shot, there are other subsidies that you can do, precautionaries like vitamin C and all those other things that doctors will tell you if you are against the flu shot, right?
You're gonna get us flagged on YouTube.
Well, we were going to be flagged anyway. But
Eventually.
but the reason why I say this is because when C started, right, they said there were no other options. You're either V'd or you're not V'd. You're either one of us or you're not.
Yeah, you
Oh,
got
you're
that.
talking about this the segregation thing again with.
Do you
Okay,
got
can I
that-
speak to
Yeah.
that?
Do you got
Yeah,
that
go
V
ahead.
card?
Absolutely.
You got
So-
that V card?
I understand what you're saying, but I don't feel
me
it's
see
a
it.
proper analogy.
Okay,
your
so
mom
let me-
took my V
let
card.
me put it to you this way. Hey, Mike, you're a business owner, right?
Allegedly.
Okay, so what happens if you didn't get the V card?
I
That
wasn't.
was funny, you son of a bitch. Now
I
can't
wasn't
think it.
going to be allowed on the job site that I was working at.
And then what happens if you don't make a certain amount of money?
my business suffers.
The funny
And-
part is, if you don't get the V card, you get fucked. You get fucked without the V card.
But can I? before
Sorry.
Brian trolled me over. So it's just to speak to the segregation analogy. I understand like what you're saying, like business owners, etc. Like that's absolutely hard hitting. Like that sucks. I can't speak to that. But as far as the segregation thing, it's you have the choice to take the vaccine, and the intent is to protect yourself and those around you. Whereas people who refuse to take the vaccine are like, I still want to play in this club, but like I can't now because I made a choice not to do it.
So, not trolling question, do you feel differently now knowing that they never tested it against the spread of the virus?
I knew
It
you're gonna.
was never tested as a vaccine.
I remember you bringing this up, and that's a valid point, and I can't speak to that.
To also bring up another point, they're now asking for amnesty, meaning that your lockdowns, your business closures, your vaccinated status or whatever does not matter anymore. And
Define
now
the amnesty. What is that like? What's the angle on that? Because I have not read.
you've
about
heard of Nuremberg, right? Where people were subjugated to death because they did these practices on people without actually testing them, and it was very.
Oh, so the people who caused the lockdowns are
Oh,
looking for
oh,
amnesty
yeah.
from the. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
we're
they're-
talking
You don't
about
get sued.
governors,
The-
we're talking about politicians,
Okay.
doctors, lawyers, fucking everybody who called for the vaccine. You need to take it, including fucking media representatives and
Like
celebrities.
fucking hanged. Not go like, you shouldn't have done that. Like in Nuremberg, when you did these trials against people, you were fucking killed.
Yes.
So they're saying, no, this is completely different. But we've already established these standards to where, like, if you were a doctor and you push this, knowing these things or bought into this, you're
yes.
hanged.
So now they're
Like,
asking
you're
for
not being
amnesty.
told it's bad. You're not going to jail. They're fucking hanging you like they did in the doctors in the Nuremberg trial.
Yep. And this wasn't just a 1-day trial. This was a fucking 40-day trial or something like that. And they went by every party. They went by doctors, lawyers, SS soldiers, representatives, officers, all that kind of stuff. They did a whole fucking day for each individual party. And it was crazy because now that they're asking for amnesty means that they should be completely forgiven for gaslighting you and saying that, oh, you can't go to this restaurant because you don't have the vaccine. And you can't pick up your child. You can't even go see your loved one in the hospital because you don't have a vaccine. And just like Stefan said, and just like Nate said earlier, he's trying to take care of his dad. And the only way to do that, he had to get vaccinated. That's pretty fucked up. And now they're calling amnesty for that? Sorry, dude. There's no forgiveness on that. And especially people who lost their businesses. Like we just saw, like the article in New York, right? So the federal judge awards all these people to back pay so that they can get their jobs back, right? And they were fired because they decided that they did not want to get the vaccine. Never in our lifetime have we ever experienced something where our jobs, our political figures or whatever says that if you do not have a vaccine, you cannot do this, this, and this.
I understand what you're saying, but it still feels like this. I know why you guys don't want to be told by the government to take a vaccine.
It's,
I understand
no.
that.
It's more of a logical thing. I mean, honestly, if you had a business, if you were coming
Again,
from a different
can we
standpoint,
stop calling it a vaccine? It didn't prevent the spread or the severity of the disease.
what do we call
It
it?
was a
Jab?
gene therapy.
It was a gene therapy.
Gene therapy. There you go. So, in this sense
Bill
of
Gates
not
shit.
necessarily looking at it from our point of view, look at it from your own point.
I'm with you,
with
Ken.
all the people who lost their fucking jobs, even your friends, right? Because I'm sure that you have people that are also very similar to us, or even family members that were subjugated to loss of something.
Yeah.
Right. So look at it from their perspective, and not just saying, "Oh, well, you're an independent or you're Republican, so I feel for you." No, don't come from more of a different position, saying that if you didn't get a vaccine, you'd lose your job, right?
Yeah, but I wouldn't take it that way. I'd be like, hey, there's this thing out there. This vaccine
So-
is done. I'll take it.
Okay.
So imagine if a
hang on.
company,
No, can I-
imagine if a company just said this, and they said, if you've had an abortion, you're not allowed to work here anymore. You have to let us into your medical records, and you have to say, if you've had an abortion, you don't get to work here.
I don't
Would
think
you
that's
be
a good
okay with that?
analogy.
Yeah, can I?
don't think
No,
That's a
can I?
great analogy.
Can
Yeah,
I?
go ahead, Mike.
Let
It's
me
a
pipe
medical
into this
procedure.
because this comes down to body autonomy. We talk about Roe versus Wade being overturned, and I know that none of us in here are women for the most part, and that we don't really we don't really have much of a leg to stand on in this conversation. But I believe in total body autonomy. I'm saying that the government does not have the right to tell you what you can or cannot put into your body. Period.
Or what you have to
Yeah.
do to your body.
And that goes for abortion as well. I mean, I'm not a fan of abortion as contraception, but when it's necessary, I do believe in it, and I do believe that people should have the right to it. I don't believe the government, in one way or another, should be able to tell you that you can or cannot do it, and that's where the jab comes into that as well.
So just to get this out there, because this is a funny thing I saw throughout the week, and it was this guy going to a campus saying, I'm pro-choice, let's talk about this. And he had women coming up telling him how it's not fair, this and that. And he goes, okay, no, hold on. Then he gets people calm down, and he goes, what to you is fair? Is it like all the way until like you could be at the table like actively giving birth and go, I don't want it anymore, and they can abort it at that point in time? Like, where's the cutoff? And the lady, like this pro-life person was like, well, I think it's 10 weeks. And this is a lady saying it's 10 weeks. And he goes, well,
Pro-choice.
yeah, he goes, for me being pro-choice, he's like, I think it should be limited at 20. And he goes, so I'm pro-choice, or I'm pro-life, saying that at 20 weeks, that's the latest. After that, I consider it a life. And you're saying you're pro-choice, and 10 weeks is where you're at. And he goes, this is the bad part, is they make you think because I'm this way, I'm talking like that. Because I think even with anybody who's pro-life, there is like, how many pro-life people do you know that are against Plan B?
They are actually starting to take Plan B out of, like, there's legislation going out to stop Plan B.
No, we're
and
saying
contraceptives.
overall
But how,
masses.
how many people?
Oh,
Like,
none. Personally known, absolutely
yeah.
none.
So, and I mean, that's that weird thing where we're kept from that conversation saying, well, it's impolite. Just if they say they're pro-life or pro-choice, fucking hate them. But, and again, but that's that thing of personal choice. Should there be regulation? Maybe.
Well, and I also wanted to bring up another point too. It's like when you were saying with Plan B, right? Now there's shots and stuff like that for men to be able to take, so that way, men are supported too if they want to choose from that. But what to Brian's point too of being pro-life, right? A lot of people who are pro-choice would think that we don't have a minimum, right? There is no minimum. It's either you're giving birth to this child or you're committing a crime like death. But
And to be fair, some are. Some are like, as soon as you don't pull out, like, that's life right there.
yeah, absolutely.
But that's rare.
Yeah, and that's and that's some of those people too that are on the far side of the spectrum of either sides. It doesn't really matter.
You're
But-
at the extremes.
Yeah,
Yeah, because those are the
very
same people that
fucking
have no
far off.
problem with the other gross thing of like, you're having fucking contractions, and you go, I don't want it anymore, so they perform an abortion as you're having contractions. to
That's
give
the
birth.
other extreme.
That's
That
the
doesn't
other fucking
exist. Yeah, that
extreme.
doesn't exist. That's not true.
Well, there are
it's
people
an
that support
extreme.
it.
Then why did they make laws to support it?
Yeah, the House Democrats
That's the
decided
bad
to say
part. Yeah.
I-
10 months.
See, and
that's
this is the worst part
crazy.
about this. When
Yeah.
you talk about the extremes, you realize we're almost all somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
We just need to talk about where in the middle we are.
Yeah, and it's all the vocal crazy people that are like, all the Democrats want to abort babies at 10 weeks. I mean, 10 months.
Yeah.
And then,
Well,
like,
yeah.
yeah,
And that's the other conversation too. It's because you hear Trump in my words, you forget everything else that I'm saying.
I do. I just zoned out.
Yeah, so it's like a lot of things that we're talking about, especially with the current war that's going on with Ukraine, right? We have to imagine that there is a middle with everybody, right? But the problem is that
gooey
the media and the politicians keep spinning this war machine, right? To keep fighting the fucking Russians, blah blah blah. Russians in general aren't bad people. They're just like us. There are people that are far on the spectrums, just
They
like
talk
us.
a little funny.
Yeah, I said Putin. The Russians,
Well, I get it.
half. Like, there's a majority of Russians that don't want this war either.
I'd say 95% of Russia does not want this war.
I would agree
Yeah, and
with
they're
that.
actually starting to speak out against Putin right now too.
Yeah.
And the biggest thing is that
Well, they're trying. You've seen that, right?
yeah,
like
absolutely.
It's
Fucking
turning
literally.
bad for them.
They get
Yeah.
disappeared pretty fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the biggest issue that I'm seeing right now is that when you see people going after Trump as bad as they are, but they're going for some other candidate, it makes me feel like they're somewhat of an establishment, if that makes any sense.
No,
Because
I don't. One more time.
if they are going against Trump, but they're going for someone else, means that it feels to me that they are an establishment, meaning that they are someone who is protected by the current regime or
Okay,
the current whatever,
Now
right?
I follow.
So how even Republicans are not necessarily against DeSantis running for president makes me fucking think something else is up here. And when I brought up earlier too that I found some college picture that's allegedly to be DeSantis with a couple underage girls or whatever while he was teaching. I don't know if that's fucking real, But it's interesting that it's on there, and it's interesting also that someone who was involved with Jeffrey Epstein is one of his biggest fucking donors. And I mean, we're talking billions of dollars into donating for him. And when Trump says, you know, I've got dirt on you, he's probably got fucking dirt on him. And I'm not saying that in from like a, you know, oh, I fucking love Trump and anything that Trump says is my Bible. I'm talking about that Trump has not lied about many things that he was talking about when it comes to dirt. And he's put dirt on everybody when he says dirt.
There's so much to unpack there, but just to go back to the first part, because I don't want to just make this an anti-Trump parade on my end. I believe that when he says he's got dirt on him, it's just more of like Trump like beating his chest, going like, I don't want DeSantis to take the limelight away from me because his ego is so massive.
I mean, yes and no, but we also talked about that in a different light too. So imagine this, right? So Mike and I actually had this conversation yesterday, and we were talking about what would benefit Trump going out against DeSantis, and DeSantis not saying anything back to Trump in a negative way, right? It makes DeSantis look big, right? And it also puts Trump back into the spotlight, which means that Democrats aren't talking about any other bullshit. They're talking about the war between the GOP.
Yeah.
They're saying civil war, civil war, civil war. That's all you see on the news right now is the war between DeSantis and Trump. Okay, so the biggest thing that I'm thinking about is something else is going on there, and what shows to me is that either A, one of them has some kind of information on something, whether it's on each other or if that's just bullshit, you know, just fucking around or whatever, or it's very tactful because Trump is very intelligent in many different ways. He's, you know, a business owner and stuff like that, but I feel like this is more of one of those things where it gets everybody paying attention to the news at the same exact fucking time, and then they drop a bombshell, and everybody's like, what the fuck? And the reason why I think it's more or less the latter, where they drop a bombshell, is because I don't think that Trump was against DeSantis because he rallied for 2 years for DeSantis before DeSantis was governor. And now the GOP and the fucking Democrats are saying, oh, well, no, that's bullshit. Trump never supported DeSantis, which also goes back into the spotlight. So now it's a constant focus on those two.
It's definitely, I believe it's true that Trump supported DeSantis, but like I really think that Trump is butthurt that DeSantis is taking the spotlight away for his 2024 run. I've heard people say like, why doesn't DeSantis wait until 2028?
Oh, that was that video that I seen there.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But they also didn't think about it in the way that I was saying, right? Where they're going to drop some kind of bombshell or something like that. And that's why I think I don't see Trump to come out and say that he's butthurt about this. He has a different way of acting about certain things, and he's a lot more vocal about things, right? So before he even became president, Hillary made a joke, says, "Well, I'm glad you're not president," or something like that, and Trump says, "Yeah, because you'd be in jail."
I remember that was funny.
That was at the fucking.
That was funny.
I laughed so fucking hard I pissed myself. Yeah, you heard that. It was so fucking funny for someone to call out Hillary Clinton because we all knew she was corrupt. We just didn't know to what extent. And then the emails released after the fact.
Yeah, but it's also like, okay, I know we're going to use one of your reverse words, witch hunt. That like it's always like Hillary's emails this, Hillary's emails that. I don't think it was anything more than him trying to rile up his base to always just pitchfork Hillary.
Right, which you're completely against, right? You shouldn't make up things to be investigated to rile up your base.
I feel like I'm being put on a...
Oh, you're being baited hard. Yeah. Because...
This is one of the points that you made specifically, by the way, so
Yeah,
he's just throwing it back at you.
All right, let's do it.
We did this whole, the Steele dossier thing, which we went, oh yeah, no, this is all fake, and it was actually paid for by this, and then at that point it was like, well, drop it. They figured this out, fucking drop it. You know, and that's that whole thing of where's the truth and fairness? And sadly, this is the bad part. This isn't where the Republicans lose or the Democrats lose or somebody looks bad based on their political party. The American public loses at that point.
I agree with that.
By going, well, fucking, oh, Trump had Russian prostitutes pissing on him. And then all of a sudden you find out, oh no, they made that up as a smear campaign.
And that was actually Hunter Biden that did that.
Well, and who won in that?
Biden did.
No, the media.
Yeah, nobody fucking won in the American public. A political
Nobody
party
won.
won.
Yeah.
A political head. Somebody making a lot of fucking money off of politics won. And I think that's that bad part where this is what the division has caused.
Well, and that's also
the American people don't win anymore.
that's
And
also
you
the thing
don't
too
win.
that we were talking about too when fucking what's his name, Joe Rogan managed to get fucking Mark Zuckerberg on his podcast, and Mark Zuckerberg told Joe Rogan that the FBI had approached him and told him to bury the fucking laptop story, and that was before the election. That's election interference. Because had the people had access to the pictures and the emails and shit that was released on that fucking laptop, they probably would have had a different option. But at this point, they were only thinking orange mad bad, right? Because that's what the media spun for years.
Don't care about child fucking crackhead.
Yeah, don't care about none of that. And, don't care about the fucking video about him coming out in the 70s. Yeah, and I get it, opinions change, whatever. But he was saying that anybody who smokes crack should be fucking locked up. And then all of a sudden...
Oh, that was the 70s. That was like the 90s.
Oh, okay, so the 90s, yeah,
Him-
because that was
him
the
and Reagan
drug
were
bill.
really good on the fucking drug bill.
That was
Yeah,
Biden
that's-
saying that.
Yeah, that was Biden.
Okay.
A lot of the black people, right? And I would say the people who got caught smoking weed and shit like that were locked up. That was because of Biden.
Oh shit.
And that's where that was Biden's crime bill is what it was called. It was the drug crime bill. And the biggest issue is that he was saying, "Oh, we're going to release all these people for, legal possession of marijuana." All those people have already been released. You're not releasing anybody based
They
on
didn't
when
release a fucking single person.
Nope. None of them.
Here's the
They were
funniest
already
part.
released on drug charges already.
Before
because
we
their-
get
their
too far
ser-
off
their
the
term is
crime
up.
bill, here is to me the absolute fucking funniest part. So he puts together this whole fucking crime bill to arrest people for crack that literally Bush Sr. was bringing in at the head of the CIA and selling to these
Minorities,
marginalized communities,
California, nonetheless.
be it that they're minorities, be it that they're poor, be it that they're whatever. It's like, here, look, you can get on cocaine like everybody else and use that to support like the fucking Contras.
Yeah.
Not to mention
And
the
then-
guns too.
And
With
then
cocaine.
this is also supported by Reagan.
Yeah.
Reagan helps out with this crime bill a lot. He pushes it, to create mandatory minimums and all
Just
this
say
sort
no.
of stuff. Yeah, as the head of his CIA, Bush is bringing in fucking cocaine with who was the guy that they Ollie West or Ollie North or whatever.
And
Yeah.
the Clintons are in on that too.
Oh yeah, no, there was fucking. That's part of the body trail. This is again conspiracy because there's nothing to prove it technically. But
Yeah, because nobody
the
exists
fucking-
anymore.
The runway killings and that sort of stuff. That was where they were bringing the cocaine in. Was into Arkansas.
Mina.
That's where they were dropping it.
Mina.
Yeah, and then the Bushes become president. Like Bush Sr. becomes a president after the CIA and this whole fucking bringing crack into the inner city.
Yep.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, and it's crazy because I hear
They're
about
not
these
working
stories
for
from my
us.
grandfather, and my grandfather in L.A. He lived around Pasadena and Watts. So I'm sure you heard of the Watts riots and stuff like that.
I have not.
Say
you
what?
should look that shit up. That's fucking intense. So he was born around the Los Angeles, he was raised around the Los Angeles area when he
So-
married my grandmother, right? And from what he said, that there was fucking vans pulling up on the streets, dropping crack cocaine and fucking weapons on the streets to get people to fucking fight each other over it. And that's where a lot of the gun violence and a lot of the fucking drug violence started. And then when they talk about Rodney King, right? Rodney King ended up being a fucking martyr, just like George Floyd, and over the same style of issues, because George Floyd died over fucking drugs, right? And then once he dies, he becomes a martyr. They said that he had more fentanyl in his systems to kill 2 people. He had so much fentanyl in his systems, and the reason why he said that he was he couldn't breathe is because if you watch the video, he stated that he was claustrophobic. And he says, "All right, give me a few minutes and I'll go in." And he says, "Okay, I'm ready." And then the cops start pushing him in the back of the vehicle. The cop goes around the other side to push him in and get him all buckled in or whatever. And he pushes himself out of the vehicle, and the cop holds him under restraint. Am I saying that the knee on the back of his neck was a good choice? No,
Fuck no,
absolutely
not for
not.
9 minutes. And hold on. So like, I'm not a doctor. I don't know. Like, I saw the toxicology report. And also I'm not a doctor. I don't know how much fentanyl somebody can have in their system, and
Not
if they're like
much.
if they're a regular user, like you build up a tolerance. So I don't know.
So the fentanyl given through like childbirth at like that's where they do the what was that
Epidural.
called? The
Epidural?
epidural.
That's
That's fentanyl. Yeah.
Really? I didn't know.
And it's a very, 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 very small amount.
I saw the
Indolute.
comparison. Like basically, it's
very
like
small.
a heroin is like a little jar. Fentanyl is like a
That-
tiny fraction.
That being said, to go along with where you're going with this, I was trained by Walmart
you know,
To sell fentanyl?
Yeah, no, it's a crazy law enforcement Walmart. When you put somebody on the ground, you get them up as quickly as possible, like cuffed and whatever. So a lot of people die from positions like even without somebody kneeling on the back of your head. The fact of being pushed onto the ground, especially in states where it's hot,
Yeah.
you'll cook someone's internal organs and raise their body temperature to an unsustainable amount within minutes.
And he was overweight, like, so who knows? Like, I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, the cause of death was the knee to the back of the neck. Like, let's just,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I just want to make sure that.
Well,
It could have been anything at that point because his initial knee was on the top back of his right here where his spine was, where they were trained to put their knee here, not on the neck. And in the later part of the video, I think it was the last minute or 2 minutes, you saw the cop's knee move down to his neck.
I see.
And they say that was the cause of death. When the toxicology report came down, it says that he had more fentanyl for 2 people in his system, and he would have died regardless if the knee was on the back of his neck anyway. The guy who also did his fucking autopsy report was the same guy who did what's the other kid in fucking Florida?
Trayvon Martin.
Trayvon Martin. And the same fucking family representative, which was something Pope. Forgot what his fucking name was. But it seems like that guy is around the black community. And then once you see that guy, then you also see Reverend Al Sharpton. And once you see Reverend Al Sharpton, then you start seeing riots. And that's when the Ferguson riot happened. That's when the fucking George Floyd riot happened. And that's, I don't know what the fuck the situation is there, but every time you see Reverend Al Sharpton, the black community or whatever, you always see massive riots because it's not a good thing that you see him. You know, he was there for King, not Martin Luther King, but Rodney King. He was there for Martin Luther King Jr. as well. He was there for fucking Trayvon Martin. He was there for George Floyd. Every single time that guy has fucking popped up, it has not been good. And if you look back in the early days of Trump, he was sitting there right next to Trump as well. So it's not like he's this fucking, soldier boy, so to speak. But once Trump started running for office for president of the United States, and he says, I don't like the way this country's been handled. And this was in an interview with Barbara Walters at the time, and he was probably, I don't know, maybe 37 or something like that in his Trump Towers. And she asked him if he'd ever run for president. He goes, I don't know. If things keep getting worse, I just might have to. And this is when he was 30. And eventually when he ended up running, all these fucking like 50 Cent, Snoop Dogg, fucking Reverend Al Sharpton.
It's 50 Cent.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was 25 cent.
Cent.
No.
50 cent.
It's 65 cent
It's
now.
50 cent.
Inflation.
So you mean 40 cent?
Yeah. Yeah. So the biggest issue is that all those people that used to be in his circle and used to love him because he was the first one with a black supported club. He was the first one who opened one in New York, and then he opened one in Florida. Right. And that was back in the time that segregation was a big thing where, the blacks had to have their own clubs and the whites had to have their own club. Well, at the Mar-a-Lago, you can have anything you want, blacks and whites and fucking every other, ethnicity. And he was praised for that. And then once he started running for president, then nobody gave a fuck about him.
He also was like one of the main people about prosecuting the Central Park 5, which were those 5 kids that were innocent. But like he took a full page out in a newspaper trying to basically like lambast them. So that's a story that came out too.
Well, what made them innocent is what I'm saying because I don't know anything about.
I just know they were accused of like gang raping somebody, and because they were 5 black kids, the story going around. First of all, so Trump did take out a full page ad in like the whatever New York paper, basically lambasting them and like calling for whatever, like prosecution, whatever, without like.
Hey, let's wrap this up soon.
Yeah, without any information fully being out there. So the left is basically stating that is a sign of Trump's like inherent racism.
And I can't really speak to that because I don't know anything specifically about the article. I remember that there was what do you call it, not an autobiography, but basically one of those things that are on Trump's life kind of thing, but it was on Netflix.
Biopic.
And I watched that, and at one point in his life, I think he was like 32 or something like that. He just bought those 2 casinos, and one of his managers said that they had a business meeting, so they had to go take a flight. And this was in a small little Cessna or whatever. And he goes, "Yeah, no problem. Just wait till I get back, and we'll take my plane." So he goes, "Well, the meeting's going to end soon, blah, blah, blah." Well, anyways, the managers get off on the plane, and the fucking plane crashed.
Oh, shit.
And the plane crashed and fucking blew up and killed the managers that he had that were ahead of his casinos. And luckily, I mean, he wasn't on the plane. I mean, a lot of people would, speak otherwise
Well,
to
to
that.
some
but-
people, luckily. To
Yeah.
some people, not luckily.
Yeah, but
see what you
interesting
did there.
things have happened in Trump's life to make him want to run for president. Now, I can only speculate on what those things are, but for him to call out the establishment like he was, and you saw the outcry of arrest Trump and do this to Trump, and that's come from the House and the Senate and even Republicans. It makes me feel like there's a little bit more dirty rats that are in our system because we know that they exist. But it makes me feel like he was actually there to clean shit up. And the reason why he was gaslit so much, and especially why Putin's gaslit so much, is because we have investments in Ukraine, and I think that we're trying to protect those. And Russia keeps trying to dissolve them, right? And from what we understood too, as soon as Russia invaded Ukraine, we found out that we had 15 biolabs that are in Ukraine right now that were perfectly funded by the Department of Defense. The
How
DoD.
quick did that story die?
Oh, it
when
died
Putin,
fucking
when
quick.
Putin was saying, "Hey, you've got biolabs on my border, and I'm afraid they're going to be used to create biological weapons." All of a sudden, it's like, "Oh my God, he's mentioning biological weapons."
Yep.
And then it starts going, "Well, yeah, because we have biological labs in Ukraine on the Russian border." And then it's like, "Well, fucking quit reporting about it."
Well,
Let's
they're
talk
not
about
biolabs, they're just medical facilities.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
they're not medical facilities. They're labs, but they're not made for investigative or open research or whatever you want to call it. Was it gain of function research?
That's what it is.
Okay, they are biolabs, but they're not gain of function. Okay, they are gain of function research labs. Oh
Are
yeah,
they
they
really?
fucking reiterated that story
Okay.
4 fucking times, and I posted on Facebook, and each time it got taken down.
Yeah,
Each
that
time.
shit's wild. It was
So
fucking wild.
it makes
to
me
see that.
feel like Putin has a bigger investment into Ukraine than what people actually think. And I'm not sure if his aim is to disembody the head of Ukraine, so to speak, the corrupt part of Ukraine. And I don't know what the corrupt part would be, whether it's the president itself or the establishment that supports that.
He is the corrupt part.
But what if he
Like,
isn't, though?
I can't accept that reality.
And I can't speak to the fact that he doesn't make crazy decisions or something like that, but I would say that if you have 15 biolabs on your fucking border, wouldn't that piss you off a little bit? Because if any of those labs leak, you have another coronavirus, probably 10 times to 20 times the magnitude, and wipe out the entire earth.
If I was a crazy authoritarian who's got a history with the KGB and fake elections and disappearing people and all this other stuff, like,
Also, if you knew how horrible governments were,
you son of a bitch. I understand what you're saying, that like as a thought exercise, like I understand what you're saying, but I can't in my reality like accept that Putin is not the aggressor. I just can't. Like, and I understand the biological weapon thing is
so the who the aggressor is not what's in question. The justification of why they're the aggressor is.
okay. And my thought is that Putin was called, like, he said nationally or whatever that like the worst thing that ever happened in history was the fall of the Russian Empire. Ukraine and Kiev are the origins of the Russian Empire. Like, I think he's just trying to do this big ego trip to rebuild the USSR.
Well, the Ukraine was part of the USSR. Kiev was part of Russia permanently.
Kiev was originally Russia, the very origin of the Russian people.
Yes, and from what I understand too is that even my old employer, he was in Ukraine at the time when the USSR was a thing, and he said it wasn't good. I mean, obviously you have something that's similar to what happened in Germany, right, where you have this ordained power. But Putin wasn't in office at that time either. He was part of the KGB, probably seen what it was, and probably seen like, you have the European Union, right? But Russia's not a part of the European Union. They're a part of their own faction, right? Because they had the USSR, they're a part of the Republic, so to speak. And from what I see right now is that they're trying to change the regime on that too. And think about it, if the West has so much fucking power to change the regime in every other country, what good is it to have everybody having the same talking points? You know what I mean? Like, let's just say that because we're United States of the Republic, which we originally were founded on, right?
Lenin was before Putin.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Yeah.
now you can imagine that you would be forced with Republican talking points and not Democratic talking points, right? And to say to your benefit, right? You cannot have a democracy, or you cannot have a republic without a democracy, because it's checks and balances. You have to have a 50-50 always. You know, you have to have a 50-50. Like, for example, in this case, it should be a Republican vice president to keep the president in check. And then you have to have a 50-50 Senate, 50-50 House.
Yeah.
So that if for some reason one of them start being tyrannical, the Senate can keep the House in check, the House can keep the Senate in check, and the vice president can keep the president in check.
Yep.
But we do not have this system. We have a unibody system. We have one specific party that's trying to rule the entire United States. And now the rest of the world is looking at United States as saying, okay, well, if you control the world, you know, what the fuck's going to happen to our country? Look at what happened to Venezuela. The United States did that.
Yeah.
So do you think Russia would be happy if we start imposing on Ukraine to say, okay, well, we want you to make Russia just like what happened in Venezuela. We're going to give you all the tools, all the power, all the ammunition, all the money you need to be able to fund this war.
Who put Saddam Hussein in power? I can't remember that one.
I believe that was United States.
That was the Americans.
Where was Bin Laden at?
I'm pretty sure the FBI had him, sold him to the CIA, and then
Fucking
George Bush
weird.
used him as a trophy hunt.
So you mean the whole world has seen us do this stuff and they don't like it?
Yeah, and who actually...
Fucking weird.
who-
I thought you said America was the greatest country on earth.
We
well-
are, but our government sucks, and that's
Well, and that's the problem when you have a tyrannical government and the people are unaware of that. You know, whether it's cognitive dissonance or whether
going
it's
back
just
to what I was explaining
know.
before.
Abolish
you
the
run
alphabet.
yeah.
when you run through,
I agree with that.
Bush, Reagan, so the Bushes, Obama, Reagan, the Clintons, in their connections through nefarious activities, because a lot of these people that we just named were through Bush and Clinton that they were put into power.
Yeah, absolutely.
You talk about an establishment that's been created that we can see is continuing on. And that's why we're fucking hated. But this stuff doesn't get reported here. You have to read stories from outside of the United States to see it, to really look at it and go, oh, they fucking hate us because we go put a puppet government in. That puppet government fucks the people. America gains on it. Like, not the American people. Like, our government makes gains on that. Like, putting your son in Burisma and you know, having them get lots of money. And also supplying money to places that are then laundering it and sending it back to your politicians. The rest of the world sees this and they read stories that are different because
Or
they're
through
not
foundations.
correct. They're not partisan politics like we have here in the United States. They're actual just reporting. It's factual. Here's what's going on. Or they get to see it. Like, the biggest breeder of terrorism is the firsthand fucking things that were going on in Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, as we're over there against their government, harming their children and their brothers and their sisters. They're just like us. If somebody came in and invaded the United States and I got to see my kids fucking die because of them, we'd never be okay.
No,
We'd
absolutely
never
not.
be okay.
Absolutely not. And that's usually where war is funded from.
Yeah.
And just to wrap this up real quick too, it's, I mean, who really attacked 9/11? Why? Like, what country was actually involved with that? Do you know?
Word on the street is it was the Saudis that funded
Yeah,
it.
Saudis. So Prince Al-Walid was the one that was in power at the time, right? So Trump goes over to Saudi Arabia 2 weeks after he left. Prince Al-Walid was executed.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. So it makes me feel like the reason why Trump is willing to lose everything he's ever worked for in order to be president and try to get this country self-sufficient. And whether you see that or not, Trump has
don't.
lost more than you possibly can imagine.
I cannot see, not to interrupt, but just super quick. Just so that's on the podcast, I don't see Trump as anything more than somebody who's there to serve himself. I don't think he cares about this country at all.
I don't know, man. Yeah,
that's
I
just my
think he's
opinion.
done way more for this country. And if you look at a track record, regardless if it's attached to Trump or not, if you look at the track record that was attached to all the executive orders that he passed while being a president and everything that he did, for example, just like I said with the Trump bill that he passed, Biden just reversed that and cost taxpayers $358 billion. $358 billion. He also reversed fully funding the historical black colleges and universities as well. Trump funded that permanently, and Biden just undid that.
Oh, I didn't know. Well, okay, shit. 'Cause
So it was semi-permanent. is what you're saying.
Yeah, it was semi-permanent. It was supposed to be permanent, and from my understanding was it was something that was passed from Nancy Pelosi to the president directly, and he signed it overnight. And nobody has no fucking idea that that shit actually happened. And I went there and looked at the executive order, and sure as fuck, it was passed.
Not to mention the piece that he was, I know, facilitating with money, but the piece that he was facilitating in the Middle East between Israel and the other Arab countries.
Oh, absolutely. You know, he's looking at what 4 Nobel Peace Prizes, right? Just for creating peace in the Middle East and all the other peace treaties that he made.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, all the other. Well, he's talking about no war. There was no war when Trump was in president from the United States or any other country, right? They were fighting, you know, verbally, but there was no war between Palestine and fucking Jerusalem or nothing like that. He said, "Hey, you two knock it off, or else I have to come and intervene."
Yeah, but he
Right.
just got lucky.
Yeah, so the only other
Luckiest
thing
man
that I
in the
can
world.
think of was when someone had made a threat to United States, and he says, "You better knock it off, or I'll fucking kill you." And he fucking sent a drone over there and fucking bombed him. Right? That was the only ever time. Did you see any retaliations from that?
Yeah, they did. Iran shot a U.S. base. They
Yeah, and
missile.
then we killed their next 10 generals with precise missile airstrikes.
Yeah,
so you're
that's
saying fighting fire with
dead.
fire and
Yeah,
letting this escalate.
They basically threw a rock and we threw a boulder.
I
essentially.
Well,
I
they-
do understand
they
that, but
threw-
there was a retaliation.
No, so
and to
they
be fair,
they-
Obama was droning children.
He kind of was.
So they
hospitals
threw
and
words
schools.
out, right? They threw words out, and then they hit a U.S. base, and then Trump hit them with a fucking drone. That's what happened.
Oh, so wait.
Trump retaliated. He didn't fucking attack first. He
It wa-
says, "Do not attack," because they were launching missiles towards a U.S. base, and he says, "Do not do that, because you're going to kill innocent lives."
But
And
don't forget about Syria and the gassing of their people.
oh,
Oh,
absolutely.
God, yeah.
United States during Trump's time, from what I've seen, was a more or less investment for a police force, meaning that their oil fields and all that kind of stuff and their investments for crops and being able to make money, our U.S. troops were there to be able to make sure that nothing happened from pirates or anybody else that had ill will. So that's the biggest reason why. And when he tried to pull out all the troops, he was lied to by, I think, 3 generals saying that all the troops were pulled out and there was no more that we could pull out, but yet there was still 5,500 troops that were left there. Am I wrong? There were still troops there that were fucking fighting a war that didn't exist, and Trump tried to pull them all out, but he was lied to by generals, and then the generals gaslit him and said that he didn't pull all
Generals
the
like
troops
Mike
out.
Flynn.
No, not like Mike Flynn.
Hey, let's get some final thoughts on this and
Yeah,
wrap this up.
Let's get it wrapped. We can
So-
go all night about this shit. Let's.
Oh, absolutely.
This is a good conversation. Then.
I'm not trying to say that Trump's this almighty person, but I'm saying that there's a little bit more to the story than we're actually seeing, and that's where I'm at as the investigative journalism stuff, is that I look into the wait a second. So George Bush is supporting Ron DeSantis. That means that if Hillary Clinton is on the same side as George Bush, that means Hillary Clinton's going to start supporting Ron DeSantis, which is not fucking correct.
Okay.
Because Hillary Clinton did not support Donald Trump.
Yeah. So you're saying they're part of that whole Bush CIA.
I don't know what's
thing.
to come of it. And
Establishment.
like I said, I can only speculate. But the fact that he has so close ties, because the Clintons were involved with Epstein, and now he has a $1 billion investor that was involved with Epstein. It only makes the circle complete. And I can only speculate right now, but I'm not saying that picture is real. That if you look up Ron DeSantis drinks with underage girls, you'll find it on Google. There's many articles that are written about it. I think Nancy Pelosi actually is one who brought that up. So it has a specific statement from that. But as far as final thoughts, I mean, what do you guys think that's going to happen in the future of America? And,
Look, if
and the
there's
rest of
one
the world?
person that knows about really bad drinking habits, it's Nancy Pelosi.
Oh, absolutely. She reminds me of the judge on what's that fucking movie with Cheech and Chong, Up in Smoke or whatever, when they had to go to court because he got pulled over. They were in the center median and they were so fucking stoned they didn't realize they were stopped. And the cop fucking asked him, "Hey man, what's his name?" His name is Ralph, man. So they go to court and fucking Tommy Chong or whatever. He was like, "Man, I'm kind of thirsty, man," and goes fucking grabs the water and spits out. "This is fucking vodka, man." That reminds me of Nancy Pelosi every time.
Judge's vodka. Yeah.
Hey, to be fair, Nancy Pelosi would never spit out vodka.
All right.
Final thought.
Orange Man bad.
Orange Man bad.
Brian, you got anything else?
Yeah, Paul Pelosi probably just got in a drunk driving accident.
Sick.
That's my final thought.
What about you, Adam?
My head hurts.
Putin, don't make me have to do my fucking job. I'm perfectly fine cleaning trucks and motor pools. Don't make me do my fucking job and stack bodies. Okay, thanks.
Justin?
I think that there's more than meets the eye with the current war situation, what's going on in America currently. I just know that you guys should better prepare, grab, all the necessities you possibly can, at least for 14 days. Give yourselves at least a 2-week head start. Get all the fucking supplies, water that you possibly need. Obviously, save some for your neighbors or whatever. I'm not trying to be a fearmonger here, but you should definitely not be caught unaware. Just like having money in your bank account, right? And bills are going to come out and you're at a zero and you get overdrafted. That's being negligent. Don't do the same thing with your food, especially if you have kids.
Dan, what you got?
I think the whole fucking thing is super corrupt, more so than we even can imagine. I think it's more like a mountaintop, the white part being what we know, and the bottom half of that mountain is the corrupt bullshit that's been going on forever.
You're talking about the Titanic iceberg theory, right? So you only see the top of the iceberg, but on the bottom, it's like a whole fucking country.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. I fucking agree with that 100%. I think bodies are going to start fucking stacking as soon as something happens. And if it doesn't happen, I'd be fucking surprised at this point. But, I mean, I've been disappointed several times. It'd be very unfortunate for things not to happen because as much as I try to say, hey, you should really start looking at the fucking news, and kind of look at your own fucking independent studies and not just stick with Google. Just fucking try to find whatever articles you can, even if you're 15 pages into the Google search bar, see if there's any alternate articles.
All right, on that note, people just take care of each other if you can. Just be prepared for the worst, hope for the best, but watch ASMR videos while you still can.
Yeah, the fucking girls with the 2 ears.
It's been
You guys are going to be really fucking sad when the internet goes down.
It's been real.
I'll be okay.
It's been fun. It ain't been real fun. So everybody have a great night. See you all soon.
America.
Bye.
Deuces.
Thanks for watching the Lack of Thought podcast produced by the Bandhouse Production Studios. Can we get a fly in before we leave?
Oh, it's yeah, let me try. Okay, here we go. Lack of Thought podcast.
Boom.
Can you still see us?
And then
Outside of this.
Just barely.
Yeah. Ta-da. Yeah. Oh. That was fucking lame of you.
all right, peace out everyone. Have a great night.
Boy.
Enjoy your outro video.